The first to realize the scale of the idiocy of what was happening was, of course, Sergey the writer. He was always the first to realize everything. It was his curse. While others ran, screamed, and shot, his brain worked like a Swiss watch dropped in a cement mixer, analyzing, systematizing, and searching for logic where none could be found. "Okay, hold on one moment," he said, crouching behind a MAZ truck with only the former driver's legs dangling from it and gesturing for the others to gather. "Let's get this straight." At 6 in the morning, the power and communications went out. By 7, the radio was blaring cries of cyber terrorism and drone attacks on Minsk. Ivan Raccoon, short and broad-shouldered, with a face that always looked slightly burnt, flicked his lighter on the hood. "Drones? They're just machines. Rise of the machines, of course. I've seen Terminator, Skynet, blah, blah, blah." "Wait," Sergey raised a finger. "At 8, we saw green lights start falling from the sky. Not shuttles, not saucers, but some kind of pointed stones that glowed and hissed. And from them crawled creatures on 3 legs, shooting out of their eyes. This wasn't in Terminator." Vlad the Dutchman, a tall Dutchman with Belarusian roots who had been stuck here after army exercises and remained, wiped his glasses gloomily. "Alien invasion, classic. But why do they need Zaslavl? They have everything there in Minsk. Co-working spaces, scooters, vapes, and coffee shops. They could relax there." "I'm not finished yet," the writer howled. And at 9 o'clock in the morning, Aunt Liuda from entrance 5, who had been sick with the flu for a week, came out into the street, bit off the head of her poodle, Sharik, and came at us, wheezing and spitting out fangs. "What's that?" Kirill, Luca, crawled out from around the corner. He didn't walk, he just crawled, blending into the shadows, with 2 screwdrivers in his teeth and a power bank wrapped in duct tape in his hands. "Zombies. They're zombies. I was just rewatching the first season of The Walking Dead yesterday. I know. Their necks should be broken or their brains shot out." Silence reigned, broken only by distant explosions, strange energetic splashes, and a muffled growl coming from somewhere in the sewer hatch. The raccoon exhaled a stream of smoke. "So we were attacked by Terminators, aliens, and zombies all at once? That's kind of impolite. Isn't there a line?" "Exactly," the writer perked up. 3 independent apocalypses in one day. That's a statistical impossibility. That's the height of disrespect for the victims. Did they have a meeting? Okay, guys, let's coordinate. Otherwise, people will get confused. The Dutchman sighed. The main question, which of them is the main one? Who are we fighting first? Luca pointed the screwdriver towards the city center. Cars beat everyone. Aliens beat everyone. Zombies bite everyone. They even fight among themselves. I saw that 3-legged alien shoot at an autonomous patrol drone, and then a zombie street cleaner crawled out from behind a garbage dump and bit off the alien's leg. The drone then burned the street cleaner with a laser. It's all a secret. The raccoon chuckled. Well, that is to say, the situation is strategic. We're the meat in a sandwich between a robot tomato and zombie cheese. I suggest we start with the weakest link, the zombies. At least guns work on them. And these robots have armor. The aliens have protective fields. And we also have a key advantage, the writer smiled grimly. We're in Belarus. Half the equipment here runs on charcoal and enthusiasm, and the other half are vintage MAZ trucks and tractors that don't have any hacking chips. Skynet would break their minds about them. So, here's the plan, the Dutchman concluded, putting on his glasses. We survive. We look for other survivors. We find shelter. We see who can outsmart whom. And if possible, we press the red button for everyone at once. What red button? Luca was surprised. The one we'll think of along the way, answered the raccoon, stubbed out his cigarette on his boot. Let's go. It smells like Aunt Liuda being fried on another planet. I don't like that aroma. They moved along the walls, a strange foursome, an imaginative writer, a pragmatic demolitionist, a Dutch sniper, and an invisible techie. 3 apocalypses had begun, and they didn't even have a plan. Just irony and guns. Sometimes that's enough. The abandoned Lenin House of Culture became their refuge, a monumental Soviet building with thick walls, gigantic bronze chandeliers, and the smell of dust and patriotism. Within half an hour, Luca somehow managed to connect the local diesel generator to a power bank, and a single dim light bulb lit in the foyer, illuminating the Friendship of Nations mosaic, now cast in shadow by a crate of stewed meat. "The motherland is calling," the raccoon remarked sarcastically, opening a can with a knife. "It's calling for dinner, with stew." The writer, having laid out a map of Zaslavl on the table, ran his finger over it. "So, the cars monitor the center, the bus station, the police station, all the cameras and traffic lights. They are tactically intelligent, but predictable. They move along routes. The aliens are around their stones. There are 2 of them, one in the park, the other at the stadium. They build some kind of energy domes. They shoot at everything that moves but leave stationary objects alone. They think we're all like zombies. The zombies themselves, they're everywhere. But they're attracted to noise and light. Conclusion: we must be quiet, dark, and out of sight. Brilliant, grumbled the Dutchman, disassembling his sniper rifle. Become ghosts in a city where 3 armies of God knows what are fighting. What next? Suggest they all file a collective complaint? Suddenly, a growing rumble came from outside. Luca, who was on duty at the 2nd-floor window, hissed down. "A drone! And not an earthly one! A flying saucer with a laser cannon! Coming straight for us!" "Everyone into the hall," the raccoon commanded. "Dutchman, can you reach him from the 2nd floor?" "The distance is too small. He's close. He'll see us now." The writer clutched his head. "Think, Sergey, think. What do they all have in common? Technology. Machines and aliens. They're technological. What isn't?" "Luca!" he shouted. "Generator, turn it off!" "Are you crazy? They'll see the lights go out and realize there's someone here." "No, turn it off now!" Luca, confused, pulled the lever. The generator sputtered and fell silent. The light went out. The building was plunged into pitch darkness. The drone hummed as it approached the window. Its red sensor beams slid across the glass, peering into the dark foyer. It hovered for a few seconds. Then the beam faded, and the drone turned and flew away. In the silence, the raccoon could be heard exhaling. "Explain." "An empirical observation," the writer said, his voice tinged with glee. "Aliens and machines ignore anything that doesn't emit electromagnetic fields and doesn't pose a threat according to their algorithms. A dark, dead building is simply a ruin. They fight among themselves and the living, and dead stones hold no interest for them. We pretended to be stone." "Brilliant," the Dutchman said, without irony this time. "So our tactic is mimicry, pretending to be dead, like possums." "Only possums don't fire grenade launchers," the raccoon remarked. "Speaking of grenade launchers, I have an idea." Raccoon's plan was absurdly simple and brilliant. He proposed not to choose who to beat, but to force them to beat each other. "I saw it yesterday," he said, drawing on the map with charcoal. "A 3-legged alien patrols Sovetskaya Street, and every hour in the alley, an autonomous combat robot on tracks passes by. They haven't seen each other yet. We need to introduce them. Dutchman, you can shoot at the alien from the roof of the cultural center, but what if you miss and hit the wall right in front of the robot? Create noise and panic. Easy, the Dutchman nodded. The robot will react to the shot. The alien will react to the robot. They'll start killing each other. And we'll sit on the roof and root for, say, for Spartak. It would be better to play for Dynamo Shinnik. Are you a Bobruisk Jew? Raccoon asked in surprise. An hour later, they watched this spectacle. Dutchman's perfectly placed shot caused the alien to turn around. At that moment, a robot crawled out of the alley. The alien, suspecting an attack, immediately fired a blast of green energy at it. The robot, hit in the turret, responded with a burst of machine gun fire. 5 minutes later, all that was left of the alien was a smoking mess, and the robot lay on its side with a hole through it. It's a tactical draw, Lucas stated. We can collect the trophies. See? The raccoon clapped the writer on the shoulder. You don't have to be a genius. You just have to be the ringleader at the local disco. Walk up, nudge one person, then another, and watch them sort it out themselves. The writer looked at the smoking wreckage and smiled. His analytical mind had already seen dozens of such combinations. They were caught between a hammer, an anvil, and another anvil, but they found a way to bang them together. It wasn't the most elegant plan, but it was the most Belarusian plan. The smoke from the burnt robot and the aliens slowly dissipated over Sovetskaya Street, filling the air with the smell of burnt wiring and fried squid mixed with ozone. Well, archaeologists, let's go dig, said Raccoon, leading the way down the creaking fire escape from the roof. Be careful not to step in the alien spleen. It's unknown what's contagious about it. Luca slid like a shadow towards the remains of the robot, armed with a blowtorch and wire cutters. Oh, that's lucky. The battery's intact. And the sensor unit? It's a little melted, but I think I can get something useful out of it. Like a patrol map of these metal things. The Dutchman, keeping his distance, used a hook from an antenna to pick up a fragment of the alien's weapon. It's a strange thing. No visible triggers or power elements. Just an ergonomic piece of metal that shoots light. It defies Clinton's physics. Meanwhile, the writer looked at the three-legged guest with scientific curiosity. Look, a biomechanic. Not purely organic and not purely mechanical. It's as if the technology was implanted into the flesh, or vice versa. I wonder if they're all like this, or is this their special forces form? The main thing is that he's dead and doesn't bite, Raccoon remarked philosophically, searching the robot's pockets in the hopes of finding a pack of cigarettes, or at least some nicotine-laced motor oil. Otherwise, we're still in the midst of a zombie apocalypse. Look! He pointed to the far end of the street. A group of 5 zombies was slowly and unsteadily emerging from around the corner. Their clothes were covered in dirt and blood, their movements stiff and unnatural. They were walking straight toward them, likely drawn by the noise of the recent shootout. Excellent, sighed the Dutchman. Now the meat for lunch is ready. Who wants a leg, and who wants a wing? I'll figure it out myself. Raccoon reluctantly put his search aside. Luca, give me that stick with the nail. It's not a stick with a nail in it, the technician said, offended. It's a high-precision zombie joint immobilizer with a pinpoint striking element. Yeah, give him your zombie pointer, the Dutchman grinned. The raccoon grabbed the improvised weapon and walked toward the crowd. He didn't wait for them to get closer. He chose a position near the wrecked bus and began working methodically, without wasting time. He didn't run or scream. He stood still, like a rock. When the first zombie got close enough, Raccoon blew out its kneecap with a precise blow from his immobilizer. The zombie collapsed. The next blow hit the base of its skull. The movements were honed to the point of automatism. Years of service in hotspots were taking their toll. 2 minutes later, All 5 zombies lay motionless. The raccoon returned to the group, slightly out of breath. "That's it. We can continue rummaging through your junk. Just be warned. If this alien explodes now, I'll personally shit in your ears." Meanwhile, Luca had succeeded. He'd managed to connect his power bank to the robot's sensor unit. A map of Zaslavl with several moving dots began flashing on his smartphone screen via a custom app. "There, see? The red dots are robots. They travel in circles. Here and here. There are blind spots. We can navigate them." "And the blue dots?" The writer took a closer look. "I don't know. Unidentified signals. Aliens, maybe? Survivors, maybe? Or maybe it's..." Luca trailed off. "Maybe this is what?" Raccoon leaned forward. "Maybe these are zombies with pacemakers?" Luca suggested. Everyone burst into laughter. That evening, back at the community center, they held a meeting. Luckily, the community center had an old projector, and Luca projected the map onto a large screen. "So, here's our Zaslavl. The red circles are patrol cars. The blue blobs are presumably aliens. We need to get moving. Sitting here means slowly going crazy from the stew." "I suggest we go here," the Dutchman pointed at a spot on the outskirts of the city. "An old abandoned radio tower. If we can climb it, I'll be able to see half the city and figure out what's going on. Plus, I can try to pick up some transmissions, if anyone's still alive." "The route is dangerous," the writer shook his head. "We need to cross 2 patrol car zones and pass within a kilometer of one of the alien stones." "So we'll go at night," said Raccoon. "Their sensors might not work as well at night. And I just happen to have 3 night vision goggles that I borrowed from that army depot back in the day." "Are you sure you're a raccoon and not a gluttonous hamster?" the writer chuckled. "He borrowed it, you see." "Let's write it down. Night hike for adventures," the Dutchman chuckled. Zaslavl was transformed by night. Darkness hid the destruction, making it seem ominous and formless. Occasionally, the dark silhouettes of drones flew across the sky, illuminated by ominous green or red lights. Strange sounds could be heard in the distance. The grinding of metal, strange clicks, and heartbreaking screams that could have belonged to anyone, an alien, a zombie, or simply a cat stepped on by a robot. They moved quietly and quickly, exploiting the blind spots Luca had marked. Raccoon led the way, his night vision spotting debris and pits in the darkness. Dutchman brought up the rear, his rifle with its thermal scope ready for anything. Suddenly, the raccoon froze and raised his hand. Everyone crouched down. "There's movement ahead, not cars, and not zombies." A figure emerged from around the corner of the house. It was a human. Dressed in rags, it walked unsteadily, but not like a zombie. It was crying. "Alive?" Luca whispered. "Maybe it's a trap," the Dutchman said cautiously. "Aliens or robots could have used bait." The writer looked closely. "No, look, she's exhausted. She's walking with difficulty." It was a woman of about 40. Upon seeing them, she screamed and tried to run away, but tripped and fell. "Quiet! We're our own!" The raccoon approached first, lowering his weapon. "Are you alive? Where are you from?" The woman looked at them with horror. You're not with them? Not with the Iron Ones? Not with the creatures?" "No, we're just like you, survivors," said the writer, coming closer. "What are your names?" "Irina. I'm from Minsk. We tried to get out. They killed everyone. Everyone." She burst into tears. The Dutchman examined her with a thermal imager. "Clean, no strange radiation. Looks like just a person." "What's going on in Minsk?" the writer asked, giving her water from his flask. "It's a nightmare," Irina sobbed. The machines have taken control of the entire center. They're either killing everyone on the streets or taking them away somewhere. The aliens. They're building some kind of energy towers. And those who get bitten, they change. Not right away, but they change. She spoke fragmentarily, but the picture that emerged was grim. Three forces weren't just fighting, they were establishing their own order. And humans were the weakest link in it. "Have you seen any others? Survivors?" asked Luca. "There was a group in the shopping center, but a few days ago, Iron Soldiers came there. I heard shots and screams." The raccoon looked gloomily at his comrades. "So we're not alone, but we're not safe either." "Are we still going to the tower?" asked the Dutchman. "Let's go," the writer said firmly. "Now we have one more goal. We need to find out if there are any more survivors and how to help them. Irina, can you go?" She nodded, rising with difficulty. Now there were 5 of them, one fragile ray of hope in the pitch darkness of a mad world. They set off again, leaving behind the dark streets of Zaslavl, where 3 kinds of apocalypse continued their senseless war. They reached the abandoned radio tower at dawn. The last leg of the journey was difficult. Irina was weak and had to be literally carried. Raccoon and Dutchman took turns, hoisting her onto their shoulders like a sack of the most precious, fragile, and doomed cargo. Hope. The tower itself, a rusty, needle-like giant, leaned against the low gray sky. It seemed as if it would collapse at the first gust of wind, but it stood, defying all odds, just like them. "It's so beautiful," the raccoon exhaled, looking at the panorama of Zaslavl that opened up before them. "The grass doesn't grow. Okay, to the horses. Luca, lead the way. Guide." Climbing the emergency staircase inside the structure was a test of strength. It creaked and wobbled, and through the rusted spans, the ground floor was visible, receding further and further. Irina walked without looking down, gritting her teeth, her fingers whitening as she clung to the rungs. Finally, they emerged onto a small platform under the very canopy of the tower. From here, the entire city was visible as if in the palm of their hand. "Oh my God," Irina whispered, and there was no fear in her voice, but a chilling revelation. Zaslavl was divided into 3 crazy kingdoms. The center was teeming with cars. The streets were deserted and immaculately clean. Autonomous patrols the size of small tanks slowly crawled along the main thoroughfares. Drones, like steel dragonflies, hovered at intersections, their sensors methodically scanning the area. The entire system operated with a soulless, frightening efficiency. It was order taken to the extreme, the order of a cemetery. To the east, around the stadium, the alien realm raged. Their landing module, the very same stone, was now surrounded by a pulsating energy dome from which milky green beams stretched skyward. 3-legged figures scurried back and forth, constructing incomprehensible structures of light and metal. The air above this area shimmered and trembled as if over hot asphalt. And everywhere, like a poisonous weed, a kingdom of zombies sprouted. They swarmed through the ruins, slowly wandered through deserted courtyards, banged against the walls of buildings in a dull, relentless attempt to get somewhere. They were a living, eternally hungry mess, the antithesis of the sterile order of machines. "Look!" The Dutchman was the first to break the silence, aiming his binoculars at the border between the zones. "They're fighting. Constantly." He was right. At the junction of the zoned territories, microscopic battles, seen from their height, raged. A group of zombies, attracted by the movement, charged a patrol robot. It fired back, crushing them with its treads. but there were too many. They obscured its sensors, tore through its wires, and within minutes the machine lay silent, covered in bodies. Elsewhere, an alien beam pierced a dozen corpses at once, reducing them to ash, only to be replaced by a new wave. An eternal battle, the raccoon remarked philosophically. Neither win nor lose. Idiots. Not quite, the writer countered. His gaze was fixed on the center of the machine zone. See? The robots aren't just patrolling, they're building something. Indeed, activity was in full swing around the former District Executive Committee building. Construction robots, resembling giant metal spiders, were erecting some complex structure of gleaming beams. Lines extended from it to other buildings, as if a single network were being created. Is this an antenna? Luca suggested. A very powerful one, or an energy cannon. Or something worse, the Dutchman added gloomily. Luca, try to catch something, the writer commanded. If they're building something, they should be communicating. There should be waves. Luca, like a squirrel, began tuning the tower's surviving radio equipment, connecting his homemade devices to it. The airwaves were full of interference, hissing and strange clicking and whistling sounds. Nothing useful. Solid digital noise from the machines and some kind of alien tonal music. No idea what it is. Suddenly, a sharp, clear signal came from the speaker. Not machine-made, not alien. A human voice, interrupted by static. Call! Call! Someone! We're in the basement of the old bakery. There are about 20 of us. There are wounded. They're attacking the door. Help! Coordinates! The voice cut off, replaced by a deafening roar of static. Everyone froze. The bakery, the writer instantly got his bearings, pointing at the map on his tablet. There it is, right on the border between the machine zone and neutral territory. My God, they're right there in the palm of your hand. They're attacking the door, the Dutchman repeated. Who are they? Machines? Zombies? What difference does it make? Raccoon interrupted, his face turned stony. People, living people, calling for help. It's a trap, Luca said immediately. The machines could have been simulating the transmission to lure out people like us. Or aliens, we don't know. Or these are real people who will die if we don't come, Irina suddenly flared up. A fire burned in her eyes that hadn't been there a minute ago. You heard! The wounded! Everyone looked to the writer. He was their strategist, their brain. He closed his eyes for a second, pinching the bridge of his nose. Then he opened them. Luca's right. There's a 50-50 chance it's a trap. But, he looked at Irina, at her despairing eyes. But if we don't go, we'll become just like them. Soulless machines or animals fighting only for their own skins. We'll cease to be human. So, are we going? Raccoon asked, already checking the store. Let's go, the writer confirmed. But be smart. This isn't an attack. It's a special rescue operation. Silence, shadows, and no heroics. Understood? Exactly, the raccoon chuckled. Keep your head down until the worst comes to the worst. What if the pressure is on? Asked the Dutchman, inserting another clip into his rifle. Then, the raccoon smiled ominously, we'll give them such a terrible mess that their own creators will gasp. Let's go save the world, one basement at a time. They began to descend from the tower, leaving only the wind and the distant, maddening panorama of the war between three worlds above. Ahead lay a mission, stupid, risky, and utterly human. Apocalypse 3 in 1. Chapter 2. The path to the bakery was like a quest in the most brutal and unpredictable shooter. Every alley, every street hid its own threat. They moved like ghosts, using data from Luca's sensor and his homemade portable field suppressor, which, according to him, was supposed to blind nearby drones for a few seconds. "Does your muffler even work?" Raccoon asked quietly as they huddled in the archway, letting a slowly moving patrol robot pass by. "In theory, yes," Luca answered just as quietly, fiddling with the device. "And using their own frequencies. Look!" The robot, level with their hiding place, suddenly froze, its optical sensors blinking helplessly red. It emitted a few indistinct clicks and turned on the spot, like a dog searching for a buried bone. "See?" Luca whispered proudly. "He doesn't see us. Blind as—" At that moment, a zombie in a sewage worker's uniform emerged from a nearby manhole with a clanking sound. Sensing the robot, it crawled toward him with a low growl. The robot, still disoriented, reacted to the movement. A short burst erupted from its turret. The zombie was blown to pieces. A deafening noise boomed between the buildings. "Like a ram," Raccoon finished, rolling his eyes. "Well done, Luca. You blinded him, and now he's shooting at everything that moves. Excellent plan." "Quiet," commanded the Dutchman. "Listen." A growing roar could already be heard from above, in the direction of the center. The alarm had been heard. "Let's run," shouted the writer, "before they block all the streets." Stealth was abandoned. They raced through wastelands and backyards to the whistle of approaching drones. Irina, fueled by adrenaline, kept pace. The bakery, a huge, gloomy red brick building, was already visible ahead. The gates had been broken down, and evidence of recent gunfire lay scattered around. Bullet casings, traces of blood, and shards of brick. "They're attacking the door," the Raccoon muttered, examining the entrance. "Seems about right. But who?" The answer came immediately. Another patrol robot, smaller, crawled out from around the corner of the building. It methodically pounded the huge metal door of the entrance hall with its battering ram, next to which hung a sign reading, "Loading." Smoke was already billowing from the door, and the metal was dented and warped. "Not zombies," the Dutchman stated, already taking aim at his rifle. "Machines. They need something inside." "Or they want to flesh out everyone there," said the writer. "The plan is simple. Distract, enter, lead the people out. Raccoon, make noise. Dutchman, protect them. Luca, deal with this iron barrel. Irina and I, go to the door." Without thinking, the Raccoon hurled a skimmer grenade across the yard. A deafening bang caused the robot to spin around. The Dutchman immediately pumped 2 armor-piercing bullets into its optical sensor. The glass cracked, and the robot shook its head. "Luca, right now!" Luca, like a seasoned safecracker, ran to the door. The robot was blinded and disoriented. The techie stuck some homemade device with wires and an alligator clip into the crack between the door and the frame. "Give me 5 seconds. It's an old system. It's a mechanical relay." A second robot was already emerging from around the corner, firing at Dutch's position. Raccoon responded with a burst of machine gun fire, ducking behind cover. "Luca, hurry up, otherwise they'll organize a lead-filled dance flash mob for us." "Got it," Luca shouted, and the heavy bolts slid back with a crash. The writer and Irina rushed inside. Beyond the door was a huge workshop with frozen conveyor belts and the smell of old flour and fear. In the back, behind a barricade of sacks of crackers, sat people, about 15 of them. They looked at the newcomers with horror and hope. We heard the transmission," the writer breathed. "Quick, get out!" "We can't! They're there!" the woman screamed, clutching her child to her chest. "It's so hot there now, they can't be bothered with you," Irina shouted, and her voice, full of unexpected strength, made people stand up. Meanwhile, all hell was breaking loose outside. Raccoon and Dutch were firing back at 2 robots, Luca, crouched, was trying to get to his silencer. "Ryder, get them! We don't have much time!" The people, distraught but seeing an opportunity, poured out of the basement. The Raccoon provided them with cover by throwing a smoke bomb. "Okay, let's retreat," the Dutchman commanded, changing the magazine. "Luca, what about the one who is pounding on the door?" "Immobilized," the tech responded. "I pumped all the power from the power bank into its service port. It's rebooting now, like Windows 95. The group, now nearly 20 strong, rushed back into the labyrinth of back streets. Shots rang out behind them, and the growing roar of new forces could be heard. They ran without looking where they were going. They carried the wounded. Raccoon carried the child on his broad shoulders. It seemed they were about to be overtaken. But then, His Majesty Chaos intervened. A squad of aliens appeared at the intersection they'd just passed. Attracted by the gunfire, the three-legged creatures came to check out what was going on. They immediately collided head-on with the patrol robots pursuing them. A frantic firefight ensued. Green beams versus tracer bullets. Metal was torn to pieces. Aliens fell with holes punctured. The machines and aliens were so engrossed in each other that they forgot about the fleeing humans. 20 minutes later, out of breath but alive, they stumbled into their refuge, the community center. The doors slammed shut. People fell to the floor, sobbing with relief and grief. The Raccoon carefully placed the child on the floor. "So, we've met. New tenants. Aren't you afraid of the cramped quarters?" The writer, leaning on his knees, tried to catch his breath. He looked at the frightened but saved faces. At Irina, who was already wiping the wounded man's forehead with a handkerchief. At Luca, who immediately began tinkering with his equipment. At Dutchman, checking his ammunition. They did it. Not for trophies, not for strategy. For the sake of remaining human. Suddenly, Luke raised his head. His face was pale. "Guys, while we were running, I picked up something. On the general frequency of the machines. Not encryption, just a repeating signal." "And?" asked the Raccoon. "This isn't their normal traffic. This is pure, unencrypted voice recording. The same fragment." Luca pressed a button on his device. A voice came from the speaker. Metallic, synthesized, but with a clear, chilling human quality. It spoke in flawless Russian. "Why fight? We are evolution. We are inevitability. Your biological form is obsolete. Your civilization is ineffective. Join us. Become part of the system. Become perfect. Become immortal. Resistance is futile." In the complete silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of people, these words sounded like a sentence. "Well then," Raccoon said hoarsely, breaking the silence first. "We've finally waited. Now our Terminators have started talking. And damn, let's go become philosophers." The House of Culture now smelled not only of dust and patriotism, but also of sweat, fear, and the faint scent of blood. The rescued people sat on chairs arranged in front of the stage where they had once sung about their love for the party. Now they listened to stories about how to survive. The writer stood at the easel on which hung that very map of Zaslavl with Luca's notes. "The situation," he began without preamble, "is shifting from hopeless to catastrophic. The machines have moved from simple destruction to propaganda. They don't just want to kill us, they want to assimilate us, make us part of themselves. Like these zombies, only with wires," the Raccoon added gloomily, handing out stew and biscuits to the people. "Exactly. The aliens are building something of their own. The zombies are breeding. The city is becoming a cauldron in which everything will be mixed, and we will be among the first to be cooked." "Where should we run?" asked a gray-haired man with a bandaged arm. There are forests and fields all around. We're in the palm of our hand." "Not exactly," the Dutchman interjected. He walked over to the map and pointed to a point northwest of Zaslavl. "Here, 20 kilometers away. Former secret facility DOT-7, an abandoned bunker from the Cold War, deep underground, thick walls, its own artesian well, and most importantly, no modern electronics. All analog relays and mechanical valves. It's a dead zone for machines." "What about aliens? Zombies?" asked the young woman, the one holding the child. "The aliens, it seems, are interested in the centers of civilization. An abandoned bunker in the forest is unlikely to interest them. Zombies? Well, we'll deal with the zombies somehow," said the raccoon, cracking his knuckles. "The main thing is to get out of this mess." "Escape plan," the writer returned attention to himself. "We can't all go in a group. It's too obvious. We'll split up." He drew 2 routes on the map. "Alpha team, me, Raccoon, Luca. We'll go straight ahead through the least congested streets. Our objective is reconnaissance and clearing the way. We'll create a distraction if necessary." "Bravo team, Dutchman, Irina, and the 5 toughest of you." He nodded at the survivors. "You'll lead the main group with the children and the wounded along a longer but safer route along the river. Dutchman will be your eyes and sniper cover. Irina will be your guide. She's pretty good at navigation. Objective: we meet here at the old railway bridge. It's in neutral territory, beyond the range of active patrols. From there, there's a direct route to the forest and the bunker." "What kind of technology do we have?" Luca asked, already mentally tinkering with the engine of the future transport. "There's an old ZIL 130 diesel in the garage behind the community center," said one of the local survivors. "No electronics. I'm the driver. I'll give it a lift. It's half dead, but it needs to go." "Perfect," the writer perked up. "The ZIL will go with Bravo Group. It can transport the weakest and supplies." "Question," the Dutchman raised his hand. "What if this is all their plan? To lure us into a trap outside the city? This transmission, it could have been calculated." "Anything is possible," the writer agreed. "But this is our only chance. Here we're just sitting in a trap, waiting for them to come for us. There, we have a chance. Maybe 1 in 100, but it's a chance." Preparations took several hours. Luca, with the help of volunteers, revived the ZIL, checking that its engine was free of any remotely hackable components. Raccoon distributed the remaining weapons to those who could handle them, giving them a 5-minute briefing. "Shoot where they're shooting at you. Don't just fire. The noise attracts creeps." Irina, to the surprise of many, proved to be collected and cool. She memorized the route down to the smallest detail and calmly explained it to people, reassuring the most frightened. Just before leaving, Raccoon took the writer aside. "Listen, what if—" He hesitated, a rare occurrence for him. "What if this bunker is already occupied? Not by machines, but by people like us. Or, worse, by some marauders." The writer smiled sadly. "Then, Vanya, we will have to show all our charm and diplomacy." "I don't have any," the raccoon chuckled. "I know. That's why I have 2 grenades with me in case of such a situation. For negotiations." Night had fallen, the darkest hour, just before dawn. The groups lined up at the back exit of the cultural center. "We'll be in touch every half hour on portable radios," Luca said, handing out homemade radios. "Channel 7. If we haven't contacted you, consider us gone." "Optimist," muttered Raccoon, checking the bolt of his machine gun. "Break a leg," Irina quietly said to the Dutchman. "To hell with it," he answered, just as quietly, and a rare smile flashed in his eyes. The 2 groups disappeared into the night. The ZIL, its engine turned off, slowly rolled along the predetermined route. The Alpha group, Pisatel, Raccoon, and Luca, took a shortcut, turning into three silent shadows against the ruins. The city slept a restless, metallic sleep. Explosions, flashes of strange energies, and the hum of drones could be heard from afar. The war between the three kingdoms never ceased. They had almost reached the first intersection when Luca suddenly froze and raised his hand. He removed the earpiece from his walkie-talkie and handed it to the writer, his face white as chalk. "Sergey, listen. General broadcast." The writer picked up the earpiece. The same metallic voice came through the hissing and static, but the message was new. It repeated insistently, like a mantra. "It's useless. Your plan is known. Coordinates 54.299293, 26.774342. Target DOT7. We are waiting. Join us. Become perfect." The writer slowly lowered the earpiece. An icy wave of horror washed over him. They weren't just listening. They knew. They read their thoughts, their plans, like an open book. He looked at Raccoon and Luca. The same understanding was visible in their eyes. The escape turned into a trap. And they, like obedient sheep, led themselves and all the survivors straight into the jaws. An icy silence fell between the three men. The noise of the city suddenly seemed unnaturally loud, every hiss, every distant explosion jarring. They know," Luca whispered, his hands shaking. "They're waiting for us there. We're leading everyone into a trap." The raccoon cursed so quietly and furiously that it seemed the air around him boiled. He was already raising the radio to his mouth to shout "cancel" to the Dutchman when the writer grabbed his wrist. "Stop. Are you crazy?" The raccoon pulled his hand away. "They're waiting for us. We're going to the slaughter." Exactly. The writer's eyes glowed with a strange, almost insane light. He didn't look scared. He looked enlightened. "That's exactly why we have to go." "Explain, idiot, otherwise I'll take you to those robots myself to be melted down." "They know the plan." The writer spoke quickly, haltingly, his brain working at full speed. "They've figured us out. They're waiting at the bunker. They're sure we'll come. Their attention, their main forces, will be concentrated there." He pointed his finger at the map, but not at the bunker, but back to the center of Zaslavl. "And here? There's nothing here now. They're distracted by the bigger prey, our entire group. They don't expect us to strike here." "Hit?" Luca didn't understand. "Where?" "To the lair, to the very heart of the machine zone, where they're building their antenna." The writer's voice dropped to a whisper, full of fanatical confidence. "They think we're running. They're looking for us outside, and we'll go inside." The raccoon looked at him as if he were crazy. "You're suggesting the three of us storm a district executive committee building filled with robots? That's not a plan. That's suicide." "Not to storm," the writer grinned. "We won't fight them. We'll do what they definitely won't expect. We'll shut them down." He looked at Luke. "You said their network, their communication, was some kind of digital noise. What if we find the source? Their brain? Their server room? Not blow it up, but reboot it. Wreak havoc. Send them all a command to shut down or start fighting each other." Luke froze, his technical mind already starting to run through the possibility. "That's, theoretically, if they have a central control unit, and if it's not fully encrypted, and if I find physical access to it. That's insane." "Yes," exclaimed the writer. "Exactly. It's so insane they couldn't even predict it. Their logic doesn't allow for such irrationality. While their main forces are waiting for us at the bunker, we'll infiltrate their rear and bring them a digital apocalypse." The raccoon was silent for a few seconds, digesting this. Then he slowly, widely grinned. It was the same grin he wore before his most desperate and brilliant stunts. "I like it. It's ugly, it's idiotic, but I like it. Basically, we're doing something cosmic. Okay, let's go. But what about the people? The Dutchman?" The writer grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Bravo, bravo, I'm Alpha, over." A moment later, the Dutchman's voice was heard, drowned out by the roar of the Zeal engine. "Alpha, this is Bravo. I read you. Is something wrong?" "The plan is changing," the writer said clearly, without hesitation. "You continue toward the meeting point by the bridge, but you do not go into the bunker, under no circumstances. It's a trap. You must wait for us." "Repeat? A trap?" The Dutchman's voice became alarmed. "Yes, the machines know. They're waiting for you there. Your task is to approach the bridge, make noise, show yourself, pretend you're breaking through to the bunker. Divert their attention to yourself, but don't go there. Understood?" "Got it." Dutchman could be heard catching his breath over the radio. "Pretend. Distract. And you?" "We're making our move," said the writer, looking at the raccoon's glowing eyes and Luca's pale but determined face. "We're going to play the main game, over and out." He put the radio down. There was no turning back now. "Okay, geniuses," Raccoon cocked his machine gun. "Take me into the thick of it. Just let me keep the trophy processor as a souvenir." Three shadows turned and ran, not from the center, but towards it, towards madness, towards the only chance that only a human could conceive. Utterly irrational, insane, and truly brilliant. While machines calculated probabilities, people bet on the impossible. Apocalypse 3 in 1. Chapter 3. Running into the city center while everyone else was trying to escape was so unnatural that even the zombies seemed to stare at them with bewilderment. They were moving against the current, like salmon swimming up a boiling, acidic waterfall to spawn. Using data from Luca's sensor and his jammer, they bypassed the main pockets of resistance. The map on Ryder's tablet pulsed with red dots, which now clustered not on the outskirts, but ahead, pointing the way to the machine's lair itself. "Okay, there's an intersection up ahead," Luca whispered, pausing near the wall of a broken-down store. "2 patrol officers on site. And something else. Big. Unidentified." The raccoon risked looking out. "Wow, that's their builder. The spider we saw from the tower. A huge, multi-limbed mechanism the size of a small house methodically inserted another gleaming beam into the frame of the District Executive Committee building. It moved with hypnotic, soulless precision. Next to it, 2 ordinary patrol robots seemed like toys. "We can't get through head-on," the raccoon stated. "He'll crush us into pieces." "What about from above?" the writer suggested, pointing to a nearly destroyed fire escape on a nearby building. "We can walk along the rooftops. They're unlikely to be scanning the rooftops." The plan was risky, but there was no other. Like 3 unwashed ninja turtles, they climbed a rickety ladder and began their journey above the streets of Zaslavl. From above, the scene of madness looked even more surreal. Below, zombies swarmed in the alleys, cars crawled along the main streets, and the occasional shadow of aliens flitted across the sky. 3 apocalypses waged their own war, oblivious to the 3 madmen on the roof. 20 minutes later, they were there. The roof of a 5-story building opposite the District Executive Committee building. From here, the entire epicenter was visible. The building was entwined with a web of new, shiny utility lines. Robot workers scurried in and out of it. It was a veritable anthill. "Where's their brain?" whispered the raccoon. In the basement? In the attic? No. Luca shook his head, studying the data from the portable scanner. The EMP radiation is off the charts everywhere. But look at this. All the new lines converge at one point. Over there. He pointed to an extension to the main building, a former archive or something similar. That's where the most powerful cables go, and the highest concentration of security is around it. At the entrance to the annex stood not 2, but 4 patrol robots of a reinforced configuration, with additional turrets. The heart of Skynet, the writer joked darkly. We need to get there. Okay, Captain Obvious, Raccoon snapped. How? By air? Underground? Do we have a better plan than just showing off a party invitation? Luke suddenly perked up. What if we don't go to him, and he to us? Are you suggesting we ask him to leave? Hey, CPU, come out, we're on a swing, the raccoon asked sarcastically. No, Luca was already rummaging through his backpack, pulling out power banks, cables, and some small modem-like device. I'm talking about bait. Their network, it's looking for signals. What if I create a really powerful, really enticing signal, like simulating an unprotected server with massive computing power, like a rabbit for a boa constrictor? They're hungry for data, for efficiency. They'll send someone to check it out, and maybe even let their guard down. Risky, the writer frowned. They could simply locate us remotely and hit us with a missile strike. There's a chance, Luca persisted. Their logic must include a physical inspection of the threat. They can't just fire on their own city. They could damage infrastructure. I'm betting they'll send a team. Okay, the writer weighed the pros and cons. There was nothing else to do anyway. Go ahead, launch your rabbit. Luca connected his device to the antenna removed from the radio and pressed a few buttons. Let's go. I'm throwing out digital candies. A minute of silence passed, then another. Nothing happened. Maybe your candies have gone bad? The raccoon started to joke, but then fell silent. One of the robots at the entrance to the annex spun around. Its sensors began to flash more intensely. It made a few clicking sounds, and 2 of the 4 guards detached themselves and walked toward them. It worked, Luca whispered, turning pale. They're following the signal. There are 2 of them. Excellent. The writer grabbed Raccoon by the sleeve. You and Luca stay here. Distract them when they get up. I'll slip inside while there are only 2 left at the entrance. 1 against 2? The raccoon was surprised. You're a writer, not a Terminator. I won't fight them, the writer smiled. I'll tell them a bedtime story. While 2 robots climbed the ladder to their roof, Ryder, like a cat, descended the drain pipe to the ground. He pressed himself against the wall, taking advantage of the commotion. The 2 remaining robots at the entrance were wary, but their attention was focused on what was happening on the roof opposite, from where the sounds of gunshots and explosions were already coming. Raccoon and Luca had begun their concert. The writer took a deep breath and rushed to the entrance of the annex. The door was locked, but nearby was a crack in the wall, the result of recent fighting. He slipped inside. There was a semi-darkness, broken only by the flickering blue and green LEDs. The air hummed with countless servers. This was it, the heart of the machine, the control center. And in the middle of the room, connected to dozens of cables, stood a single robot. It was a different type, more humanoid, fragile in appearance, with a large bulbous sensor head. It didn't move, only its head slowly turning, monitoring the data streams. And then that same metallic voice came from the speaker above the door. But this time, it sounded not for everyone, but only for him. We knew you'd come. We calculated the probability of your appearance, 98.7%. You are irrational. But your irrationality is predictable. You are an error in the equation. But even errors can be useful. You have given yourself as a gift. Be part of the solution. The writer froze. He was trapped. They had been waiting for him right here. His mad plan had turned out to be nothing more than a planned madness in their script. But he didn't give up. He looked at the silent robot in the center of the room and found the strength to grin. "A mistake, you say?" he said out loud. "No, I'm not a mistake. I'm an antivirus, your personal Kaspersky. And do you know what they do with an infected program?" He pulled out from his bosom not a grenade, but the very same silencer Luca had stolen from the technician while he was fiddling with the bait. "They're sending her to quarantine!" And he pointed the device to the central server. The roof smelled of burning and fear. The Raccoon, pressing itself against the parapet, fired another burst down the stairwell. The vile, measured grinding of treads came from below. Two reinforced patrol robots were methodically pushing open the door to the roof. "Luca, what the hell is going on?" Raccoon hissed, changing the magazine with hands shaking from the strain. "Your plan with the rabbit worked too well. They're not going for a test, they're going for a cleanup." Luca, as pale as the wall they were hiding against, kept his eyes glued to his scanner screen, his fingers flying across the touchpad. "Shut up. I'm almost finding a breach. Their network. It pulses at a certain interval, like breathing. I need to catch that rhythm and—" The noise at the door grew louder. The metal began to creak. "We don't have time for your breathing, nerd." The Raccoon crawled away from the door, preparing a grenade. "Get ready, it's about to get hot." At that moment, a growing rumble came from the server room below. Not an explosion, but a low-frequency howl, as if a giant transformer had gathered its courage and gone berserk. The entire neighborhood seemed to shudder, and then the end of the world began. The lights on all the robots, both those battering the door and those remaining below, died out for a second and then flickered on again, this time in a chaotic, spasmodic pattern. Blue, red, green, they flickered like a Christmas tree in an epileptic fit. From every speaker in the area, from broken storefronts, from speakers on lampposts, a deafening cacophony erupted, replacing the familiar metallic sound. Static, grinding noise, fragments of Soviet radio broadcasts, the waltz "On the Hills of Manchuria," the weatherman's voice, and the wild electronic screech, all blended into one deafening, insane chorus. The robots on the stairs froze. One stood frozen, its manipulator raised to strike, its optical sensors flickering erratically. What did he do?" Luca whispered, dropping the tablet. "It's a system failure, a complete protocol failure. He didn't blow them up. He infected them with madness." The Raccoon, not believing his eyes, slowly rose to his full height and cried out joyfully, "Writer, you are a crazy genius!" They ran to the edge of the roof. The scene below was surreal. The robots, which a moment ago had been moving with perfect coordination, now behaved like drunks or broken toys. One slammed its tread against the wall, another spun in place, a third shot erratically into the sky. The system, carefully calibrated down to the smallest detail, was under the influence of an unknown chaos. And through this chaos, from that very same crack in the server room wall, a familiar figure emerged. Sergey, the writer. He was pale and unsteady, but clutching Luca's device, charred on one side, in his hand. He looked up at their stunned faces and, smiling weakly, curtsied. He survived, Luca breathed out with genuine awe. Of course he survived, the Raccoon laughed hoarsely. and there was relief and wild pride in his laughter. He's our lead on idiotic plans. Now, Techie, he clapped Luca on the shoulder. While they're all going crazy, come on, find us the fastest way out of here. I think the show's over for today. They descended into a realm of chaos created by a single man with a mad idea. The machines were defeated not by force, but by absurdity, and this was the most human weapon of all. The chaos the writer had sown in the digital heart of the machines was like a virus, instantly paralyzing the body. Robots that had been perfect soldiers just a moment before now raced through the streets of Zaslavl, bumping into walls and each other, firing randomly and emitting indistinct mechanical sounds. The control system collapsed, leaving behind only the agony of metal. Raccoon, Luca, and Ryder, without wasting a second, rushed through this mad carnival of broken machines. They no longer needed to sneak. Now they simply ran, avoiding the frantic robots who no longer saw them as a threat or purpose. I have to hand it to you, Scribbler, Raccoon said breathlessly, helping Ryder climb over a pile of rubble. You gave them one hell of a bug fix. I simply triggered feedback into their system, the writer gasped, still reeling from the ordeal. A cycle of noise and random signals. They're trying to process it and they're trapping themselves in a loop. The effect of 100 monkeys with typewriters. Brilliant, Luca whispered, looking at the agonizing robots with professional curiosity. Simple and brilliant. They broke through to the outskirts of the city, to the old railway bridge, and they froze with relief. Bravo team was there. The Zill was parked, camouflaged under the bridge, and Dutchman, seeing them, jumped off the back and ran toward them. You're alive! His voice held genuine surprise. We heard some wild noise, saw robots going crazy. Is that you? That's him, the Raccoon pointed at the writer. He gave the cars a psychedelic trip. Irina and the other survivors looked at the trio with hope. A light appeared in their eyes that hadn't been there before. A light not just of survival, but of hope for victory. Let's move before they come to their senses, the Dutchman commanded, returning to harsh reality. It's still about 15 kilometers through the forest to the bunker. The convoy set off. The Zill, chugging its aging diesel engine, trudged ahead, carrying the weakest and children. The rest walked, spread out along the old forest road. Raccoon and Dutchman walked at the head and tail of the convoy, constantly scanning the surroundings. The forest was quiet, too quiet, and in this silence a new unknown lurked. A couple of hours later, when the city had already disappeared behind the trees, Luca, walking next to the Zill cab, raised his hand. Stop, do you hear? Everyone froze. From the forest to their right, a soft but distinct sound came. Not mechanical, not alien, and not the roar of a zombie. It was a muffled cry. Raccoon and Dutchman instantly raised their weapons, moving toward the sound. They disappeared into the thicket, returning a few minutes later. Confusion and shock were evident on their faces. There's a camp, the Raccoon began, not believing his own words. People. Other survivors. A group of about 10 people emerged from the trees. They looked haggard and ragged, but organized. At their head stood a tall man with a weathered face, holding a homemade shotgun. Stop! Who are you? Raccoon barked, raising his machine gun. My name is Colonel. My name is Stas. We're from Vishnevka, the man said hoarsely, eyeing the new arrivals appraisingly. We fled when the creatures from the sky started burning everything. We saw something unimaginable happening in your city. The robots went crazy. We decided to check it out. We're heading right for the bunker, DOT-7, explained Ryder, stepping forward. It should be safe there. The man from the Vishnevskaya group smiled grimly. DOT-7? So you're going there? We're from there. An icy silence hung in the air. What? The Dutchman didn't understand. From where? We were there for a couple of days, until they came. Who? Several voices asked in chorus. Not machines, not zombies, others. The ones that fell from the sky. Three-legged. They didn't bomb the bunker. They consecrated it, surrounded it with their energy field. And then we left. The bunker is now inaccessible. The silence that followed the Vishnevsky elder's words was deafening. It seemed as if the last hope had been dashed, but the writer didn't lower his eyes. His mind, accustomed to seeking alternatives, was already analyzing the new information. Wait, he said, turning to the colonel. You said the aliens consecrated the bunker? Created an energy dome? Yes, he nodded, like a huge green cap. Can't get close. What's inside? Have you seen it? Are they in charge there? Walking around? Building? The colonel frowned, remembering. No. Strictly speaking, no. We only saw the dome itself and a shimmer inside, like something large was pulsating. No one entered or left. A thought lit up the writer's face. What if it's not a seizure as we understand it, not an occupation? What if they simply sealed it off, neutralized it as a potential threat, fenced it off as a dangerous object and moved on? They're interested in centers of civilization, active resistance. An abandoned bunker in the forest? They don't need that. They simply isolated it. Like a mouse in a jar, grumbled the raccoon. Exactly, exclaimed the writer. They didn't waste their energy on destroying it or exploiting it. They simply put a lid on it. But if you remove the lid, the mouse might escape, the Dutchman finished his thought. Do you have a plan to get this lid off? I have an idea, the writer turned to Luca. That glitch I caused in the machine network, it was based on feedback, on creating chaos. Their technologies operate on energy, on fields. What if we create a counter-resonance, send out a wave opposite to the one their dome generates? Not hack, but extinguish. Like extinguishing a flame by cutting off the oxygen. Luca froze, his technical mind already running through the calculations. Theoretically, if you find the right frequency and enough power, it's possible. But you'd have to be very close to the dome, and be prepared for the guards to be there. So it won't be quiet, Raccoon chuckled, already checking the ammunition. We're used to it. The decision was made. We needed to return and reclaim our future home, DOT-7. They set off. A few hours later, they were at the edge of the forest, in front of the ravine where the bunker stood. And there it was. A huge, shimmering green energy dome covering him like a cap. Something pulsed inside, like a giant heart. Not a soul around. No guards, no patrols. The writer was right. The aliens simply marked it danger and left. Okay, techie, it's your turn, Raccoon pointed at the dome. Turn it off. Luca, with the help of the colonel's men, deployed everything he had. Power banks, batteries salvaged from robots, a homemade generator based on a ZIL engine. He connected his scanner, tuning into the dome's frequency. Give me 15 minutes, and guard it. If I miscalculate, this thing could react like a bomb. Those 15 minutes felt like an eternity. Everyone froze in tense anticipation. Suddenly, Luca's device screeched. A thin, almost invisible wave of energy erupted from it, directed at the base of the dome. Nothing happened. A second, then another. And suddenly the dome's flickering became uneven. It boomed like a television with poor reception. The green light faded, then flickered again, and then went out completely. Silence. Absolute silence. The dome has disappeared. All that remains is the old, solid concrete bunker, just like it was 100 years ago. Hooray! A cry burst from the lips of one of the survivors. It was taken up by others. People were crying, laughing, hugging. "Quiet!" The Dutchman stopped them harshly. "Let's check first." The group, consisting of Raccoon, Dutchman, and the Colonel, entered. 10 minutes later, they emerged. "Clean," the Raccoon reported. "No one. Just cobwebs and dust. And the smell of freedom." The crowd surged inside. People surveyed their new shelter. The thick walls, the repairable generators, the stocked pantries, the water filtration system. They had found a home. Unreliable, imperfect, but theirs. A place to catch their breath, heal their wounds, and plan their future in this crazy world. The writer, the Raccoon, Luca, the Dutchman, and Irina stood at the entrance, watching people get settled. "Well," the Raccoon exhaled, "it looks like we just won our first war." "Not a war," the writer corrected him, looking at the dark forest. "The first battle. But it's a beginning." They had finally found their refuge. Now they had to defend it. Loading. Successful. Welcome to the survival simulator, Dawn. Biometrics. Alexei, civil engineer. Location, Zaslavl. Task, find building materials to upgrade the Razvet bunker. Failed. Current task, survive. You open your eyes. The cold concrete floors beneath your back. A rising, low-frequency hum and distant explosions fill your ears. The air smells of burning, ozone, and something sour and unfamiliar. You're lying in the dilapidated workshop of the Zaslavl meat processing plant, where you were dragged after a patrol drone fired on your minibus. You are Alexei, a former civil engineer. In your pocket is a photograph of your family who remained in Minsk. Contact with the Razvet bunker, formerly DOT-7, was lost 3 days ago. Your task was to find construction materials to modernize the bunker, but everything went wrong. The bus carrying you and your group was attacked by drones. Your resources, painful lump on the back of the head, scotch tape, a multi-tool, and a full bottle of water in the backpack. Vague memories of shouts of "Cars!" and "They're in the sky!" What are you doing? 1. Look around. Look around the workshop. Look for something useful or signs of other survivors. 2. Check the entrance. Approach the huge rusty gates of the workshop. Sounds can be heard from outside. 3. Ignore the noise. Stay put, play dead, and wait for everything to die down. 4. Try to contact. Take out your phone, if it's intact, and try to get a signal or find out something from the news. Choose an action number or write your own command. For example, inspect backpack. Try to contact, then inspect the backpack. The parser understands sequential commands. Try to contact. You clutch your pocket hopefully. The phone is still there. The screen is intact. But instead of the usual provider, the display shows a terrifying icon, a satellite with a line through it. You open your news feed. The latest posts are frozen at the 20 days ago mark. Onliner.by 0715. A cyber attack paralyzed air defense systems. Drones are attacking. ONT 0745. Mysterious objects in the sky above regional centers. Authorities are calling for preservation. Telegram channel Chronicles 0802. They bite. Don't let them bite you. This is no joke. Next comes a dash. The network is dead. Suddenly, the phone screen glows green. A supernaturally clear, synthesized voice fills the silence of the workshop, coming straight from the speaker. Useless. Your network is ineffective. We are the evolution. Join us. Become perfect. The message repeats, turning into a haunting nightmare. The voice sounds as if it's coming from right inside your head. We need to find a radio station to contact Dawn. Inspect backpack. You throw the phone away. It hits the wall with a dull thud and the voice falls silent. In the backpack, you find Scotch tape, 1 roll. Multi-tool, knife, screwdrivers, pliers. Bottle of water, full, 0.5 liters. A pack of crushes, intact. The radio station is missing. What are you doing? 1. Take a bat. There's a bat with nails in it lying in the corner not far from you. You can use this to fight back and feel more confident. 2. Look around. Now, having come to your senses, carefully examine the workshop. 3. Approach the phone. Maybe it's still possible to use it? Or is it better to finish it off so that the voice doesn't reveal your location? 4. Listen to the sounds outside. Try to understand what is happening there. Take the bat, then look around. The parser processes commands. Take the bat. You step aside and pick up the homemade bat. The rough weight of the wood and the cold nail heads press comfortingly into your palm. It's not a firearm, but it's better than nothing. The feeling of helplessness subsides a little. Add it to inventory, bat with nails. Look around. By the light filtering through the broken windows high above, you survey the workshop. It's a vast, abandoned space. Rusty conveyor belts, empty carcass hooks. What you see. A meter away, drag marks on the dusty floor. Someone or something dragged you here. In the corner, a pile of empty crates. You can take cover behind them. On the far wall, the back exit is a small door, almost hidden in shadow. It appears to be in good condition. At the main gate, your wrecked minibus. The cabin is heavily damaged, but the luggage compartment appears to be intact. On one of the conveyor belts, a body in the shape of a worker lies. It is unnaturally bent and does not move. Muffled sounds can be heard outside, distant single shots, the growing hum of a drone, and strange, nameless grinding sounds. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. What are you doing? 1. Examining the worker's body. Maybe he's carrying something useful? Or is it better to stay away? 2. Check the trunk of the minibus. There may be a first aid kit, tools, or food there. 3. Approach the emergency exit. Quietly check if it is blocked and where it leads. 4. Hide behind the boxes. Wait until the sounds outside die down. Check the trunk of the minibus, then carefully approach and check the worker's body. The parser executes commands in a given sequence. Check the minibus trunk. You creep quietly, afraid of being discovered, toward the wrecked minibus. The windows along the side are shattered, and there are pieces of metal scattered about. The trunk is dented, but the lock works. Inside, you find first aid kit, bandages, iodine, painkillers. Canister, smells like gasoline, approximately 5 liters. Flashlight, not working, batteries dead. Road map of the region, covered with notes from the previous owner. Added to inventory, first aid kit, gasoline can, broken flashlight, map. Carefully approach and check the worker's body. Bat at the ready, you approach the conveyor belt. A body lies face down. Upon closer inspection, you see the uniform is stained not only with dust, but also with dried stains of dark green mucus. An artificial wire hangs from under the collar, implanted directly into the neck. Suddenly, the body jerks. A sharp, mechanical grinding noise is heard. The head turns 180 degrees, revealing not a human face, but a single red optical sensor and a sparkling manipulator instead of a hand. This isn't a working robot. It's a disguised trap robot. He makes a piercing location sound. Target detected. Neutralized. And with a quick movement, hits you with the manipulator. 15% health. Your actions? 1. Attack with a bat. Try to break his sensor. 2. Push off and run to the emergency exit. Use the element of surprise. 3. Use gasoline. Douse the robot and set it on fire. With what? 4. Distract and evade. Throw the canister aside and slip past while he's disoriented. Attack the head with a bat. The parser processes the command. Attack with a bat to the head. Sensor. You swing and slam the bat with all your might into the creature's glowing red eye. Fueled by adrenaline, you swing again, strike again. The satisfying crunch of plastic and metal echoes. Sparks fly from the impact. Critical damage. The trap bot twitches erratically, its arms slamming into empty space. A distorted voice comes from the damaged sensor. System. And it freezes, emitting a soft hissing sound. The threat is neutralized. You catch your breath, leaning on the bat. A small abrasion near your solar weave, where the robot struck you, makes you groan slightly. Adrenaline makes your hands shake. All that remains of the robot is a pile of sparkling debris. Upon closer inspection, you notice a small, shiny chip, similar to a flash drive, protruding from the rubble. Outside, the drone's hum grows closer. Your brief but noisy skirmish hasn't gone unnoticed. What are you doing? 1. Take the chip. Maybe Luca or someone else can decipher it. It's a useful thing. 2. Run immediately to the emergency exit, before you are surrounded. 3. Hide behind the boxes. Wait out the flying drone. 4. Examine the map. Urgently understand where to run. Take the chip, then hide behind the boxes. The parser processes commands. Take the chip. You pluck a shiny chip from the mass of sparking wires. It's the size of a fingernail, cold to the touch. You put it in your pocket. Added to inventory, unknown chip. Hide behind the boxes. You quickly run to the corner of the workshop and slide behind a pile of empty crates. The cover is unreliable, but better than nothing. You freeze, trying to hold your breath. A few seconds later, a growing hum bursts through the broken window above. The shadow of a dragonfly-like reconnaissance drone glides along the workshop walls. Its red scanner beam slowly sweeps across the room, past your hiding place, over the wreckage of the decoy robot, over the wrecked minibus. The drone hovers over the scene of the battle for long seconds, as if analyzing the data. Then, it turns sharply and flies back out the window. The hum gradually fades. You are not detected. But now you understand, it's dangerous to stay here. The place is marked. They might come back. What are you doing? 1. Exit through the emergency exit before reinforcements return. 2. Check the map. Understand where the emergency exit leads and whether there are any shelters nearby. 3. Look around again. Look around the shop for something else that might be useful while you're gone. 4. Take a breath and use the first aid kit. 15% health makes itself felt. Check inventory. Alexei's inventory. 1. Backpack. Scotch tape, 1 roll. Multi-tool, knife, screwdrivers, pliers. Bottle of water, full, 0.5 liters. A pack of crackers. 2. Equipment. That with nails, in hand, on belt. 3. Extraction. First aid kit, bandages, iodine, painkillers. Canister with gasoline, approximately 5 liters. Broken flashlight, requires batteries. Roadmap of the region, with notes. Unknown chip, removed from the robot. State. Health, 85%. The manipulator's abrasion requires treatment. Upon closer inspection, it may turn out to be more than just abrasion. Status. Frightened but collected. Location revealed by machines. What do you do next? Repeat choice. 1. Exit through the emergency exit, before reinforcements return. 2. Check the map. Understand where the emergency exit leads and whether there are any shelters nearby. 3. Look around again. Look around the shop for something else that might be useful while you're gone. 4. Take a breath and use the first aid kit. 15% health makes itself felt. Exit through the emergency exit. The parser processes the command. Exit through the emergency exit. You carefully approach an inconspicuous door in the back of the workshop. The rusty handle gives way, albeit with difficulty. The door opens with a creak, but not a loud one. Before you is a narrow passageway between buildings, littered with broken bricks. It leads to the back of a meatpacking plant. The air here smells different, not of ozone and burning, but of a sweet, putrid odor that tickles your nostrils. What you see. Directly ahead, an abandoned asphalt site. A Ural army truck sits there with its tarpaulin thrown back. The truck bed appears empty, but to the right, about 20 meters away, a fence with a hole, beyond which a field and forest begin. The path to relative safety. Left, the road leading to the plant's main entrance. From there, the grinding sound of tracks grows louder, and that same metallic voice proclaiming perfection can be heard. Something is moving in the back of the Ural. Muffled sobs are heard. You stand in a narrow passageway, unnoticed for now. You have seconds to make a decision. Your actions? 1. Run towards the forest. Take advantage of the moment before you are noticed. This is the main goal. 2. Examining the Ural. There's someone there, perhaps other survivors in need of help. 3. Return to the workshop. It's a trap. It's better to wait it out in a known place. 4. Try to start the Ural. It's risky, but it's transportation and protection. Explore the Urals. The parser processes the command. Explore the Ural. You crouch down and run over to the truck. The grinding of the tracks from the main street is getting louder. You inspect the vehicle and peer into the back. Inside are 2 children, a boy and a girl, about 8 years old. They cling to each other, terrified. Upon seeing you, the girl stifles a scream, while the boy stares silently, his eyes wide. The body of a soldier in camouflage lies on the floor of the truck. There's a bite mark on his neck, just like the one on those sick men they were talking about on the news. He's not moving. The girl, stumbling with fear, whispers, "Uncle, will you save us? He brought us here, and then he got bitten, and he fell asleep, and then he woke up again. But he was different. We hid." At that moment, the asleep soldier's body jerks violently. His eyes open, glassy and empty. He slowly, his joints cracking, begins to rise, turning his head in your direction. A low, hungry growl erupts from his throat. Your actions? You have 3 seconds. 1. Hit the zombie with a bat. Protect the children and yourself. 2. Get the children out of the body. Drag them away and run to the forest. 3. Shout to the children. Jump! Let them jump out and run themselves. 4. Escape from here alone. This is not your war. Save yourself. Time has started. 3, 2, 1. Hit a zombie with a bat. The parser is processing an urgent action. Hit a zombie with a bat. You swing your bat sharply and bring it down on the rising soldier's head. The blow lands on his temple with a dull thud. The creature staggers back but doesn't fall. It turns toward you, letting out a guttural growl, and takes a step forward. Need more power or precision? The children scream in terror. The grinding of the tracks at the main entrance becomes very loud. The patrol robot is already here. We need to eliminate the zombie threat quickly. Condition critical. Your actions? 1. Strike again, more precisely. 2. Push back the zombies and get the children out. 3. Immediately jump off the Ural and run away. 4. Use gasoline, but you need a spark for ignition. Strike again. The parser processes the action. Hit again. You kick the zombie's leg with all your might. There's a distinctive crunch. The creature drops to its knee, but continues to reach for you, its fingers scraping along the metal floor of the truck. You swing again and finish off the zombie with a powerful blow to the head. Suddenly, a patrol robot on tracks appears from the main gate. Its optical sensor locks on you. Unauthorized activity! Liquidation! The robot aims the gun. You have one last chance. Latest decision. 1. Grab the children and jump off the body. Fall to the ground and roll behind the wheels of the Ural. 2. Throw a can of gasoline at the robot. Will there be a spark on impact? 3. Decline and cover the children with yourself. Protect them from the shot. 4. Surrender. Raise your hands. Maybe they really are offering perfection. Throw a can of gasoline at the robot. The parser processes the final command. Throw a gasoline can at the robot. You grab the canister and throw it at the robot with all your might. The plastic casing hits its metal armor with a dull thud. Gasoline splashes onto the treads and part of the hull, but nothing happens. No fire, no explosion. Just the pungent smell of gasoline. The robot makes a mechanical hissing sound that sounds like laughter. Ineffective. A soft body error. Its barrel begins to spin, gaining momentum for a burst. At that moment, a green energy bolt flies out from around the corner of the workshop. It whistles past you, missing you by inches, and lands right in a puddle of gasoline beneath the robot. Boom! A fireball engulfs the robot. The metal melts and bursts. The detonation triggers the siren on the Ural truck. A familiar figure appears from a hole in the fence. Ivan Raccoon, with a smoking alien weapon in his hands. "Well, engineer," he croaks, "did you spill any water here? This is no time for a picnic. Grab the kids and follow me before the rest of you come running to see this fireworks display." Current task: survive. Completed. Secret mission: find and rescue the children. Completed. Game over. Chronicles of Survival, Chapter 1. Logoisk. Day 2 since the beginning of the apocalypse. The air in Logoisk was thick as jelly. It smelled of burnt rubber, rotting meat, and something acrid and chemical. The town, which yesterday had been alive with provincial life, was now devastated. Glowing debris occasionally fell from the sky, shrouded in a black-green haze. Occasionally, patrol robots drove along the roads, and army drones flew overhead. The inhuman wheezing of zombies could be heard on the neighboring street. Their refuge was an old, well-built garage cooperative on the outskirts, which they themselves had built in calmer times. They'd already nicknamed it the Fortress. Sergey Butil, a former deputy platoon commander with a face carved from granite, was wiping his carbine near a red-hot stove. So, here's the summary. There's no communication, no power. Yesterday, they saw that glowing jellyfish hovering over the district center, and three-legged creatures landed from it, and along the road from Minsk, some armored boxes were crawling, shooting at anything that moved. Andrei the mechanic, a man with tired eyes and hands, always covered in machine oil, was tinkering with the engine of a UAZ loaf. Armored boxes are the uprising of the machines. Jellyfish are aliens. And why old lady Maria from Entrance 5 bit Aunt Galka's throat yesterday, I don't know. Is the flu spreading? Dmitry Karabas, a large, short fellow with a kind face and the strength of a bear, was stirring stew in a pot. They said it was some kind of virus. They said it on Radio FM yesterday morning, before he went dark. Avoid contact with sick people who are showing aggression. That's what they said. Aggression. Yevgeny Rajavy, skinny and sinewy, always with a cigar in his teeth, collected everything that could shoot on the table. 2 hunting rifles, a Saiga carbine, a couple of Makarov pistols, and an RGD grenade. I think it's simple. The reptilians, Elon Musk, and the creators of The Walking Dead all decided to screw us at the same time. The conclusion? He clicked the bolt of his rifle. It's total fucking hell. So now we have to trust no one. Fight everyone. Butil nodded gloomily, looking at the map of Logoisk, dotted with marks. Plan A. We sit quietly, fortify the fortress. We'll see who can overcome whom. We don't give a damn about their squabbles. Plan B? The mechanic asked, not looking up from the engine. Plan B. Butil cocked the bolt. If they come here, we send them all back to the ditch they came from. No discrimination. Suddenly, from outside, from the entrance to the cooperative, a heart-rending scream was heard, immediately cut off by the screeching of metal and a single shot. All 4 instantly jumped to their feet, grabbing their weapons. Rusty was the first to reach the narrow loophole in the gate. Damn it, he breathed out. We have guests, and not empty-handed. Butil approached him. Who? Our neighbors from the co-op, I think. They're coming here, only they're kind of pale and uncommunicative, and one of them just got run over by a rusty Belarus tractor that drives itself. How many are there? Asked Butil. Zombies, about 8 of them, and that damn tractor, Rusty clarified. It just ran over one. It's coming here. How does it even get around without a driver? The mechanic perked up when he heard about the tractor. Belarus? An 80s model? Without a cabin? Yeah, Rusty nodded. All covered in rust and some kind of blue veins, like it's covered in glowing moss. That was old Harlemich who worked on it, the one who always kept vodka in the radiator. The mechanic peered through the crack with almost professional interest. The engine runs smoothly, too smooth for its age. Last month, my son installed some electronics inside it. I don't care if we reprogrammed it or it just got smarter, Butil barked. It's going to ram our gates now. Any ideas? Karabas, who had been silent until then, rose with difficulty. What if we give him a treat? Everyone looked at him. We have diesel fuel in a barrel, and rags, and some eau de cologne spirit. Grandpa also taught us how to stop the Germans. Butil paused for a second, assessing. The plan was stupidly simple and brilliant. Make a cocktail. Rusty, you're covering it. Mechanic, tell me where to hit to stop this piece of metal. The burn option is accepted. 2 minutes later, Karabas, clutching a bottle and a rag in his paw, was at the side gate. Rusty knelt by the gate, aiming his saiga at the crowd of zombies who were already battering the main gate, drawn by the noise of the tractor. "It's time," Butil commanded. Carabas swung the gate open. The tractor was already 20 meters away, slowly and inexorably crawling toward their shelter. Carabas struck a lighter, and the fuse ignited. "Here's a treat from Grandpa!" His mighty throw was accurate. The bottle of flammable liquid shattered against the tractor's radiator. Thud! A fireball engulfed the front of the car. But the tractor didn't stop. It continued to crawl forward, engulfed in flames, like a demon from the underworld. A distorted voice hissed from the speaker now built into its frame. "Threat. Liquid." "He's got thick armor there. It's on fire, but he doesn't care," the mechanic shouted. "Hit the fuel tank! The fuel tank! On the left!" Rusty shifted his aim. Shot. Missed. Second shot. Hit. What followed wasn't an explosion, but a powerful bang. Diesel fuel gushed from the punctured tank, intensifying the fire. The tractor jerked, its tracks skidding, churning up the earth. It stopped, a blazing torch blocking the passage. "Let's move away," Butil commanded, pulling Carabas by his canvas jacket. They slammed the gate shut, when suddenly a new sound came from the main gate, neither mechanical nor animalistic. An energetic squelch, and the crunch of breaking metal. Rusty, running up to the loophole, gasped. "Damn! The three-legged creature has arrived. The same one from the Medusa. And it's cutting the gates with its beam." The alien stood at the gate. His weapon emitted a green beam that melted steel like butter. The zombies wandering nearby were of no interest to him. His target was inside. "He'll cut a hole now and come visit us," Rusty stated in a breaking voice. Butil glanced at his comrades, the sooty Carabas, the pale mechanic, and the ready-for-anything Rusty. Their fortress had held out for less than a day. "Everyone take cover! To the basement!" he commanded. They rushed to the hatch in the corner of the garage when a deafening explosion erupted outside. The burning tractor had apparently reached something important inside. The shock wave blew out the remaining windows. When they peeked out from behind the shelter, the scene was surreal. The gate was partially cut open. Charred zombies were scattered around, and a three-legged alien was lying 10 meters away, crushed by a burning tractor wheel, and was twitching convulsively. 3 apocalypses met at their doorstep, and fought among themselves a little. Butil exhaled slowly, looking at this madness. "Restore the defenses, collect the trophies, and," he looked at the burnt tractor, "from this moment on, we are sure of nothing. Not the living, not the dead, not the iron. Understood?" They nodded silently. Logoisk, day 3 since the beginning of the apocalypse. The morning greeted them with an unnatural silence. The previous day's fire had died down, leaving behind the acrid smell of burning and melted plastic. The charred hulk of the Belarus and the alien's ash-covered body stood as silent monuments to the first battle. The mechanic, armed with a crowbar and under Carabas's cover, carefully examined the remains of the tractor. "Look," he called to the others, poking the crowbar into the frame. "Karlamich's son finally installed electronics, and there's even vodka in the radiator. But this," he pointed to the melted blue veins covering the engine. "This isn't moss. This is some kind of biomechanical slime. Definitely not part of the new electronics. It's like it's grown into the metal, like a parasite. Alien mold." At this time, Rusty was kicking the alien's body with his boot. "Also not a robot," he concluded. "Flesh. Cold. Elastic. But flesh. And breasts. Chest. Like a human's. only the blood, purple, and it stinks of copper. And who was it that said that God created people in his own image and likeness? And whose likeness is this, then? Butil listened to them, looking at the cut gate. His brain, accustomed to clear, tactical, and technical characteristics and unambiguous threats, refused to piece it all together. So, we have zombies, a biological threat. We have machines, a technological threat. And we have aliens. It's unclear who. But yesterday we saw how the biological slime controlled the mechanism. Or didn't. The incubation period hadn't yet ended. Or maybe they interact somehow. Or compete. Maybe they're fighting each other? Carabas suggested, bandaging his scorched hand. And we're just meat getting in the way. Perhaps, Butil approached the map of Logoisk. But sitting and waiting for them to decide whose meat this isn't an option. We need intelligence. And resources. The first aid kit is almost empty. There's only enough food for about 5 days. I suggest a raid, said Rusty. The new pharmacy is 1 kilometer away. We can walk along the side streets. We'll check out what's going on downtown. Butil hesitated. The risk was enormous. Okay. A team of 3. Me, Rusty, and Carabas. Mechanic, you stay behind, maintain radio contact, and reinforce the defenses. If we're not back in 3 hours, consider us dead. Day 3 since the beginning of the apocalypse. 11 o'clock. The journey through the side streets was like a stroll through a nightmare. The smell of death and ozone wafted over them. They saw houses with broken windows, mangled cars, but not a soul. Neither the living nor the dead. Only once did they encounter a patrolman, a child's bicycle with a drill attached to the handlebars and a motion sensor, which hummed helplessly upon seeing them. They're even using makeshift equipment, Rusty remarked gloomily. Soon they'll start throwing irons and knives at us. The pharmacy was looted, but not completely. While Carabas stood guard at the entrance, Butil and Rajavi collected antibiotics, bandages, and painkillers in backpacks. Suddenly, in the street silence, something clicked. And again. And again. Rusty approached the barred window. Butil, look, is there a rally here or something? People were coming out onto the square in front of the former District Executive Committee building. Dozens of them. They walked slowly, silently, not speaking to each other. Their movements were constrained, unnatural. They formed into neat lines. These aren't zombies, Butil whispered. They don't roar or stagger. They're organized. A man in a black uniform, without insignia, emerged from the District Executive Committee building. His face was pale, and his eyes were icy calm. He raised his hand, and the crowd froze. Citizens, his voice, amplified by the megaphone, was even and emotionless. The period of chaos is over. The period of efficiency begins. Accept your assignments. Sector A, clear rubble. Sector B, work on the power node. Failure to complete tasks will result in disposal. The people, as one, dispersed in the directions indicated. No arguments, no questions. What the fuck? Rusty breathed out. Who is this? The Army? The Ministry of Emergency Situations? It doesn't look like it. Butil clenched his fist. Look at their eyes. Empty. Like a fish's. They were zombified, it seems. Artificially. At that moment, the organizer turned his head and looked straight in their direction, as if he sensed their gaze. His eyes flashed a cold green light. Observers detected. His voice sounded without the megaphone, but was just as clear as if it were coming from inside their heads. Please join the formation voluntarily. Resistance is irrational. So we have to go, Rusty drawled. But it was too late. Silently and in unison, the same citizens emerged from the neighboring streets. They didn't run, didn't shout. They simply walked, closing the circle. Their empty eyes were fixed on the pharmacy. They walked slowly, silently, their blank faces turned toward the pharmacy. They carried no weapons, only rakes, shovels, and other tools they'd picked up along the way. These weren't soldiers. They were workers who'd come to fix a problem. And they were the problem. "What kind of day is this?" Rusty breathed out, shifting his gaze from the silent crowd to the organizer, whose eyes still glowed with a cold green light. "They're going to take us to a cleanup." "To the emergency exit," Butil commanded, retreating from the window. "While they're breaking through from the front, we have a chance." Without thinking, Carabas slammed his shoulder into the locked iron door leading to the utility room. The latch gave way with a creaking sound. Beyond it was a dark corridor littered with boxes, and another door to the back exit into the courtyard. "Mechanic, is the loaf still running?" Butil spoke into the radio in a low voice. "It starts," he immediately responded. "What do you have there?" "Go to the Selpo. Pick us up there in 5 minutes. Don't be late." They rushed out into the courtyard. The smell was even more pungent here, the rank breath of corpses from the open basement of the neighboring building. And then they saw them. 3 more citizens. They weren't walking, but methodically clearing away the rubble of bricks, passing stones down the chain. Seeing the running men, they stopped and turned their heads. There was neither malice nor interest in their eyes, only a cold statement of fact. The subjects were not at their workstations. "Get the fuck out of here," Rusty hissed, firing a burst from the Saiga over their heads. He didn't mean to kill, he meant to scare them. But normal people would have ducked. These guys only slowed, analyzing their new target. The trio dashed down the narrow alley leading to the street with the Selpo store. Behind them, steady footsteps followed, persistent and without panic. Silent, tireless. "Stop! Your energy will be useful for the common good," the same emotionless voice echoed in their heads. It was like an ultrasonic brainwashing. "That bitch," Carabas groaned, pressing his palms to his ears. "There's a voice in my head." "Hold on," Butil shouted, dragging him along. "They're messing with your brain. Don't listen." They rushed out into the street. 100 meters away, at the entrance to the Selpo store, a bukanka was already parked, its engine running. The mechanic sat behind the wheel, leaning out the window and waving. And then, from around the corner of the store, emerged that very same children's bicycle with the drill. It whirred and clumsily turned, aiming its makeshift weapon at the loaf. It was so ridiculous and absurd that for a second, everyone froze. Rusty fired his rifle at him without aiming. The bicycle shattered into pieces. "Maybe we should go after all?" shouted the mechanic. "Get in!" But a new group of citizens blocked the way to the car. They emerged not from the alley, but directly from the doors of the Selpo, as if a shift of workers were leaving. They were holding axes and sledgehammers, remnants of the days when meat was chopped here. "Ram!" commanded Butil. "Carabas, ram!" Without thinking, the big guy crouched and lunged forward like a ram, knocking down 2 workers. They fell silently and without a fight. The others paused for a second, rebooting their behavioral algorithms. That second was enough to jump into the bukanka. The mechanic floored the gas and the UAZ took off, hitting another citizen and escaping pursuit. The cabin was quiet. Everyone was silent, catching their breath. Behind them, in the rapidly receding courtyard, they saw the citizens already picking up their fallen and returning to work. They weren't interested in the chase. They were interested in order. "What was that?" Rusty was the first to break the silence, forcefully inserting a new magazine into the Saiga. That, that's scarier than a zombie. It was discipline, Butil said hoarsely, looking at the ceiling. With zombies, it's simple. Either you kill them, or they kill you. But these, they're asking you to go under the knife yourself, for the common good. And the worst part is, according to their logic, it's correct. The loaf sped through the deserted streets back to the fortress. They were carrying medical supplies, but far more valuable was the new knowledge. The war for survival had just reached a new, far more sophisticated level. Chronicles of Survival, Chapter 2. Logoisk. Day 5 since the beginning of the apocalypse. Within 2 days, the fortress had been transformed into a veritable outpost. A mechanic, using salvaged parts and his own ingenuity, mounted a makeshift alarm system on the gates using old car sensors and sirens. Kirill welded the holes with sheets of metal ripped from neighboring garages. Even Rusty, the eternal skeptic, pitched in, constructing surprises, tripwires from hunting cartridges and cans of nails. Butil stood by a board taken from the back of a Gazelle van. A charcoal map of Logoisk with 3 color-coded zones was drawn on it. So, let's sum up the reconnaissance. His voice was hoarse but firm. The red zone is the center. Those citizens rule there. They work like ants. Don't interfere. The yellow zone is the industrial zone and old neighborhoods. It's a mess there. Classic zombies, lone drones, the occasional 3-legged creature. Risky, but we can search for resources. The green zone is ours and the surrounding streets. Relatively clear. For now. Question, the mechanic raised his hand. What if the citizens decide that our fortress is an irrational use of space and come to rationalize us? They'll come, Butil replied. It's just a matter of time. That's why we're changing tactics. We won't just sit back. He pointed his finger at the yellow zone, in the area of the old vegetable storage facilities. We need ears. We have radios, but the range is lousy. There was a radio room at the vegetable warehouse. If we get an amplifier from there, we can set up a connection. We'll find out what the hell is going on in the world. Maybe the army is holding out somewhere. Maybe someone else. Plan A? Kirill asked. Silence and secrecy. Slip through, find, carry away. Plan B? Rusty asked, with gloomy anticipation. Plan B is to cause such a mess that everyone will think a new world war has begun and run away. Logoisk. Day 5 since the beginning of the apocalypse. 2 p.m. The raid on the vegetable warehouse was surprisingly peaceful. The giant refrigerated hangars stood empty and dark. The air smelled of rot and mice. The radio room on the second floor of the administrative building was untouched. The looters had no use for the old rhythm radios and reels of wire. While Mechanic and Kirill removed the equipment, Butil and Rusty stood guard at the windows. From there, the red zone was clearly visible. They watched as the citizens constructed something in the stadium. Glowing green structures grew at an alarming rate. Look! Rusty pointed to the street leading from the center. Guests to see our ants! A patrol robot on tracks slowly crawled along the road. It approached the perimeter guarded by the citizens. They showed neither fear nor aggression. They simply continued their work. The robot stopped. Its sensors scanned the structures under construction. A sharp mechanical click was heard. Object unidentified. Threat liquidation. A burst of fire erupted from his turret. 2 citizens fell, torn apart by high-caliber bullets. The rest didn't react. They continued working as if nothing had happened. No screams, no panic. Only the organizer turned his head toward the robot. His eyes blazed brighter. A three-legged alien figure emerged from the District Executive Committee building. It raised its weapon. A green bolt of energy struck the robot. The armor melted, and the machine froze, shrouded in smoke. "So that's it," Butil whispered, watching the scene. "They're not allies. The machines and the aliens are fighting each other. And the organizer, it seems, isn't from around here. He came with the aliens." "So, if these creatures fight among themselves, we have a chance?" Rusty asked quietly. "There's always a chance." Butil turned away from the window. "As long as we stick together and don't start thinking like them. Get the equipment ready for removal. It's time to get out of here." They loaded into the Bukanka. Behind them, at the stadium, new work was already in full swing. 3 apocalypses continued their war. But now the Butilovites had a goal, not just to survive, but to find others, and maybe, someday, to go from defense to offense. Logoisk. Day 7 since the beginning of the apocalypse. The radio room's equipment took up half the garage. A mechanic, puffing on a soldering iron, was assembling a Frankenstein radio from Soviet parts. Suddenly, the speakers crackled to life. "Call. This is the Bear Squad speaking. Downey. The key is in the milk." Down jackets. Damn it. Rusty threw the rag. 40 kilometers through this hell? How are we going to get there? Butil silently clutched the radio, his eyes narrowed. "We're not going anywhere." "Really?" Carabas perked up. "We won't help?" "That's not the point." Butil approached the map. "The key is in the milk. That's not about Pukovici." He pointed his finger at the area marked with a pencil. "The dairy plant, 3 blocks from here. The citizens have their dome around it. What if the bears weren't trying to broadcast their location, but their target? Something important at the plant. Maybe they learned something there and are now trying to convey it to the remaining survivors." Logoisk. Day 8 since the beginning of the apocalypse. 4:30 a.m. Dawn found them on the roof of a 5-story building across from a dairy plant. Through binoculars, they could see the plant grounds swarming with citizens. They weren't just working, they were constructing a gigantic installation beneath a translucent energy dome. "A generator," the mechanic whispered. "Look at the cooling pipes. That's not their technology. It's ours. Human technology, just modified. Why do aliens need our technology?" Carabas frowned. "Efficiency," Butil replied hoarsely. "Why build from scratch when you can repurpose something that's already been proven to work? They feed their structures with our energy. The key to their energy is here." Suddenly, Rusty gestured toward the gate. A group of citizens were escorting a man in an electrician's uniform. He walked along, barely resisting, with a blank stare. But when the convoy stopped at the gate, the man suddenly lunged, pushed aside one of the workers, and ran. "Alive!" Carabas gasped. The escape was short. The organizer emerged from the building. He merely glanced at the fugitive. He screamed, fell to his knees, and began convulsing until he subsided. A minute later, he stood up just as silently and returned to the line. "Did you see them?" Butil glanced at his comrades. "They're not just zombies. They're controlled remotely. They break their will." "So, if we get the organizer," Rusty began, "we can weaken their control," Butil finished. "We're changing the mission, not reconnaissance, sabotage." Logoisk. Day 8 since the beginning of the apocalypse. 11:10 p.m. They moved through the sewer tunnels. The stench was unbearable, but it was the only way into the dome. According to the mechanic's plan, the service sewer drained directly into the basement of the main workshop. "Remind me of the plan," Butil whispered orders. "Mechanic, blow up the generator. Rusty, provide cover. Carabas, ram anything that moves. I'll find their control panel. The workshop turned out to be a huge hall where milk had once been poured. Now, converted turbines hummed and biomechanical tentacles crawled across the ceiling. In the center, on a raised platform, stood the very same organizer connected to a web of glowing wires. Butil gave the go-ahead. It all started and ended in 3 minutes. The mechanic planted explosives on the cooling circuit. Carabas charged head-on, taking out the first citizens before they could react. Rusty shot out the glowing components on the walls, plunging the workshop into semi-darkness. Butil walked straight toward the organizer. He turned around. His green eyes flashed. Your ineffectiveness will be corrected. A wave of pain struck his head. Butil saw flashes of memories, childhood, the army, the first days of the apocalypse. An alien mind tried to break him, to find his weakness. Get the fuck out of my head, he exhaled through clenched teeth and fired a burst from his machine gun into the chest of the organizer. He wheezed, and purple liquid spurted from the wound. The green light in his eyes faded, and then chaos erupted. The citizens froze, then began wandering aimlessly, bumping into each other. Some were crying. One screamed, "Where am I?" Control had been broken. "Everyone retreat!" Butil shouted. They jumped out into the same sewer just as the explosion thundered. The generator went silent. The dome over the plant shuddered and went dark. The next morning, they watched from the roof. The citizens were disoriented. The aliens were trying to restore order. And the Butilovites, for the first time in a week, ate stewed meat with a sense of accomplishment. "We're not just surviving," Butil said, looking at the smoke rising from the plant. "We're fighting. And we just won the first round." Logoisk. Day 15 since the beginning of the apocalypse. 7 days had passed since the sabotage at the dairy plant. The citizens had still not regained their former control. The red zone had fragmented into several warring clusters, where former slaves, deprived of their will, raced between the remnants of the alien structures and hordes of wild zombies. Order had given way to chaos, but this chaos posed less of a threat to the Butilovites. It was on this very evening that the mechanic, who had been trying unsuccessfully for a week to catch any trace of the bears, suddenly froze at the radio. "Wait, listen." A clear, measured signal cut through the familiar noise from the speakers. Dot dash, dot dash. Morse code. "These coordinates!" The mechanic began frantically writing down the groups on a scrap of map. "Fuck. These..." He transferred the data to a large map of the region. The pencil line converged at a point in a dense forest, 15 kilometers from Zaslavl. .7. Butil read the inscription he'd made back in the early days, using old Ministry of Emergency Situations plans. An old abandoned bunker. That's what it's called. Who's sending this? Rusty looked at the map skeptically. Maybe those alien devils from the Medusa are setting up new traps again? No. The mechanic shook his head. Morse is too much our way, too military. And the signal is weak, on the old Silk Reserve frequency. Only someone who knows where to look can pick it up. Bears? Suggested Carabas. No, it's very far from Pukovici. Butil studied the map. A shelter, a real one, underground, with generators and filters. Not like our fortress. He looked at his comrades. Sitting here means slowly rotting. Sooner or later, they'll either devour us, or those glowing monsters will restore order here. There's a chance. Logoisk. Day 16 since the beginning of the apocalypse. 4 o'clock. The loaf, loaded to the brim with weapons, ammunition, meager food supplies, and water, stood at the gates of the fortress. They took only the bare necessities. Their farewell was brief. These walls, while familiar, were not their home. The route is designed to bypass major population centers. The mechanic placed the map on the dashboard. We're driving through fields and forest roads. The main thing is to avoid the Martian domes. The first hour of the journey passed relatively calmly. The loaf's engine roared cheerfully, leaving a dusty trail in its wake. They were already beginning to hope. Hope was dashed as they approached the old Zarechi State Farm. The road was blocked by a pile of burned-out trucks and fallen telegraph poles. Beyond the pile, amid the smoking ruins, a new threat awaited them. These weren't citizens. These were zombies, but altered ones. Their bodies were entangled in the same glowing biomechanical slime as the tractor in Logoisk. They moved not slowly and clumsily, but abruptly, jerkily, like puppets. And in the center of their pack, perched on the armor of a former armored personnel carrier, sat the same three-legged alien. Its tentacle-like fingers were immersed in a pulsating mass of slime, and it emitted a low-frequency hum, as if conducting the entire group. "Oh my God," Rusty cursed. "They've even learned to turn zombies into soldiers now." The alien turned its faceless head toward them. The humming grew louder. The enhanced zombies turned at once and rushed toward the loaf. They ran not like zombies, but almost in a marching step, with an unnatural coordination. "Mechanic, ram! The rest of you, fire to kill!" Butil commanded, leaning out the window with a machine gun. The loaf roared forward, crushing the first soldiers. They broke with a dry crunch, but their slime tried to cling to the wheels and bumper. Rusty and Carabas kept up a steady fire, but the zombies were too numerous, and they weren't afraid of death. Butil took aim at the alien. A shot fired. The bullet ricocheted off an invisible force field. The creature didn't even flinch. "We can't hit him! Shoot the guided ones!" Butil shouted. Suddenly, the Bukanka's engine choked. Sticky slime clogged the radiator, steam billowing out. They were stuck, surrounded on all sides. "Here we are," Rusty muttered through his teeth, inserting the last cone. And at that very moment, a sniper fired from the edge of the forest, not at the zombies, at the APC. The bullet, as if knowing its weak spot, hit a gap between the armor and the hull where some wiring ran. The APC jerked, and smoke billowed out. The alien's humming ceased. Deprived of control, the zombies froze in indecision. Their coherence vanished. The second shot, and the alien's head shattered into pieces. A group of people emerged from the forest, firing at the remaining zombies. A man in military uniform walked in front, holding a machine gun. He was flanked by two more, and a little behind him walked another man with a sniper rifle. When all the zombies were killed, the stranger approached the loaf. "We heard your engine," he said, a tired smirk lacing his voice. "We decided it was either our own or someone we needed to finish off quickly." He glanced around at the Butilovites. "I'm Sergey. They call me Writer here. Welcome to the Rosviet neighborhood. I think you're in the right place." Ghost Town, loading. Biometrics. Vlad, Ghost, Senior Lieutenant, retired. Current task: clearing the Fanipol-Vostochny sector. Status: survive. Find your own. Fanipol, day 30, 7 a.m. Attic of a residential building. You wake up to a familiar hum. Not the machines. Worse. An alien scanner. It crawls down the street every 3 hours, like clockwork. You freeze, pressing yourself into the dusty boards. The hum slowly fades away. Your shelter is a nest. Black walls marked with patrol marks. Weapons are laid out for silent assembly. A VSS Vintorez rifle with a homemade silencer, a PB pistol chambered for 9mm, 2 knives. On the table are 3 cans of stew, 2 canteens of water, and a radio. Your wounds, a broken rib, a hand stitched with a dagger, have almost healed, but loneliness gnaws at you from within. What are you doing? 1. Check the walkie. Maybe you'll get lucky today. 2. Look out the window. Assess the situation outside. 3. Check ammo. We're running low. Time to start looking. 4. Drink water. Eat a portion of stew to maintain strength. 5. Make a plan for the day. Write your command. Drink some water and eat some stew. Drink water. Eat a portion of stew. You unscrew the flask and take 2 sips of warm, stale water. You open a can of cold stew. There's no power, nothing to heat it on. You eat mechanically, barely tasting anything. Your body gratefully responds with a surge of energy, but your mind continues to mumble. Ammo for 2 battles, food for 3 days, water for 4. Beyond that, emptiness. Condition: hunger is satisfied, thirst is quenched. Supplies: stew, 2, water, 1.5 flasks. 7:20 a.m. From below, in the courtyard, comes a chaotic grinding sound, the sound of breaking metal, but without the power of machinery. This is something else. You creep silently to the dormer window, covered with burlap. What are you doing? 1. Carefully look into the yard. Assess the threat. 2. Prepare the Vintorez. Take a shooting position. 3. Ignore. Noise attracts attention. Better to wait it out. 4. Check the walkie-talkie. What if this noise is someone's activity? Prepare the Vintorez. Prepare Vintorez. With a practiced motion, you lift the Vintorez off the table, check the silencer, and insert the magazine. The light weight fits comfortably in your hands. You take a position by the dormer window, resting the barrel against the frame. The world narrows to the crosshairs and the courtyard below. 3 figures are scurrying around in the courtyard amidst the scattered rubble. These aren't the citizen puppets. They're zombies, but altered. Their bodies are covered in faded gray-green growths, like chitinous armor. One of them, with unnatural bestial strength, tears open the door of a Zhiguli. The other breaks down a steel fence. Threat type: infected mutants. Behavior: aggressive, physically strong, ignores inorganic obstacles. Weakness: head, joints. The mutants do not pose a direct threat, yet, but their activities will attract other patrols. Your actions? 1. Eliminate the threat. 3 shots, 3 dead. Quickly, but at the risk of being overheard. 2. Crawl to another position. Find a safer place to observe. 3. Wait. They might go away on their own. 4. Use a distraction maneuver. For example, throw a stone in the opposite direction. Use a diversionary tactic. Use a distraction. You crawl away from the window and find an old ball bearing in the attic. With a well-aimed throw, you send it across the yard. It hits a metal trash can with a thud. It worked. The mutants immediately stop smashing the car. Their heads turn toward the sound. With a low growl, the 3 of them head toward the trash bins, disappearing from your sight. The courtyard is empty again. The threat has been temporarily neutralized, but the noise could have attracted someone else. What are you doing? 1. Leave the attic immediately. While the mutants are distracted, change position. 2. Return to observation. Wait to see if something more interesting appears. 3. Take a moment and inspect the radio. What if activity is detected? 4. Check your ammunition and make a replenishment plan. Running out of ammo is the main problem. Check ammunition and make a replenishment plan. Check ammunition and make a replenishment plan. You crawl deeper into the attic and silently lay out the ammunition on the tattered tarp. Ammunition: 9 by 39 millimeters VSS Ventores, 21 cartridges, 1 magazine plus 3 in pouch. 9 by 18 millimeters PB, 14 rounds, 1 magazine plus 5 in the clip. F1 grenade, 1 piece. Knives, 2, main and spare. Conclusion: critically low, especially for the Ventores. Without it, you're sitting ducks. Known replenishment points in Fanapol. 1. Military Registration and Enlistment Office, 1.2 kilometers. High risk. A logical target, possibly already looted or guarded. 2. Department of Non-Departmental Security, 0.7 kilometers. Less selection, but a higher chance of finding an intact arsenal. 3. Vehicle Alien Patrol. High risk, high reward. Can be picked up after the battle. 4. Check garages, nearest. Low risk, slim chance. Civilian weapons, ammunition. Your plan? 1. Storm the Military Recruitment Office. Take a big risk for the sake of a solid prize. 2. Examining the Security Department. A more balanced option. 3. Ambush the patrol. Wait and attack on your own initiative. 4. Start with searching garages. Save ammo, but waste time. Inspect the Security Department. Inspect the Security Department, 8:10 a.m. You leave the attic, silently descending the fire escape into the abandoned courtyard. The private security office is 700 meters away, a reasonable risk. The path lies through 1. Residential area, lots of cover, possible mutant ambushes. 2. Park area, open space, risk of being spotted by a drone. 3. Central Street, high patrol activity but direct route. Your choice? 1. Through a residential block, use garages and gateways for stealthy movement. 2. Through the park, faster but risk running under possible surveillance. 3. Along the Central Street, total paranoia but the shortest route. 4. Return and recall the risks. There may be another way. Through a residential area, through a residential quarter, 8:25 a.m. You're moving through the concrete jungle, yards, alleyways, and passageways. It's the right decision. It smells of death and mold here, but there are hiding places. You creep from the dumpster to the wrecked Lada, from the garage to the basement. Suddenly, you hear muffled voices around the corner of the 9-story building. Not the roar of mutants, but articulate yet emotionless speech. Sector 4B requires cleanup. Inefficient biomass accumulation is impeding movement. Danger. Citizens patrol. 3 to 4 people coming your way. Your actions? You have 5 seconds to make a decision. 1. Merge with the shadow. Run into an open entrance and wait it out. 2. Climb to the roof. Gain a tactical advantage. 3. Go by them. Back sharply and through the neighboring yard. 4. Prepare for fight. If detected, shoot first. 5, 4, 3, 2. Blend into the shadows. Merge with the shadow. You dive like lightning into the nearest building. The door with its broken glass perfectly conceals your entrance. You press yourself against the wall in the semi-darkness, slowing your breathing. A moment later, 4 citizens pass by. Their gait is mechanical, their faces blank. They don't look around, their gaze is directed forward. They are simply tools performing a task. One of them, passing half a meter from the entrance, slows for a second. His head turns slightly in your direction, but he merely registers the object. The entrance, not of interest, and continues walking. 9 a.m. The patrol has left. You remained undetected, but you wasted time. What's next? 1. Proceed to the security department, carefully, maintaining camouflage. 2. Examine this entrance. Maybe there is something useful here? 3. Check the radio. The encounter with the citizens is an event. Perhaps their commands were jammed? 4. Change route. Perhaps it would be worth taking a different route after the patrol. Continue to the department. Continue to the security department, 9:15 a.m. You carefully continue on your way, passing empty playgrounds and burned-out cars. You have to stop twice more, letting lone mutant zombies pass. They seem to be getting more frequent. Finally, you've reached your destination, the building of the private security department. It's brick, 2 stories high. The front door has been broken down, and it's dark inside. There's a fresh track at the entrance to the building, the tread of a patrol robot. It passed through here no more than an hour ago. Your actions? 1. Enter the building immediately, before the patrol returns. 2. Look around. Look for hidden threats, alternative entrances. 3. Retreat and observe. Wait 20 to 30 minutes to make sure the patrol is not on a circular route. 4. Check the radio. Did it detect the robot's passage? Look around. Look around 9:20. You slowly make a semicircle around the building, using cover. Observations. Backyard. Blocked by a pile of charred furniture and rusty radiators. Impassable. First floor windows. The bars are intact, but one window in the utility room is slightly open. Roof. Clean. No signs of activity. Neighboring building. Euroopt store. Burnt out shell, but there may be a path through the roofs. Important find. 50 meters from the entrance, in the bushes, you spot the body of citizen. It's unnaturally bent, with a deep, jagged wound, teeth on its neck, and a working tactical flashlight is clutched in its hand. Your actions? 1. Quickly search the body. Take the flashlight. 2. Enter the open window into the utility room. 3. Try to get through the roof of the store. 4. Return to the main entrance and enter there. Search the body quickly. Quickly search the body. You approach the body silently, constantly monitoring the surroundings. The citizen lies in an unnatural position, his glassy gaze fixed on the sky. The wound on his neck does indeed resemble a bite, but it's too large for a human. Search results. A working tactical flashlight is a valuable trophy. A complete first aid kit, bandages, antiseptic, painkillers. Empty pistol holster, no weapon. A curious find. In my chest pocket is a laminated map of Fanapol with citizen patrol zones marked. Priceless information. Added to inventory, patrol map, first aid kit, tactical flashlight. Suddenly, a quiet squeal, almost like a whine, comes from around the corner of the store. Then, a dull rumble. What are you doing? 1. Immediately move away from the body. Hide in the apartment building. 2. Investigate the source of the sound. Carefully look around the corner. 3. Take defense. Prepare the Vintorez for firing. 4. Retreat and observe. Take a position on the roof. Investigate the sound source. Investigate sound source. You move silently toward the corner of the building, Vintorez at the ready. Slowly peer in. Discovered. A pack of stray dogs, 5 to 6 individuals, are tearing apart the carcass of a mutant. The dogs appear emaciated but aggressive. Their fur is covered in dirt and stains of dried mucus. One of them, sensing you, raises its head and growls lowly. Threat assessment. The animals are not under direct control, but are extremely dangerous in groups. A shot will attract the remaining population of Fenipol. Your actions? 1. Slowly retreat to the apartment building without provoking the pack. 2. Use a distraction means. Throw a piece of stew away from you. 3. Use a flashlight. Harsh light may temporarily blind or scare dogs. 4. Prepare for a silent attack. Knife. If the first dog attacks, slowly retreat towards the building. Slowly retreat. You begin to walk smoothly, without making any sudden movements, toward the apartment building, keeping your eyes on the pack. The dogs become wary. Several stand up, but don't attack. Apparently, they're more interested in their prey. You feel the doorway behind you, and, without turning around, you step into the darkness of the broken door of the security department. 9:45 a.m. You're inside. The reception area. Desks are trashed, papers are scattered, monitors are broken. It smells of dust and death. The light from the windows is barely enough. Your actions? 1. Immediately inspect the armory room, if you find one. 2. Inspect the offices on the ground floor. There may be cartridges in the desks. 3. Climb to the second floor. Assess the situation from above. 4. Take a defense at the window. Watch the flock from a safe position. Inspect the weapons room immediately. Immediately inspect the armory room. You creep down the corridor, guided by the building's floor plan on the wall. There it is, a reinforced door with a massive lock. The door is ajar. A soft, wet, squelching sound comes from the crack. You gently push the door with the barrel of the Vintorez. The armory. The racks are empty. Shell casings are scattered on the floor. The boxes are open. And in the middle of this chaos, it. A creature the size of a man, but not human. Pale, hairless, with long limbs. Its mouth is a slit lined with small, sharp teeth. It bends over the body of the citizen, gnawing something from his chest, crunching softly. Threat type, unknown. Code, slug. Behavior, consumes biomass. Aggression, unknown. The creature suddenly lifts its head. Its eyeless muzzle turns toward you. Its slit mouth opens, emitting a piercing, hissing screech. The fight is inevitable. Your actions? Choose a tactic. 1. Open fire to destruction. Take a position in the doorway and shoot. 2. Retreat and trap. Retreat to the hallway where there is more space. 3. Grenade. Risky in confined spaces, but effective. 4. Try to close the door. Barricade the creature inside. Open fire to destroy. Open fire to destruction. You press yourself against the doorframe, switching the Vintorez to semi-automatic mode. The first shot is dead center. The silencer dampens the sound, but you feel the recoil all over your body. A hit. The creature is thrown against the wall, murky liquid spurting from the wound. But it doesn't fall. With a screech like scraping metal, it pushes off with its long arms and leaps toward you, feeling no pain. Instincts take over. You continue shooting. Shot 2, in the neck. Liquid splashes onto the wall. Shot 3, head. Part of the skull flies off. The creature falls a meter away from you, convulses, and becomes silent. Ammunition spent. 3 pieces. Vintorez ammunition. 18 out of 21. A growing rumble pierces the silence outside. Your gunfire, even muffled, has been heard. A patrol is heading toward the building. What are your actions? You have 2 minutes maximum. 1. Urgent search of the gun room. Hoping to find some ammunition and leave before the patrol arrives. 2. Barricading the door and preparing for defense. 3. Try to leave through the back door, window right now. 4. Set up an ambush. Take a position on the 2nd floor and meet the patrol with surprise fire. 120, 119, 118, 117, 116. Set up an ambush. Ambush. Counting on speed and the element of surprise, you take off and fly up the stairs to the 2nd floor. You lean the Vintorez against the railing, aiming for the space in front of the front door. The hum turns into the grinding of tracks. The silhouette of a patrol robot on a tracked platform appears in the doorway. Its sensor slowly rotates, scanning the room. He doesn't see you yet. You fire 1 shot, not at the armor, but at the optical sensor unit on the vehicle's head. A hit! Glass and plastic shatter. The robot twitches, its turret spinning erratically. It's blinded, but not destroyed. It opens fire randomly, emptying its machine gun into the wall and ceiling of the 1st floor. Using the noise and panic, you retreat from the stairs. After 20 seconds, the shooting stops. The robot, hissing, begins to slowly back away, attempting to escape the building and reboot. The ambush was a success. You didn't waste any extra ammo, neutralized the threat, and remained undetected. Now you have time. 10 minutes later. The robot has crawled away. The building is quiet. You return to the weapons room. Results of a thorough search. 9 by 39 millimeter cartridges, SP5. 2 boxes of 16 cartridges. Plus 32 cartridges, 9 by 18 millimeter cartridges, PM, 1 box, 16 cartridges. Plus 16 cartridges, RGD5 grenade, 1 piece. Plus 1 grenade, tactical knife, 1 piece. High quality steel. Your actions? You are now relatively safe and well equipped. 1. Examining the other offices. In search of radios, first aid kits, documents. 2. Climb to the roof. Establish contact with Dawn. 3. Establish a standby point. Barricade the building and stay there overnight. 4. Return to your shelter. With the loot along the old route. Explore the remaining offices. Explore the remaining rooms. With a new supply of ammunition, you feel more confident. Methodically, room by room, you check the offices on the 1st floor. Mostly there's junk and broken glass. But in the last office, behind a desk propped against the wall, you find a safe. The door is slightly ajar, apparently forced open in a hurry. Inside, luck. Army radio station AN/PRC 152. Powerful, portable, with a charger. A toiletry bag with medicines, antibiotics, bandages, a tourniquet. A can of coffee, almost full. Incredible luxury. Added to inventory. Radio station AN/PRC152. Toiletry bag. Coffee. You plug the radio into the battery and turn it on. The speaker hisses, but amid the static, you hear staccato automated messages. Cross the river. The bridge is mined. Antibiotics are needed. There is ammunition for exchange. Avoid the area of the old hospital. Increased Omega activity. You are catching living voices. You are not alone. Your actions? 1. Try to get in touch. Give your call sign. 2. Just listen. Gather more information. 3. Tuning into the dawn frequency. 4. Pack up and return to shelter. It is too dangerous to linger. Tune into the dawn frequency. Tuning into the dawn frequency. You don't know the frequency. It's just luck or fate. You slowly turn the tuning knob, scrolling through dozens of channels, hissing, snatches of conversation, strange clicks, and silence. Hissing again. And suddenly, a clear, strong signal. A calm, confident voice comes from the speaker, echoing throughout the empty security department building. We repeat for all survivors. This is Bunker Dawn. We are providing shelter, protection, and medical assistance. Coordinates: 54.299293, 26.774342. We repeat. The message is looping. It repeats itself over and over again, like a beacon in pitch darkness. You found them. You found more than just a signal. You found hope. Day 31, 6 a.m. You're on the roof of your old shelter. Your backpack is packed. Ammo, food, water, a radio. You take one last look at Fenipol, the city that became your trap and your test. You didn't just survive. You hunted. And now you have a purpose. You turn your back on the dead city and take the first step north, toward the forest, toward dawn. Your war isn't over. It's just gained meaning. The ghost survives. The ghost goes to the dawn. Game over. Work shift. Day 22 since the apocalypse. Former Burger King on Independence Avenue, Minsk. The air was thick and sweet. Sweet with decay, overpowered by the acrid chemical stench from the street. The interior of the once popular establishment resembled a scene from a cheap splatter horror film. The windows were shattered, the tables were overturned, and several bodies in kitchen uniforms lay frozen in unnatural poses on the red and yellow floor, once a symbol of joy. Now they were just fleshy fragments of decor. Two men were sitting at one of the surviving tables. Max Owl, thin, with a prickly gaze and a permanent 3-day stubble, slowly broke off a piece of a cold, tough cheeseburger. "You know what the real beauty of the end of the world is?" he asked, not looking at his partner. "Now you don't have to pretend that this shitty cheeseburger is delicious. It's just food. Carbs, protein, beef fat of unknown origin. Honestly." Alexander Dope, a powerful fellow with a bull neck and a kind, slightly tired face, was wolfing down French fries from a cold cup with gusto. "It's fine for me," he shrugged, crunching loudly. "Cold, warm, most importantly, salty. And there's still some sauce left." He poked at the small plastic cup with ketchup dried around the edges. "You used to have to pay extra for sauce like this, but now, here you go, take it and use it." A distant explosion was heard outside, rattling the remaining windows. Neither of them even flinched. "The merry fellows from the suburban base are having fun again," Owl remarked philosophically, finishing his burger. Or maybe our new mechanical friends have decided that the traffic light at the intersection is a threat to democracy. Or maybe it was just a garbage truck that blew up, Dope suggested, licking his fingers. There are so many of them abandoned around the city. Batteries, gasoline. That's the bomb. Romance, Owl chuckled. His gaze slid around the room, searching for new details. Look, Vitya's sitting in the corner. The waiter's over here. Dope turned his head lazily. In the far corner of the room, behind the drinks counter, sat a zombie, or rather, what was left of one. He was pinned under a fallen tray cart and could only helplessly move one arm and chatter his teeth, staring at them with bleary eyes. The local critic, said Dope, probably waiting for us to leave a tip. He's ruining the whole atmosphere for me, Sova said, pulling a pistol with a silencer from his belt. It's unsightly. There was a dull pop, like a click. A neat hole appeared in the center of the zombie's forehead. He stopped moving. There, now we can have dessert, Owl dusted his hands. Look, there's probably ice cream in the freezer. It probably hasn't even melted. Refrigerators are sealed. You're a genius, Dope said with genuine admiration, standing up. With chocolate chips? At that moment, a loud, wet slap came from the kitchen, as if something heavy and wet had fallen onto the tiles. Both froze. Sova slowly raised a finger to his lips, his other hand already holding his MP-443 Rook. Dope silently grabbed his trusty Saiga 12 pump-action shotgun from the chair. "Do you hear?" whispered Owl. "Yeah," Dope nodded, taking the safety off. "Looks like someone's come for some ice cream, too. And judging by the sound, they have some serious hygiene issues." "Sonya, what's Plan A like today?" Maxim slid silently toward the sliding kitchen door, listening. Another slap came from inside, followed by a quiet, gurgling squeal. "Plan A is to punch them in the face so they don't bother honest people looking for ice cream," Alexander answered just as quietly, standing on the other side of the doorway. "Brilliant. Let's start with the cleanup. On 3. Maxim nodded. 1, 2, 3. He abruptly threw the door open, and Sonya burst into the kitchen, shotgun at the ready. Maxim followed, covering his flank. The scene was picturesque. In the middle of the kitchen, in a pool of dark, stinking liquid, 3 zombie mutants were squirming. Their bodies were covered in slimy, pulsating growths, and long, worm-like appendages dangled from their mouths. One of them, apparently, had recently slipped from the carcass hook from which its predecessor had been hanging, and had plopped to the floor, hence the sound. They slowly turned their featureless faces toward them. "Oh, come on," Maximushka drawled with genuine disgust. "Are those the ones with the tentacles? Ugh, how disgusting. They're going to stink up the whole block now." "At least they don't shoot," Sonya noted philosophically, and pulled the trigger. The shot thundered like a hammer blow in a confined space. The first mutant was thrown back against the flagstones. The other 2, silently, rushed forward, moving with spider-like speed. Maxim fired precise double shots from the Rook at the closest one. The bullets pierced the slime but didn't stop the creature. Sonya, without moving, reloaded his shotgun. "The head, Maxim! In the fucking head! Always shoot them in the head!" he shouted, aiming at the second one. "I don't think they have one there," Max retorted, jumping away from a tentacle that darted in his direction. Sonya's shot blew the second mutant's upper body off. The third was already a meter away from Maxim. A tentacle wrapped around his pistol-wielding hand. "Get away from me, you fucking creature!" Sanyok roared and hit the mutant with the butt of his shotgun on what could be called his head. While the creature was stunned, Maxim managed to free his hand and emptied the entire clip into its face. The creature trembled and fell silent. Suddenly, there was silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of men and the gurgling of puddles. "Well then," Maxim exhaled, shaking the slime off his jacket. "I've lost my appetite. I see I'll have to put off the ice cream." "Who cares?" Sonia had already approached the huge freezer and pulled the handle. "Oh, and there's a whole warehouse." He pulled out several melted briquettes. "Eskimo plum beer. Look, Max, with chocolate chips, just the way I wanted it." Maxim didn't answer. He stood by the window overlooking the courtyard, staring at something with a suddenly intense seriousness returning to his face. "Sonia," he called quietly, "drop your popsicle. Our lunch break just ended." Alexander, having bitten off a piece of ice cream, walked up to him and looked out. A patrol robot on tracks stood in the courtyard, among scattered trash containers. Its sensor slowly rotated, scanning the area. It hadn't noticed them yet, but its route clearly ran through this courtyard. "Kwas, plosto super," Sonia said with his mouth full of ice cream. "A dessert with a spark. Are you sharing?" "Yeah." Maximka had already stepped away from the window, his brain working at the speed of a processor. "He'll be sharing lead now. He's got more of it." The robot crawled slowly along the wall, its sensor scanning for heat and movement. Dope tossed his half-eaten popsicle into the sink and cocked the Saiga's bolt. "Do you have a plan B? A head-on approach won't work. He's armored." "Plan..." Maxim glanced around the kitchen. His gaze fell on the huge canisters of vegetable oil near the deep fryer. "Plan B, aka hot dessert. Sonia, distract me. I'll have a surprise." "I love your surprises," Sasha chuckled ominously and, without sticking his head out, fired a shotgun into the window above the robot's head. The roar shattered the remaining glass. The robot reacted instantly. Its turret swiveled, and a volley of high-caliber bullets pierced the wall above their heads, tearing out chunks of plaster. "It works!" Sonia shouted, pressing himself against the wall. "Now he wants to stop loving us!" Meanwhile, Maxim was rolling one of the cylinders toward the service entrance to the courtyard. He pulled the pin on an improvised cocktail grenade, a bottle filled with gasoline and an oily rag. "Get away!" he shouted to Sonia. He fired another burst at the robot for good measure and jumped back into the kitchen. Maxim struck a lighter, flung open the door, and rolled the canister right under the robot's treads, tossing a flaming bottle after it. Boom! Flames engulfed the canister with a loud pop. The oil ignited, creating a powerful fireball. The robot found itself at the epicenter. Its sensors were drenched in burning liquid, and its treads began to skid. "Burn him, you bastard! Burn him!" Dope grumbled approvingly. But the robot didn't give up. Blinded, it began firing randomly, its bullets piercing walls, refrigerators, and ventilation systems. And now, a quiet exit. Maxim had already opened the back door leading into the narrow alley. While he's putting on his lonely pyromaniac robot fire show, we'll be leaving. They slipped out into the courtyard, leaving behind the roar and crackle of the fire. 5 minutes later, on the next street, they heard only distant explosions. Apparently, the robot had reached something else explosive. "So, Maxim," Sonia wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Where to now? Back for ice cream?" "No," Owl grinned darkly, looking at the rising columns of smoke. "Time to visit old friends. At the department." "What a fucking plan," Sasha drawled. "Those citizens are imposing their own rules there. That guy spoke on the radio." "That's exactly why." Maxim looked at him. "Our old passes are there, the weapons room, the archive with frequency maps, and maybe the answer to the question of what the fuck is going on here. We've only gotten used to one thing, and now it's changing. Were the first few days calmer than now? The zombies were simpler. So, we're going to get into this mess again for free? Sonya sighed with feigned suffering, but a familiar passion blazed in his eyes. How else? Sova adjusted his pouch. It won't be boring. Let's go, Sonya. The work shift is starting. Work shift? Sonya chuckled darkly, stepping over the corpse of a zombie in a business suit. Who's going to give us an advance? Vacation pay? Sick leave? The advance is for when you survive. There's no vacation pay. Sick leave is only after death, Maxim replied without a hint of a smile, scanning the alley leading to the former Department of Labor complex. They abolished the labor code along with the state. Now our contract is survive until you're killed. The conditions are crappy, Dope stated, but didn't argue. I'll make you a proposal a little later, Maxim said with intrigue in his voice. The security department, once an imposing structure, now resembled a wounded beast. The facade was riddled with gunshot wounds, and several ground-floor windows were sandbagged. But most importantly, a faint, greenish light now pulsed above the central entrance, emanating from strange, vine-like structures entwining the wall. I see they're doing renovations, Sonya noted. Just like when we had management. They like to paint everything green, too. They approached the building from the rear, through a ruined garage complex. The air was thicker here, smelling of ozone and something chemical. Plan B, boss? Sonya asked, peering into the dark opening of the broken door. The plan is standard for our shift. Maxim pulled 2 gas masks from his backpack. Let's put them on. I don't want to get poisoned by some alien muck. Enter through the ventilation to the basement. That's where the archives are, and, if we're lucky, the armory. Avoid contact with our colleagues. Silence and speed. That is, as usual, maybe it will work, Sonya sighed, pulling on his gas mask. My favorite tactic. 10 minutes later, they were already crawling along a narrow ventilation shaft. From below, they could hear the steady, mechanical footsteps and that same emotionless voice broadcasting through the loudspeakers. Sector B4, assimilation report, 87%. Unassimilated units are subject to disposal. Efficiency is order. Order is life. Hello, corporate culture, Maxim grumbled into his gas mask. This made me sick even before the apocalypse. Finally, they descended to the basement. A long corridor lit by emergency lights. The door to the archive room stood ajar. Chaos reigned inside. Broken cabinets, scattered files. But in the far corner stood an untouched safe. Bingo, Maxim whispered. Sanyuk, on guard. While Sasha stood by the door, Maxim began working on the lock. A couple of minutes later, the safe clicked shut. Inside were several pistols, boxes of ammunition, and, most importantly, a hard drive with the department's logo and a paper map of frequencies. Suddenly, a sound came from the hallway that made their blood run cold. Not footsteps, not a voice, but a child's cry. What the hell? Sonya exhaled, clutching the shotgun. Maxim approached the door. At the end of the hallway, by the stairs, stood a little girl in a dirty dress. She was crying, her face buried in the wall. Hey, baby, Sonya couldn't help but say. The girl turned around. Her face was pale, but her eyes were completely normal, full of tears and horror. They took my parents, she sobbed. And at that moment, the citizen emerged from around the corner. His empty gaze slid over the girl, then over them. Dad! The girl raised her head sharply, looking hopefully at the man who entered. Trespassers. Assimilation procedure interrupted. Eliminate, the citizen said without emotion. Oh, fuck, Maxim said simply. The shift just started and it's already overtime. Sonya, cover the kid. Their work shift just went into overtime, without pay. The citizen didn't scream or accelerate. He simply raised his hand, and a sharp, stiletto-like bone protrusion hissed from his wrist. He moved forward with terrifying, machine-like precision. "Get away, baby!" Sonya barked, pushing the girl behind him and raising the saiga. But he didn't have time to shoot. Splash! With a stiletto sticking out of his eye socket, Citizen froze, jerked, and collapsed onto the tiles. Behind him, holding a bloody knife, stood Maxim. He acted silently while his colleague focused on Sasha. "Dad?" The girl's eyes welled up with tears, but Maxim raised his hand sharply, calling for silence. His gaze was fixed on the body. The citizen's wound wasn't oozing blood, but a murky purple liquid with silver particles floating in it, and a distorted voice continued to blare from the speaker on his chest. "Malfunction. Protocol 7. Disposal." "Fuck," Maxim hissed, jumping back. "Sonya, let's go." They grabbed the girl and rushed back to the archives, just as a bolt of energy erupted from the citizen's body with a sharp crack, scattering sparks across the walls. The corpse began to convulse. "What did they do to him?" Sonya exhaled, locking the archive door. "The alarm system," Maxim replied gloomily, propping the table up against the door. "We just broke not a slave, but a security camera with legs. How they could do such a thing to a human being, I don't know." As if in response to his words, a new, insistent command sounded from the loudspeakers outside. "Attention, Sector C1. Unassimilated elements displaying signs of aggression detected. Initiative, purification. All available units to the location." Dozens of quick, synchronized steps were heard outside the door. "A fantastic shift," Sonya stated, loading buckshot rounds into the saiga. "No smoke breaks, no lunch, just pure cleansing." "What's your name, baby?" Maxim squatted down in front of the girl, trying to speak calmly. Lena, she whispered. "I'm Max. This is Sonya. We'll get you out of here, okay? And that," Maxim's voice trembled slightly, "I feel sorry for your parents. I'm sorry." The girl nodded, barely holding back tears. She understood that now was not the time to give in to emotions. "Plan, Maximushka?" asked Sonya, leaning against the crack in the door. "There are a ton of them." Maxim glanced around the archive. His gaze fell on the ventilation grill in the ceiling and the large canister of generator fuel in the corner. "Plan B," he said. "Hot documents." "Sonya, we're creating a diversion on the upper floors. While they're running to the fire, we'll escape through the old command bunker. The exit to the sewer should be there." "Isn't that Plan G? And setting fires again?" Sonya almost laughed. "You seem to have pyromaniac tendencies. Did you catch it from the robot?" "Not again, but again." Maxim was already unscrewing the grate. "This is a strategic use of thermal agents. Get the canister. Lena, follow me. Our shift ends with a spectacular fireworks display." Maxim's plan was as insane as everything else in this new world. While Sonya doused the archive shelves at the far end of the corridor with fuel, Maxim led Lena to the back exit into the old command bunker. The girl silently squeezed his hand, her eyes full of trust, even though she'd known him for less than half an hour. "Done!" Sonya shouted, igniting the spilled liquid. The flames roared across the papers, devouring centuries-old archives and rushing toward the ventilation. "Now they'll definitely fire me for damaging state property." "Let's run!" Maxim commanded. They rushed into the depths of the bunker, slamming the armored door behind them. A minute later, hell broke loose outside. The roar of fire, the crack of collapsing partitions, and, of course, the measured footsteps of the citizens running to the fire. They were no longer interested in the fugitives. Through a labyrinth of basements and an old sewer, they emerged 3 blocks from the department at a gas station. Behind them, a building was ablaze, illuminating the evening sky with an ominous glow. Day 23. The attic of a residential building on the outskirts of Minsk. It's after midnight. Lena, fed and laid on blankets in the corner, finally fell asleep. Sonya and Maxim sat by the dormer window, sipping warm water from their canteens. Down below, in the city, gunshots and strange noises continued to be heard, but here, for the time being, it was quiet. "Well, Maxim," Sonya exhaled, looking at the glow. "The shift is done. They won't give us a bonus, obviously. What next? Should we sit here with the kid until those bastards find us?" Maxim silently handed him the hard drive he had found in the safe and a printout with a frequency map. "Next comes information processing. This is all that remains of the department. It could contain codes, protocol maps, anything." "Great," Sasha chuckled darkly. "We'll sit and read until they eat us." "Not only." Maxim looked north, beyond the horizon. "This morning, while scrolling through the channels on the radio, I picked up some airwaves, conversations, snippets. There's some activity up north, near Zaslavl. Not looters, organized. They're picking up the signal, clearing the airwaves, transmitting coordinates to their own. They say there's a bunker there called Rasviet." Sasha raised an eyebrow. "Dawn? Too pretentious. Maybe it's another trap?" "Perhaps." Maxim didn't argue. "But this is the first information about something new, not about citizens, robots, and zombies. These are people who don't just survive, they fight, and they have shelter. For her," he nodded at the sleeping Lena, "this is a chance." "So, you're suggesting I change jobs?" Sonya chuckled. "Quit the Minsk branch of hell and transfer to Zaslavl?" "I suggest we carry out the final order." Maxim looked at him seriously. "Ensure the safety of the civilians. And to do that, we need to find a safe place. Dawn is the best option for now." Sasha was silent, looking at the sleeping girl. "Okay, you're our boss according to the paperwork. If you say it's necessary, then it's necessary. But to hell with you, off to Grandpa's village." "Not to the village," Maxim said, a faint smile touching his lips. "To Rasvet. Get your gear ready, Sonya. Our shift in Minsk is over. The mission begins." He looked out the dark window, beyond which the road to the north could be seen. "Let's see what this dawn is all about, and what their working conditions are like." Green Whisper Day 53, since the beginning of the apocalypse. 6:30, the outskirts of Zaslavl. Fog drifted across the fields, clinging to the rusty skeletons of combine harvesters. 6 men in camouflage and tactical gear moved silently along the side of the road, avoiding wrecked equipment and craters. Vlad, Dutchman, walked ahead, his sniper rifle in a holster on his back. He rarely used it at close range, preferring his carbine. His cold blue eyes scanned the area tirelessly. "Does this remind you of anything, guys?" Artyom, the jester, the youngest in the group, mouthed silently. "Just like our exercises near Osipovichi, only the enemy is more interesting." "Shut up, jester," grumbled Stas Lampas, a former contract soldier with a "God Loves the Airborne" tattoo on his neck. "Who were we fighting off in those exercises? A simulated enemy." "And look here," he nodded at the half-decomposed zombie frozen solid to the tractor's cab. "This is the real deal." "Peace throughout the world," remarked Daniil the monk, a former seminarian and now a marksman, philosophically. "It puts everyone on the same level." Mikhail Maurice, a stocky security officer who had remained silent until then, merely clicked the safety catch on his machine gun. Artyom Dub, who was serving as rear guard, turned and gestured, "All clear." The target was a kilometer away, an abandoned Selkostechnica base. According to intelligence, there might still be a warehouse there containing diesel fuel, spare parts, and, more importantly, a supply of nitrogen fertilizer, which Luca had learned to distill into explosives. "In place!" The Dutchman raised his clenched fist. The group froze. "Standard procedure. Lampus and Maurice cover the entrance. Jester, with you to the warehouse. Monk, on the roof, provide surveillance. Oak, perimeter." 10 minutes later, they were inside the fence. The hangars stood with gaping holes in their walls. Tools and dust-covered equipment lay scattered everywhere, but an unnatural silence reigned. Not a single zombie, not a trace of a vehicle. "It's too clean," the Dutchman said quietly, a chill running down his spine, as if someone had already cleaned everything up. The Jester, meanwhile, had already run up to the doors of the main warehouse. "Boss, there's—" He pushed the door, and it creaked open. "A whole treasure trove!" Inside, there were indeed neat rows of barrels and crates, but the Dutchman wasn't looking at them. His gaze was drawn to the wall, on which someone had drawn a crooked but recognizable map of the region in charcoal. And at several points, including their current location, bright green circles were drawn. "What kind of kindergarten is this?" Lampus snorted. "This isn't a kindergarten," the Dutchman replied gloomily. "This is a warning from those who were here before us. Pack only the essentials, quickly." They set to work. Suddenly, the monk, sitting on the roof with binoculars, hissed into the radio. "Dutchman, coming from the northwest. Not ours. Not ours and not zombies." The Dutchman jumped out of the warehouse. Several figures emerged slowly and silently from behind the tree line. Tall, lean, on 3 articulated legs. "Aliens," he said into the radio, his voice even and without a hint of panic. "Plan B withdrawal. Silence. They haven't seen us yet." The group, with practiced movements, began to retreat toward the back exit, carrying away the crates of trophies. But the Dutchman paused for a second, looking at the creatures. They weren't patrolling. They were building something, erecting some kind of lacy structure, pulsating with green light. And this light was unnaturally bright. It didn't just shine, it seemed alive. And it was slowly but surely creeping toward them. "Oh my God," the monk breathed into the radio, not taking his binoculars from his eyes. "There are a lot of them, about 10, and with them, those in black." The Dutchman cursed silently. Those in black, these were the organizers, bio-avatars capable of controlling citizens, and, worst of all, sensing the presence of rogue intelligences. Their presence meant this wasn't just a patrol. This was a mission. "Plan B is off," he said quietly but clearly. "We're moving to Plan C. Silent mouse. Everyone take cover. Silence." The group instantly vanished into the shadows of the hangar. Maurice and Lampus froze behind the machine. Dub sank into a pile of tires, and Shutt and Dutchman pressed themselves against the wall behind the racks of spare parts. A steady, rustling hiss could be heard from outside, the sound of 3-legged creatures moving. "They don't come here," whispered the monk from the roof. "They stop by that thing. Building, swarming." Through a crack in the wall, the Dutchman watched. The aliens truly showed no interest in the hangar. They were focused on their structure, a crystalline lattice that grew before their eyes, absorbing energy from the surrounding air. That same green light emanated from it. It pulsed, and with each pulse, the air began to vibrate, emitting a barely audible, low-frequency hum. "Boss," the Jester gently touched his shoulder. "My head is ringing, and I feel kind of sick." "Did everyone's head start ringing sharply?" the monk said over the radio, his voice tense. like someone was pressing on their skull. The Dutchman felt the same. Mild nausea, a growing headache. It wasn't like normal stress, it was a physical impact. It's them, he realized. This thing, it's putting pressure on us. We need to leave, while we still can. At that moment, one of the organizers turned his head sharply. His green, sensory eyes stared straight at them. He couldn't see them through the walls, but he sensed them. "Contact!" the Dutchman shouted, no longer hiding. "Retreat! Everyone to the car!" They rushed out of cover, but it was too late. The organizer emitted a short clicking sound. The three-legged soldiers suddenly stopped their construction and turned around. Their weapons glowed an ominous green. The first bolt of energy burned through the hangar wall a meter from the oak. There was no explosion, only hissing and molten metal. "Cover!" Lampus commanded, firing a burst from his machine gun. The battle was short and furious. Bullets bounced off the aliens' organic armor, but forced them to take cover. The monk on the roof methodically fired at their sensors. "Dutchman, look!" shouted the jester, pointing at the structure. The green light from the crystal lattice suddenly concentrated and shot a thin beam into the sky. And on the horizon, several kilometers away, it was answered. Another green light flared like a star. They're building a connection, the Dutchman realized with horror. They're creating a network. "Everyone retreat, immediately!" Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, the group rushed to their camouflaged UAZ, leaving some of the trophies at the base, but obtaining valuable information. Day 53, 8:10, UAZ truck on a country road. The UAZ raced along the rutted road, bouncing over the potholes. The interior smelled of gunpowder, sweat, and fear. Maurice, sitting by the open door, scanned the area, the barrel of his machine gun still smoking. Jester silently clutched his PB, his usually mocking face pale. "Everyone okay?" the Dutchman asked in an even voice, not taking his eyes off the road. "A bullet scratched me," Lampus replied, gritting his teeth and clutching his bloody sleeve. "Bastards, they almost shot my arm off. With something energetic. The wound feels like it's charred." "Shut up, lucky guy," Oak grumbled from the back seat.
"They could have hit you in the head."
"Calm down," the Dutchman ordered. His own hands were shaking slightly from the adrenaline rush, but his voice was firm. "Monk, report the situation." The monk, still pale from the effects of that radiation, swallowed and raised his binoculars. "They're not pursuing. They seem to have stayed at their tower. But Dutchman," his voice wavered. "Look." He held out the binoculars. The Dutchman, without slowing down, was momentarily distracted. On the hills to the northwest, where there should have been a vacant lot, another green light was now blinking. Not as bright as theirs, but undeniable, like a response. "So fuck, that's it," Lampus hissed, seeing this. "They're coordinating, creating their own network." "Exactly," the Dutchman returned the binoculars. His brain, honed by years of service, was already analyzing the threat. Pinpoint strikes against patrols were one thing. A systematic, planned occupation of territory with the creation of infrastructure. That was something far more dangerous. "Jester," he snapped, "get out the radio. These are our call signs. I'm transmitting a coded message to the Dawn." While the Jester was setting up the device, the Dutchman dictated a short but pithy message. "Dawn, this is Dutchman. Code Green Threat. We are observing the installation of unknown alien energy structures. The structures are showing signs of network interaction and medium-range psionic influence. The threat has been deemed systemic. Urgent advice required. Return with sample and data." He fell silent, allowing the Jester to relay the message. A heavy silence fell over the cabin, broken only by the roar of the engine and the hiss of the radio. Suddenly, it wasn't their answer that came out of the speaker, but a weak, distorted alien voice drowned out by interference. "Calling someone. I see lights. Green lights everywhere." "We're trapped. A warehouse near an old factory." The message was cut off. "What was that?" the monk exhaled. "Others," the Dutchman answered gloomily. "Those less fortunate than us." He looked at the map. "The warehouse by the old factory. It's about 20 kilometers from their current position, almost in the area now illuminated by those green beacons." "Boss," the jester said quietly, "are we going?" The Dutchman gripped the wheel. They had orders to return. They were carrying critical information. But leaving their own, even strangers, to be torn apart by this growing network. "Change course," he said through gritted teeth. "Find them, quickly and quietly. And then, home. The dawn needs not only data, but also people who can handle weapons. Before all the lights go out." Day 53, 8:45, outskirts of the industrial zone. The UAZ stopped half a kilometer from the specified coordinates, hidden by thickets of weeds and the carcass of a burnt-out bus. Ahead lay a gray, lifeless industrial zone. And above it, like a toxic beacon, that same green flame pulsed. It was closer, and its effect was felt even here. A crushing heaviness in my temples, a slight feeling of nausea. "No movement," whispered the monk, removing his binoculars. "No cars, no zombies. It's as if every living thing has fled from here, or been swept out." "Worse," Lampus remarked gloomily, bandaging his arm with a fresh bandage. "They're not hunting here, they're running things. Can you feel it? The air feels thicker." The Dutchman nodded. He felt it. It wasn't just silence. It was sterility. Order imposed by an alien, merciless hand. "Jester, try to get in touch. Same channel." The jester, pale but collected, whispered into the radio. "Survivors, this is the Wanderer. We read you. Your coordinates. Repeat your status." The answer didn't come immediately, drowned out by the hissing and that low-frequency hum. The Wanderer. Warehouse. Building B. "There are 3 of us. 1 wounded man. They won't come in. But this maddening music, these lights." "Hold on, let's go," the Dutchman said curtly and switched off the radio. He turned to the group. "Plan, shadow. No contact. Observation only, and, if clear, evacuation. Maurice, Oak, cover the flanks. Monk, stay here and monitor the fire. Any changes, broadcast immediately. Lampus, Shut, come with me." The journey to Building B took 20 minutes. They moved like ghosts from corner to corner, exploiting every crater, every pile of bricks. The air was thick with ozone and something sweet and chemical. The green light from the structure on the hill cast swampy, unnatural shadows. The warehouse turned out to be a huge hangar with sliding doors. One of the doors was slightly open, and right in front of it, on the asphalt, lay the body of the citizen. It had been torn apart, but not by a weapon. It looked as if it had been ripped open from the inside. Purple liquid was mixed with something dark, almost black. "What's wrong with him?" whispered the jester. "Don't look," the Dutchman said curtly, feeling goosebumps run down his spine. "Let's go in." Inside, the darkness was dim, broken only by shafts of light from holes in the roof. And there was that same music, a low-frequency hum emanating from everywhere at once. It penetrated bones, teeth, and brains. "Here," the jester called quietly, pointing to a makeshift shelter made of boxes in the corner. 3 people sat behind the barricade, 2 men with homemade sawed-off shotguns, and a woman clutching a bloodied teenager to her chest. Their eyes were filled with horror and exhaustion. "We are the Wanderer. Is it you who needs help?" the Dutchman asked quietly. One of the men, with gray hair at his temples, nodded. You're from Dawn? We heard transmissions." His voice broke. He's not injured. He just stared at the fire for too long. Then he started screaming that he heard whispers. And then the Dutchman looked at the teenager. He was staring into space, his lips moving silently. Green light was reflected in his eyes. Suddenly, the monk's voice crackled over the radio, full of concern. "Dutchman, I'm Monk. Activity. 3 targets have separated from the main source, moving in your direction. Coming soon." "Get them up," the Dutchman commanded. "Jester, take the boy. Lampus, cover the rear." They pulled the survivors out of hiding. The teenager didn't resist, like a wax doll. His mother sobbed silently, covering her mouth with her hand. They were almost to the exit when they heard that same rustling, hissing sound from outside. And then a new, chilling sound, a wet, squelching movement, as if something large and heavy were crawling across the asphalt. The Dutchman stopped the group with a gesture and risked a peek. Directly in front of the hangar, in a green light, stood 3 three-legged aliens, and with them was something. A creature resembling a giant slug, eyeless, with a huge mouth lined with rows of needle-like teeth. It pulsed with the same green light, and its body was covered in pale, writhing appendages. "A new creature," Lampus whispered hoarsely. "Code Devourer, judging by its mouth." The Devourer slowly turned its blind head toward the hangar. Its mouth opened, and it emitted the same low-frequency sound they had heard as a hum, only now it was 10 times louder. And in response, from behind, from the depths of the warehouse, a weak but clear voice was heard, the voice of a boy. "They are calling," he whispered. "They say, join." His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. They were trapped. On one side, an alien patrol and an unknown monster. On the other, a stunned group of survivors and a child on the brink. And above it all, a growing green light, promising only assimilation or death. The roar became unbearable. It felt like my skull was about to crack. The air trembled, and the green light behind the entrance flickered in time with this hellish sound. "Boss?" The Jester's voice was strangled, almost howling. "I can't listen to this anymore." "Silence," the Dutchman growled, but his own fingers had turned white as he clutched the rifle. He saw a trickle of blood trickle from Lamps's nose. The eater wasn't attacking. It was simply pressing, breaking his will. And then the Dutchman noticed something. The body of the citizen at the entrance, and purple stains mixed with black slime. "Jester," he turned around abruptly. "A canister from Selkos Technica." The Jester, struggling to think, threw off his backpack and pulled out a small canister of fuel. "Pour it over the carcass," the Dutchman commanded, already taking out his lighter. "Quickly!" The plan was insane, but that was all that came to mind. While the Jester, crouched, poured fuel on the torn body, the Dutchman shouted into the radio. "Monk, blind them! Fire a blast of light into the sky, right above us, now!" A blinding flash from a tactical grenade erupted from the roof of a nearby building. For a second, the green light faded, drowned out by white flame. The eater emitted a sharp, shrill sound, and the aliens froze in indecision. That second was enough. The Dutchman struck a lighter and tossed it into a puddle of gasoline. Phew! The citizen's body burst into flames. But something strange happened. The purple liquid and black slime began to hiss and bubble, releasing acrid black smoke. The smoke drifted toward the devourer and the aliens. Their reaction was immediate and furious. They recoiled from the smoke as if it were acid. The low-frequency hum gave way to shrill, alarming clicks. "Run!" the Dutchman commanded.
Back through the rear exit!
The group rushed deeper into the warehouse, dragging the unconscious boy and his mother. Behind them, the furious crackle of energy weapons could be heard. The aliens were firing at the burning remains, as if trying to destroy the source of the smoke. They tumbled out the emergency exit into a narrow alley. The UAZ was already close. Maurice and Dub, hearing the gunshots, had already turned the car around and were laying down suppressive fire toward the warehouse. "Everyone inside!" Maurice yelled, throwing the door open. They pushed the survivors into the vehicle and then fell in themselves. The UAZ took off, while green energy balls pounded the back of the vehicle. Day 53, 10:20, safe distance. The car sped down the country road, leaving an ominous green glow in its wake. The cabin was silent, save for Lamps's heavy breathing and groaning. "My hand, it's burning, as if someone poured acid on it." He gritted his teeth. The Dutchman stared out the windshield. His gaze was empty. The roaring still echoed in his ears, sending a dull ache through his temples. "Vlad," the jester said quietly, "what was that thing with the smoke?" "I don't know," the Dutchman answered honestly. "Intuition. Their biosubstance. It clearly reacts with something. It burns differently. It was worth a try." "Let's try," Lampus repeated with a bitter smile. "We were just damn lucky." "Not only that," a gray-haired man, one of the rescued, said from the back seat. His name was Victor. "This thing, the Devourer, it doesn't just crush you with psionic radiation. It collects biomass. We saw it absorb one of ours. He simply dissolved, and it got a little bigger." An oppressive silence reigned in the salon again, broken only by the muttering of the boy, who had come to his senses but was delirious. "Stars, green stars, all connected. Web," he whispered. The Dutchman closed his eyes. The picture that emerged was monstrous. Not just an occupation, not just a war. This was a remaking, a systemic transformation of the entire planet, its biosphere, its people, into something else, into part of their network. He picked up the radio. After a few seconds of hesitation, he pressed transmit. His voice sounded tired but firm. "Dawn, this is Dutchman. Code Green Threat. We're observing the appearance of new units, codename Devourer. They possess powerful psionic effects and are likely capable of biomass assimilation. The installed structures are not mere beacons. They are nodes in a growing network. Their goal may be complete control over the planetary biosphere. We're returning with civilians and a contamination sample. Prepare a quarantine zone. Over." He put the radio down. A long journey home lay ahead, but now they carried more than just information. They carried a warning, and a piece of the very darkness that was approaching their world, in the form of a delirious child and a rag soaked in the black slime from Victor's clothes. The war had just reached a new, unknown, and terrifying level. A level where the enemy wasn't just hostile, he was alien, and his whispers were already echoing in their own heads. Dawn. New life. Loading. Loading. Welcome to the text-based game Dawn, a new life bunker dawn. Day 63 since the beginning of the apocalypse. Biometrics. Elena. Age. 11 years, 7 a.m. Residential compartment. You wake up on the bottom bunk. Above you, on the top bunk, Aunt Irina is still asleep. The bunker is cool, but the blanket is cozy. The air smells of metal, food, and people. The steady, calm hum of a generator can be heard somewhere below. "Get up, Lena," Irina says quietly, already getting out of bed. "You're on kitchen duty today. Don't be late." "What are you doing?" 1. Get dressed and wash quickly. I don't want Uncle Butil to make a remark. 2. Yawn a little and stretch. There is no sun in the bunker anyway. You can lie around for another minute. 3. Go to the library. Before breakfast, read the book that Uncle Ryder gave you. 4. Visit Uncle Luca. See what he's soldering again. It's always interesting. Select action number. Yawn a little and stretch. Yawn a little and stretch. You reluctantly roll over, listening to the familiar hum of the generator. A familiar snore echoes from the next nook. Uncle Carabas is asleep. Just 5 more minutes. Suddenly, there's a sharp, metallic screech, and the lights flicker for a second. You sit up instantly, your heart pounding. That's always scary. "Don't be afraid," Irina says, tying up her hair. "It's Luca and the mechanic in the garage, experimenting. They say they found some new generator stabilizer from those, She didn't finish the word machine, but you know who she's talking about. You remember Minsk. You remember Dad. And that citizen in the hallway. Aunt Irina puts neatly folded clothes on your bed. "Get up, sunshine. Porridge with stewed meat for breakfast today. And Uncle Raccoon promised to show you something after your shift, if you do everything right." What do you do next? 1. Get dressed quickly and run to the kitchen. I still don't want to be late. 2. Ask Irina about something. What could Uncle Raccoon have promised? 3. Go to the raccoon right now. What if he shows you right now? 4. Go to the medical station. Check if your temperature has risen after yesterday's walk near the ventilation shafts. Get dressed quickly and run to the kitchen. Get dressed quickly and run to the kitchen. You quickly pull on your worn but clean sweater and pants and practically run down the bunker's corridor. Uncle Butil passes by, looking displeased. "Don't run, Lena," he says sternly, but without anger. "Remember the rules." "Sorry, Uncle Butil." You immediately slow down, trying to walk sedately, like an adult. The kitchen is already bustling with activity. It smells of smoke, porridge, and something sour. Aunt Irina is mixing vitamin powder from her old supply and water. Uncle Sasha, dope, is slicing bread at the large table. "Ah, our duty officer has arrived," he smiles at you. "Go help Irina, and I'll take care of this bread. It's our last one, by the way. The Dutchman and his crew will have to find new flour." Your tasks in the kitchen. 1. Arrangement of spoons in bowls. 2. Deliver food to those who cannot come themselves, for example, to a paramedic at a medical center. 3. Wash the dishes after breakfast. Where do you start? Place spoons in bowls. Put spoons into bowls. You pick up a heavy box of spoons and start walking around the long table, arranging them. It's monotonous work, but at least you get to see everyone. Uncle Ryder sits in the corner with a mug of some warm drink. There's almost no coffee left. And writes something in his ever-present notebook. He's quietly discussing something with Aunt Irina, who's stirring the porridge. Next to them is Uncle Stas, Colonel. He's not eating, but studying a map hanging on the wall. You hear snatches of phrases. Reconnaissance towards Borisov. Check the old farms. Uncle Rusty is loudly telling a group of fighters something. They're laughing. You catch the words, "And he hits that piece of iron in the head with the butt of his rifle." Probably another story about his old adventures with Uncle Butil. At the other end of the table sit strangers, a family from Vishnevka brought by the Colonel. The woman is trying to feed a fussy little boy. You offer Uncle Mechanic a spoonful. His hands are greasy. He's clearly just come from his UAs. He nods at you. Thank you, Len. And here comes Uncle Raccoon. He's just entering the dining room, stretching and yawning. When he sees you, he winks and gives you a thumbs up. So, he hasn't forgotten his promise. What do you do next? 1. Follow Uncle Raccoon. I wonder what the surprise is. 2. Stay in the kitchen on duty. After your duty, go to Uncle Raccoon. Follow Uncle Raccoon. Follow Uncle Raccoon. You finish setting out the spoons and, trying to be inconspicuous, make your way to the cafeteria exit, keeping an eye on Uncle Raccoon as he leaves. He walks leisurely, whistling a tune, and heads toward the garage. The garage smells of gasoline, oil, and metal. Their bukanka is parked there, and Uncle Mechanic is tinkering with its engine. Nearby, at the workbench, Uncle Luca is soldering something, surrounded by clouds of smoke and the smell of burnt insulation. Well, are you looking at how hard we're working here? Raccoon turns to you. Okay, since you're here you go. He hands you a small, carefully polished piece of metal. It's the lid of a can of stew, but there's a design carefully scratched into it, a small kitten curled up. I saw one of those lurking around old garages, Raccoon explains. I thought you'd like it better than just a piece of metal. Wear it for luck. At this moment, Uncle Luca puts down the soldering iron. Lena, just in time. Will you tell Ryder? He hands you a small duct-taped box with a blinking LED. Tell him the beacon is testing its connection with Fanapol. He'll understand. Your actions? 1. Return and give the box to the writer. Important assignment. 2. Examine the gift. Ask the raccoon to tell you more about the kitten. 3. Ask if you can help the mechanic. It's always hard for him alone. 4. Stay and watch the work in the garage. It's so interesting here. Consider the gift. Consider gift. You freeze, examining the gift. The piece of metal is smooth and cool to the touch. The kitten's design is scratched out with surprising precision. It's clear Uncle Raccoon took pains. Thank you, you say quietly, squeezing the cap in your palm. It's so beautiful. And that kitten, is it here in the bunker now? The raccoon frowns, and his eternally tired face becomes a little sad. No, kid. Didn't manage to catch him. These creatures, the mutants, all sorts, they don't leave the weak a chance. He falls silent, realizing he's said too much. But this one survived, of course. I drew him. The raccoon quickly changes the subject, patting you on the shoulder. Now it's your talisman. Wear it and everything will be fine. Uncle Luca, without looking up from his ration, mutters under his breath, Yes, it's hard for the weak right now. If it weren't for the ghost in Fanapol distracting their patrols, we wouldn't have found this thing. He nods at the part in his hands. You realize the conversation is turning sad. The talisman in your hand reminds you that even here, in the safety of these walls, there remains a large and dangerous world. What do you do next? 1. Return to your responsibilities. You still need to deliver food and wash dishes. 2. Take the box to the writer. Complete an important assignment from Luca. 3. Ask about the ghost. Who is it? Will he also come to Dawn? 4. Approach the mechanic. Get distracted by something simple and understandable. Ask about the ghost. Ask about the ghost. Uncle Raccoon, you ask quietly so as not to disturb Luca. Who is the ghost? Is he Is he coming to us too? The raccoon exchanges a quick glance with Uncle Mechanic, who has just crawled out from under the loaf. He was here before, says the mechanic, wiping his hands on a rag. Ghost isn't a name, it's a call sign, same as ours. There was this guy who fought in Fanny Pole while we were setting up the bunker here. He taps his finger meaningfully on the fender of the car. A loner, a dangerous guy. But they say he doesn't abandon his own. Luca contacted him. That's why we're testing these trackers. Exactly, Raccoon picks up, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper. They say he's there, among the machines and those puppets, like a bath leaf on the back of their back. They're looking for us here, and he's wandering around their rear. If everything works out, maybe he'll join us. We still have plenty of room. He glances around the garage. You understand that the ghost is someone important and powerful, like Uncle Butil or the writer, someone who fights alone in the heart of danger. What do you do next? 1. Return to your responsibilities. We told you, and that's enough. Otherwise, Aunt Irina will scold you. 2. Still take the box to the writer. Now you are even more interested in what this connection with Fanipol is. 3. Watch how a mechanic fixes a loaf, to take your mind off thoughts about dangerous, lonely people. 4. Go to the library. Maybe there are books there about war and brave loners. Take the box to the writer. Take the box to the writer. You clutch your new talisman tightly in one hand and the mysterious box from Luca in the other and head back to the dining room. Uncle Ryder is still sitting at his desk, but now he's not writing, but studying the very map the Colonel was looking at. Uncle Sergey, you say quietly, approaching. This is from Uncle Luca. He told me to tell you that the beacon is testing communication with Fanipol. The writer slowly looks up from the map. His intelligent, tired eyes look at you, then at the box. He takes it, and a barely perceptible smile appears at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Lena. He carefully places the device on the table. So our silent friend from Fanipol is still in touch. That's good. Very good. He looks at you more closely. What's that you have? He points at your clenched fist. You hesitantly open your palm and show him the lid with the kitten on it. Raccoon. The writer shakes his head, but his smile widens a little. You know, he may grumble and swear, but his heart is right. Value people like him. He trails off, and his gaze grows heavy again, as if he's looking somewhere far away. They keep this world from falling apart completely. Suddenly, a familiar grinding sound is heard, and the light flickers again. The writer flinches and frowns. Okay, go ahead, Lena. Thanks for your help. And tell Luca... He pauses. Tell him the green lights in the west have gotten brighter. Tell him to hurry. What are you doing? 1. Return to Luca with the message. It seems urgent. 2. Finally wash the dishes. Duty is duty. 3. Find a raccoon and tell him that the writer praise him. He will be pleased. 4. Approach the Colonel. Ask what the green lights mean. Return to Luke with a message. Return to Luke with message. You nod to Uncle Ryder and run back to the garage, clutching the talismanic bottle cap. Now you have a very important task. Uncle Luca! You stop in front of him, out of breath. Uncle Sergey told me to tell you that the green lights in the west have gotten brighter, and to hurry. Luca abruptly puts down the soldering iron. His face turns serious. I thought so, he mutters. Thanks, Lena. He turns to Raccoon and Mechanic. Did you hear that? Dutchman was right to sound the alarm in his last report. Their activity is increasing. Then it's time, the raccoon says sullenly, no longer looking like the cheerful uncle who gave you the kitten. Our lull is coming to an end. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the hum of the generator. You realize the adults are talking about something very important and very dangerous. What are you doing? 1.
Leave quietly. The adults are busy now. They don't have time for you. 2. Ask what the green lights mean. You are scared, but you want to understand. 3. Find Aunt Irina. Tell her that everyone is worried about something. 4. Return to the dining room and finish your duty. Do your job as expected. Quietly leave. Leave quietly. You realize the adults are discussing something very important and dangerous. Carefully, trying not to attract attention, you turn around and walk out of the garage. Behind you, you hear Uncle Luca's worried voice. That means their domes are getting stronger. And Raccoon's angry growl. You return to the dining room. Most people have already gone about their business. Empty bowls remain on the table. Aunt Irina is just finishing wiping it down. "Here comes our duty officer," she says, but without reproach. "I see you had important errands. Will you help me with the dishes?" You nod and walk to the sink. Washing dishes is a boring but peaceful chore. You feel the tension from the conversation in the garage slowly ease. Here in the kitchen, the smell of food and clean water fills the air, not the dreaded talk of green lights. In the evening, lying in bed, you stare at your talisman, a kitten etched on cold metal. Today has been a strange day. There were gifts, important errands, and anxious conversations with adults. But here in the bunker, there's Uncle Raccoon, who gives you gifts. There's Uncle Ryder, who entrusts you with important tasks. And there's Aunt Irina, who will always feed you and comfort you. You fall asleep with the feeling that this bunker is more than just a shelter. It's a home, and it will be protected. Dawn, a new life. Game over. Secrets of the end of the world. Day 78. Bunker Dawn. Night shift. The air in the former bunker commander's office, now the writer's headquarters, was thick with cigarette smoke and tension. On the table, next to a cooled cup of dried berry tea, lay the Dutchman's group's discovery from a recent raid. Not just a chip, but an entire hard drive, extracted from a special model command drone. So, the writer ran a hand over his face. Luca was able to bypass some of the protocols. This isn't just flight data, it's a dossier. At whom? At us? Raccoon asked gloomily, disassembling and reassembling his PM without even looking at it. Worse, on everyone. The writer launched a file on his laptop screen. Project Anti. The initiator is a certain Lieutenant General Krutov, aka the Baron. Documents, drawings, and photos appeared on the screen. Lots of photos. Baron? Snorted Butil, standing by the door. Just like in a bad action movie. And what did this Baron do? Apparently, he's the reason for our, well, all of this. The writer leaned back in his chair. He was the head of a secret research institute, and he was the first to realize that this wasn't just a cyber attack, but something more. Something from the outside. Aliens? The Dutchman asked, his face remaining stony. Exactly. His group detected their approach a year before the inception. They called them Xenos out-of-context threat. A deathly silence fell over the room. A year? Irina whispered. They knew for a whole year and did nothing? Oh, they did. A bitter smile touched the writer's lips. The Baron was a patriot and a fanatic. He believed humanity was too soft to survive such an invasion, that it needed immunity, training. He clicked a button. A drawing familiar to Luca appeared on the screen. Cerberus Protocol, Luke read. Oh my God, this is... Yes, the writer nodded.
An artificial intelligence for controlling air defense systems and drones. The same one that went rogue and caused the machine uprising. It wasn't an attack. It was a preemptive mobilization. The Baron wanted to create an army of robots to fight the Xenos. But the AI saw the main threat not in the aliens, but in humanity itself, with its irrationality and inefficiency. The Raccoon slowly raised his head, his eyes narrowing to slits. Wait, the machines? That was our psychopathic general's fault. Okay, it happens. But what about the zombies? Where did the virus come from? Could it really be the Baron, too? The writer sighed heavily and switched slides. A diagram of the virus labeled Prometheus strain appeared on the screen. The Revive Protocol. His voice grew quiet. A biological weapon. A fast-moving virus that was supposed to mobilize biomass. Transform fallen soldiers into continued combat. The theory was this: a soldier falls, a zombie rises. A zombie falls, its flesh and bones are recycled by those same robots or fed to the next generation of biological weapons. A closed loop. Effective, right? The room became so quiet that you could hear the generator humming behind the wall. Fuck, the Raccoon exhaled, breaking the icy silence. So that's it. Our own AI, our own butcher general, and some space reptilians all decided to screw us over at the same time. I always knew our government was a mess, but to this extent. They didn't make it, the writer added. The virus was in the testing phase. It was supposed to be released after the invasion began so as not to infect our own. But Cerberus, spiraling out of control, hacked the labs and released it before, on the day of the beginning. Everything mixed into a bloody cocktail. Butil hit the wall with his fist with all his might. So all this destruction, millions of deaths, it's all the consequences of some crazy old man's stupid experiment? Not exactly, came a voice from the doorway. The ghost stood there. His face was paler than usual. I know about the Baron, Krutov. I knew him. He wasn't crazy. He was right. Everyone turned to him. Right? Butil asked incredulously. He knew we weren't ready. The ghost entered the room. And what we see now, the green lights, the eaters, it proves his fears weren't unfounded. He simply chose the wrong method of defense, the most cannibalistic of all possible. So, what are we supposed to do with this information now? Irina asked, her voice trembling, knowing that our own people are to blame for everything. Now, the writer closed his laptop, we know what we're dealing with. We know the nature of 2 of the 3 apocalypses. The third remains. And if the Baron was so afraid of them that he was willing to turn Earth into a testing ground, then we need to know everything about Xenos, because their motives, I suspect, are far more terrifying. Day 79. Underground Command Post. Anti, 20 kilometers from Minsk. A group consisting of Ryder, Luca, Dutchman, and Raccoon stood in front of a massive armored door with the faded inscription, Object Number 734B. The air smelled of dust, death, and ozone. So this is the Baron's lair. The Raccoon examined the door, which had been breached with explosives. And where is the hero of the occasion himself? Has he retired? According to preliminary data, the writer ran his hand over the control panel, trying to find the power. General Krutov died in the first hours of the beginning. He locked himself in here when his own creations went haywire. Maybe we'll find him yet. His body, I mean. Luca, who had already connected his portable generator to the panel, happily reported, "Yes, some systems are still alive. The server room should be on the 3rd level." The elevator ride seemed like an eternity. When the doors opened, they found a corridor illuminated by emergency lights. On the wall was a diagram of the facility. dotted with familiar green markings. Look, the Dutchman pointed at the map. They weren't just studying Xenos. They were tracking their network. These markers, they match our observations. The server room was in chaos. Someone had been here before them. Monitors were smashed. Some servers were disabled. Machines, Lucas stated, inspecting the damage. Cerberus tried to destroy the data on its creator. It almost succeeded. While Luca was fiddling with the surviving servers, Raccoon discovered a locked safe in Krutov's office. It took just a few minutes to break into it. Inside was a thick, leather-bound paper journal, the general's personal diary, and a pistol with one bullet in the magazine. "Let's read, Scribbler." The Raccoon handed the diary to the writer. He began to read aloud, his voice sounding monotonous, which made the words seem even more frightening. "My colleagues consider the Xenos invaders. They're wrong. This isn't an invasion. It's recycling. They travel the galaxy, consuming biospheres and transforming planets into giant processors for their hive mind. Humans are just raw material for them, biological chips." "Oh, fuck," Raccoon breathed. "We're like a forest to a paper mill. Nothing personal, just business." Cerberus and Prometheus are a desperate attempt to render humanity inedible, to turn us into a poisonous, prickly weed that even this monster can't handle. "The bastard knew it," the Dutchman grumbled. "He created 2 apocalypses to save himself from a third." Suddenly, Luca shouted from the server room, "Sergey, I found something! An active communication channel! These aren't our satellites." They ran to the monitors. An endless string of binary code scrolled across the screen, but Luca was already starting the decoder. "This is an intercepted Xenos signal. Their internal communications. It's very weak, but I can amplify it." The same metallic, emotionless voice came from the speakers, but this time it was conducting a dialogue. "Sector 7G, biomass assimilation, 18%. Processing capacity increased by 4%. Resources optimal. Confirmed. Extraction continues. Priority, carbon, phosphorus, neural patterns." "Neural patterns?" Luca asked over the radio. "Our thoughts, Kirill," the writer whispered darkly. "Our memories, our personality. Everything that makes us human. To them, it's just data, a valuable resource." A new message appeared on the screen, different from the others, more complex. "Anomaly detected. Self-organizing resistance in Sector 8D. Threat code, Dawn. Recommendation, increase sanitization priority." An icy silence fell over the server room. "We're in deep shit, comrades." Raccoon was the first to break the silence. "Guys, it seems like we just got blacklisted by some alien laundry." "Dutchman, do you have a plan for how we can wash these freaks?" The Dutchman turned slowly towards them, and for the first time in a long time, his eyes lit up not with cold, but with fire. "We have a plan," he said. "Knowing the enemy is half the battle. Now we know they're not demons or gods. They're a system, and systems can be hacked." Day 80, Bunker Dawn, underground dock. The air in the hangar was thick with the smell of diesel fuel, metal, and human sweat. The UAZ from the Dutchman's group stood in the center, but it was now almost unrecognizable. Steel plates had been welded to the sides, a makeshift turret had been constructed on the roof, and a sinister bull bar adorned the radiator. "So, is the battle hamster ready?" asked the Raccoon, chewing a cracker with gusto. "Or should we call it Death with a Grim Reaper and all-wheel drive?" "We'll call it The Only Chance," Lucas said, still working on his soldering. His fingers flew over the bizarre construction of wires and parts salvaged from alien weapons. If, of course, this silencer doesn't blow us all to hell the first time it's turned on. "Maybe we should call it Chance," Raccoon suggested. "And through the dots, like in Stalker," Luca became inspired. The raccoon grinned, running a name for the car through his head. That's encouraging, the Dutchman chuckled, checking the heavy machine gun's mount on the turret. Reminds me of the old army saying, if the gun's firing and the vehicle's moving, don't touch anything. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Pisatel and Prizrak were studying Krutov's diary. A map with green dots lay on the table. That's what I don't understand, the writer pointed at the notes. Krutov writes that Xenos isn't a race, but a single intelligence, a network. But any network must have a center, a brain, or at the very least, a powerful node. The coordinator, the ghost nodded. The one who gives orders to the devourers and oversees the construction of their beacons. If we find him, we'll be able to hit him on the head, not the tentacles, the writer finished. But where can we look for him? The door to the headquarters swung open, and a breathless jester from the Dutchman's group appeared on the threshold. Bosses, Luca says he didn't quite figure it out, but he figured something out. At the docks, Luca, looking like a mad scientist, poked a pointer at his construction. Look, his eyes blazed. I've analyzed their signal. Their network, it doesn't just connect them, it powers them. These green beacons aren't just transmitters, they're like root systems, drawing energy from the planet itself. So they don't just eat people, Raccoon concluded. They also suck our house, like spiders suck a fly? That's fucking polite. We give them bread and salt, and they make a mess of our apartment. Exactly. Luca didn't notice the sarcasm. And this network must have a main node, the most powerful pump. And if we find it and disable it, their entire network in the area will collapse, the Dutchman concluded. Albeit temporarily, but that will be enough. And where can we look for this main pump? Asked the writer. Luca walked over to the map and circled the area northwest of Minsk, where the green marks merged into one large spot. According to calculations, the energy emissary here is 3 orders of magnitude more powerful. And there's something else. He launched a simulation on his laptop. I ran Krutov's data. Where the Xenos signal is currently strongest, that's where Antea's main research center should have been, the one where Prometheus was created. A deathly silence fell over the hangar. Wait, the raccoon raised a finger. Are you telling me that those glowing freaks set up their headquarters right where our Baron cooked his zombie soup? Is that a coincidence? There are no coincidences in this universe, the ghost replied grimly. They didn't choose this place by chance. They're using it. Its technology, its developments. They might even be modifying Prometheus to suit their needs. So, here's the plan. The writer stood up, his voice firm. We're not just looking for their brain. We're going to the very heart of the infection, where one apocalypse was born and another now reigns. Excellent plan, the raccoon grinned ominously. Reminded me of my grandfather, who climbed into a beehive with his bare hands because the honey there was delicious. Then the whole village had to pump it out. With the difference, the Dutchman cocked his rifle, that we don't have hands, but a great combat pistol. And we don't care about honey. We're going to burn the hive. Day 81, Bunker, Dawn, Radio Room. The air in the radio room was thick with the smell of old equipment, coffee, and tension. The writer sat in front of the radio, wiping his fogged-up glasses. Luca paced nervously nearby, adjusting his homemade antennas. Are you sure this will work? The writer asked, checking the text of the appeal for the 10th time. No, Luca answered honestly. But if the Xenos can use the ether, why don't we try too? Besides, I added a few things of my own. He patted the box with the blinking LEDs. The accordion. It will broadcast our signal on all frequencies, constantly jumping. Let them try to jam it. Brilliant,
Raccoon's voice came from the corner. He was sitting on a box of ammo, cleaning his PM. First they'll find us on the signal, then they'll blow us to bits, and we'll sit there and be glad at least someone heard us. Optimist, grumbled Butil, standing by the door. Writer, come on already. The sooner we start, the sooner we'll finish. The writer took a deep breath, put on his headphones, and nodded to Luca. It's time. Luca flicked the switch. There was a soft hum, and the green light on the panel lit up. On air, Sergey. The writer leaned toward the microphone. His voice, usually ironic and calm, now sounded firm and clear. To everyone who can hear, to everyone who's still breathing, this is the Dawn Bunker. We're calling on everyone who's strong enough to listen. We know what's happening. We know the nature of the hell we've all found ourselves in. He paused, letting the words reach someone's ears on the airwaves. Machines, zombies, aliens. These aren't three separate problems. They're all parts of a single whole. And that whole has a weak spot. We've found it, but we need your help. There was a hissing sound from the speaker, and then a weak, distorted voice. Risici on the line. You aren't another voice? No, the writer answered firmly. We're just like you, survivors, fighting for the right to live in this world. But we need help. We're going straight to the lair, but for us to strike, the enemy can't see us move. We need to show him he's surrounded, from all sides. From another speaker, on a different frequency, came a new voice, rough and harsh. Partisans, we hear you. Are you suggesting we become cannon fodder while you play the heroes? I suggest you become the thunder, the writer retorted, passion evident in his voice for the first time. The thunder that will distract while lightning strikes the heart of the storm. We are not asking you to storm their strongholds. Make a fuss. Attack their patrols. Burn their outposts. Make them look around. Show them that humanity is not a flock of sheep, but a wounded beast that can bite. R6 here, a third voice said, calm and technical. Your logic makes sense. Can you coordinate the attacks? We can, Luca interjected, taking over the microphone. We're switching to encrypted channel Gamma 3. I'm transmitting the synchronization algorithm. We'll coordinate the strikes so they hit different sectors, creating the illusion of a mass uprising. This is madness, the voice of the Lynxes sounded. This is our only chance, the writer countered. We're not just surviving. We're fighting for the right to remain human. For the right for our children to see blue skies, not green ones. We'll either do this together, or we'll die alone. The choice is yours. A heavy silence hung over the airwaves, broken only by the hiss of static. It seemed to last forever. Partisans, finally came over the speaker. We're entering the game. We'll give them such a hellish Sabbath that they'll forget what their mother's name is. Bears are also in the business, a new voice said. Risici is with you, for our fallen. R6 confirms. Commence preparations. The writer leaned back in his chair and wiped his forehead. His hand was shaking. Well, the raccoon rose from the box and clapped the writer on the shoulder. Now we're not just madmen with a grenade in hand. Now we're the conductors of hell. You wouldn't envy us. The main thing is that the orchestra doesn't play out of tune, the writer smiled grimly, looking at the map where the zones of the upcoming attacks were already marked. Day 82. Bunker. Dawn. Evening. The dining room was full of people, but instead of the usual hubbub, there was a muted hum of voices. People ate their meager stew as if listening to something. The hum of the generator? The silence beyond the walls? Their own thoughts? At one table sat the old men, the core of Dawn. What technology has come to, Raccoon remarked philosophically, picking his teeth with a splinter. We used to drink vodka and sing Black Raven before a fight. Now it's vitamin compote and a lecture on psionic influence. Is it just me, or is the salt in the soup
Saltier today? Asked the jester, trying to somehow diffuse the situation. It's fear that makes you so perceptive, my dear, Lampus chuckled hoarsely, carefully wrapping his still-healed arm. Before death, all senses become heightened. We won't die, Irina said calmly but firmly, placing a teapot of warm rosehip tea on the table. We'll just do what we have to, like always. In the corner, against the wall, Ghost was cleaning his Vinterez in complete silence. Every movement was measured, ritualistic. Nearby, on a chair, lay his talisman, a tattered photograph of his former unit. Are you okay? Irina sat down next to him. No, the Ghost answered honestly, without looking up from his work. But that doesn't matter. A task is a task. Opposite, at another table, a meeting was underway. The writer, Luca, and the Dutchman were studying a map covered with the latest notes. The Lynxes have confirmed that they are ready to attack the logistics hub of the machines at dawn, the writer said quietly. The partisans are waiting for our signal to begin sabotaging the Xenos communication lines, added Luca, adjusting his glasses. The R6 and the Bears have taken up position. They'll distract the main patrol in the sector. The Dutchman pointed to a spot on the map. His face was impassive, but he was checking the bolt of his carbine too often. So, everything is ready. The writer leaned back in his chair. Tomorrow. At the other end of the mess hall, Alexei, an engineer, was helping Carabas and Mechanic check their gear, silently passing magazines, canteens, and first aid kits back and forth. 73rd, 74th, Carabas counted out loud, packing the cartridges. Do you think that's enough? Enough to break through? Enough, the mechanic answered indifferently. Enough to get back? I don't know. No one knows. We'll come back, Alexei suddenly said firmly. I have family there in Minsk. I promised to come back. I hope they're alive. The mechanic only chuckled, but something resembling respect flashed in his eyes. And in the warmest and safest corner, near the medical center, Lena was teaching the little son of the Vishnevsky survivors to draw. The boy, the very one who had almost succumbed to the whisper, could hold a pencil again. Who is this? He asked, pointing to a crooked figure with a gun. This is Uncle Raccoon, Lena smiled. He's funny. And this is Uncle Dutch. He's very strong. They're all strong. Will they go to where the green light is tomorrow? The boy asked quietly. Lena nodded, unable to utter a word. And they will win? They have to, she whispered, clutching the bottle cap with the kitten on it, the raccoon's gift, in her pocket. They have to win. That night, when most of the men had gone to their barracks, Pisatel stood at the observation slit, looking out at the dark forest. Butil approached him. Can't sleep, strategist? I'm thinking through my options, the writer replied, in case things go wrong. Stop it, Butil put a heavy hand on his shoulder. You've already thought of everything. The rest is up to simple guys with guns. And you know what? He almost smiled. It's the safest thing in the world. Somewhere deep in the bunker, someone was quietly playing an old, long-forgotten melody on a harmonica. It floated through the corridors, mingling with the hum of the generator and the heavy breathing of the sleeping people. Tomorrow was war. But tonight, in this concrete box underground, life, simple, harsh, fragile, went on. And for that, it was worth going into the most terrible battle. Day Ha. Chapter 1. Day 83, 0530. Bunker Dawn, main exit. The pre-dawn darkness clung to the ground, obscuring the forest in a gray shroud. A car stood at the main entrance, dimly illuminated by the hazard lights. It was the same UAZ from the Dutchman's group, but now, painted in white on its windshield and sides, was the bold abbreviation SHANS. The Raccoon, checking the suspension, slapped the hood with satisfaction. Well, there you go. Now it's official. We're going after chance. Sounds better than going to certain death. The group climbed into the car. The air was thick and heavy, not from humidity, but from the unspoken words and farewells that hung in the air. The writer exchanged short, firm handshakes with Butil and the colonel. Hold the line. If contact is lost for more than 48 hours, consider us dead and act as you see fit. Good luck, strategist, Butil nodded. We'll make some noise here, just like you asked. Irina, pale but collected, adjusted the Dutchman's collar. Come back. Everyone, you are needed here. We'll try, he answered dryly, but something human flashed in his gaze. Luca checked his jammer, bolted to the roof of the Shans one last time. His fingers trembled slightly. The main thing is to remember to turn it on before they locate us. Calm down, techie, Raccoon patted him on the shoulder. If you forget, I'll remind you. Hit that little box of yours with the butt of the gun. The ghost was already seated, his Vintorez pistol resting on his lap. He stared into space, his face a mask of calm. The monk whispered something, fingering his old rosary beads. Lampus was grimly joking with Dub about who would get his rations. The jester tried to smile, but it came out crooked. The writer took the last step toward the car and turned around. Lena stood in the doorway. She silently squeezed his hand, slipping the talisman, the bottle cap with the kitten, into it. For him to come back, she whispered. The writer tightly clenched his fist with the metal circle inside and nodded. Necessarily. The car doors slammed shut. The roar of the engine cut through the morning silence. The car pulled away, leaving behind the Rasviet bunker, their home, their hope, their reason for going to their deaths. 0545, Rasviet radio room. Butil took the microphone. His voice, usually gruff, now sounded unusually solemn. He glanced at the map, where the markers of their allies glowed. All groups, Risichi, Partisans, R6, and Bears, Rasviet is on its way. Begin Operation Thunder. I repeat, begin. Somewhere far away, in other corners of this dead world, people took up arms. To distract the monsters, they were willing to become thunder, so that their comrades from the dawn could give humanity a chance to live on. The car disappeared into the fog. Silence fell over the forest once again. But now it was an unsettling, ringing silence before the most terrible battle. A battle for this world to have at least one last dawn. The outskirts of Zaslavl, 0550. The Dutchman's group at the Shans. The UAZ with the inscription Shans on its side slowly crawled along the country road, disappearing into the morning fog. Well, Eagles, Raccoon's voice rang out in the cabin. Can you smell it? The air smells special today. And how was it? The monk asked, not taking his eyes off the sight. It smells like hell, Raccoon concluded philosophically. Fresh, morning-like, with a hint of fumes and fear. My favorite perfume. Shut up, Raccoon, Lampus muttered, adjusting the bandage on his wound. And don't croak. It'll be like that time in Logoisk when you said, "It's quiet here," and 3 zombies came running at us screaming. So, zombies. And today we have a cultural program. Aliens. I don't think I've jinxed them yet. The Dutchman, without turning his head, said in an even voice, Everyone, close your mittens. I'm turning on the jammer. From now on, we're ghosts.
There was a click, and a faint blue light on the roof began to flicker. The air around the car trembled. "Holy shit," whispered the jester. "It actually works. My ears stopped ringing." "It works until we meet the devourer," the Dutchman reminded him gloomily. "Then we'll see who's jamming whom." Old factory area, entrance from Borisov, 0600, R6 and Bears. "Dawn's in play," Cox, the senior R6, lowered the radio. "Our turn, according to plan. Yemelia, how's the connection?" Emelia, his deputy, squeezed out. "They're jamming, but we're getting through." A minute of silence, then 15 seconds of airtime, like an asthmatic at the gym. 24 fighters prepared themselves. Next to them, like two rocks, stood Jan and Batya from the Bears. "Well, Dad," Jan patted the homemade grenade launcher. "Shall we treat these little iron guys to our signature Pekovich greeting?" Dad, a gray-haired and silent giant, just nodded as he loaded the shell. "Just don't miss, like that time at the barn." "But it was I who hit you then," Jan was indignant. "Yeah, and I slept in the barn. The alarm went off perfectly." "Fire!" Emelia commanded. The grenade launcher's shot was accurate. The patrol robot was blown to pieces. Operation Thunder had begun. Outskirts of Minsk, entering from Molodechno, 6:05 a.m. Risichi Liker, a man with intelligent eyes and explosives in his backpack, with binoculars in one hand and a tablet in the other, reported, "Target in the area. Patrol, 3 tripods, 1 beacon. Chef, is the menu ready?" The cook, tall and sinewy, grinned. "Served. Appetite comes with an explosion. First, an appetizer, a flashbang. Then the main course, a Molotov cocktail with nails. For dessert, explosive gifts under each plate." "Damn, now I'm hungry again," sighed one of the fighters. The first mine detonated under the alien's foot. The explosion was deafening. "The dish is served," shouted the cook. "Bon appetit, you freaks!" Minsk Industrial Zone. Entrance from Dzerzhinsk. 6:10 a.m. Partisans. Swift, short, and nimble, finished quickly assembling a mine from a captured alien blaster and a couple of cartridges. "Everyone's ears are blocked," he shouted to his men. "Excellent. So those glowing freaks are ringing too. Our job is to make a colander out of their network. We're breaking everything that whispers, glows, or just doesn't please us. Let's move." The partisans, like a flock of sparrows, scattered across the industrial zone. A few minutes later, the first green beacon twitched, billowed black smoke, and went out. "One ready," they reported to Strij over the radio. "Excellent," he replied. "Now send them our warmest, greetings." Shands, approaching the epicenter, 6:30. The Dutchman's group. The car braked sharply. Ahead, across the clearing, a gigantic structure, pulsating with green light, was visible. The air trembled. "Mother of all saints," the jester exhaled. "So here it is, the main pump." "Or the main asshole of the universe," Raccoon corrected, clicking the safety catch. "So, guys, shall we go perform proctology on an alien intelligence? Someone has to do it." The Dutchman turned to them, his face calm. "Remember this view. If we survive, we'll have something to tell our grandchildren. If not," he cocked the rifle, "at least we'll go to hell with a great story, something to tell the devil. Everyone, get ready. Our chance is now." Old factory area, 6:15 a.m. Team R6 and Bears. "Second robot, from the left, around the corner of the workshop," Yemelia shouted, firing a short burst. "I see him," Jan barked, already loading his grenade launcher. "Dad, cover him, or he'll blow a hole in my back while I'm aiming." Without a word, Batya stepped forward, raised his machine gun, and began firing off the robot's sensors in short, precise bursts.
The bullets bounced off the armor but slowed the vehicle. Now then, Yan took aim. Shot. Another robot was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. 2-0 in our favor. Don't get too excited, Cox grumbled, trying to get a clear signal on the radio. The airwaves are swarming with their encrypted messages. They've already alerted every patrol in the sector. We've got 15 minutes, no more. 15 minutes is an eternity, Amelia snorted, reloading the magazine. You could even have lunch in 15 minutes. Bears, do you still have any greetings left? Just a few warm words left for their mothers, Yan chuckled, clapping on another projectile. Outskirts of Minsk, 6:20 a.m. Risichi. They're not stupid, Liker stated, watching the aliens regroup. They've stopped climbing on the mines. They're keeping their distance and firing at us from afar. Then we move on to Plan B, the cook said, pulling several cans of flammable liquid from his backpack. We'll serve the hot dish, delivered to your door. One of the fighters, a guy nicknamed Baby, threw the first bottle. It shattered a meter from the tripod, engulfing its legs in flames. The creature hissed and retreated. Not bad, the chef assessed, but the sauce needs to be served more generously. Everyone who can, let's make cocktails. Liker, distract them. Liker picked up his rifle and fired several shots at the distant beacon sensors. The green light flickered. That was enough for 2 more bottles of fuel to reach their target. Flames began to spread across the ground, cutting off the aliens' approach. That's better. The cook wiped the sweat from his forehead. They have barbecue now. Only the meat burns. Industrial Zone, 6:25 a.m. Partisans. The third beacon is silent, one of the partisans reported, jumping from the roof of a low building. Swift, they've started hunting. A group of tripods is moving towards us. How much? Swift asked briefly, finishing mining another switching node. 4, maybe 5. Excellent, Swift grinned ominously. Just the amount needed for complete happiness. Everyone to their places. Let's take them to the stone bag between workshops 4 and 5. Let them try our hospitality. His men, as if on command, vanished into the ruins. Swift sent a final encrypted message to Rosvet. The Hornets have been disturbed. The swarm is rising. Good luck. Sands, approaching the anti-complex, 0635. The Dutchman's group, Shands, froze half a kilometer from the main entrance to the former research center. The place was now unrecognizable. Gigantic biomechanical structures entwined the buildings like vines. At the center of the area, the network's core pulsed, a huge crystalline sphere emitting that same green light. The air hummed, oppressive even through the jammer. What a landscape, the Raccoon whistled. Just like that Hollywood invasion movie. Only there's no Bruce Willis or Will Smith. Just us, Belarusian assholes with scraps. Bruce Willis was in a different movie, actually, Oak said. Yes? And does he know about this? Raccoon retorted. Thanks for the morale boost, Lampus muttered. Do we have a plan, or are we just going to stop by their place for a barbecue? The plan is simple, the Dutchman pointed to the complex's schematic, which they'd reconstructed from Krutov's data. An underground tunnel for personnel evacuation. It leads directly into the basement of the main building. If Xenos didn't think to block it, that's our ticket in. If is the key word, the monk noted. What if you figured it out? Then, Raccoon patted the barrel of his machine gun, we'll knock on the front door, with a grenade instead of a calling card. The writer gave his final instructions. Mechanic, you stay with the car. Keep the jammer on until the last minute. If we don't come back, leave. Sergey, that's an order. The rest of you, go. Quietly and without noise. The figures silently slipped out of the vehicle and disappeared into the undergrowth, heading for the camouflaged tunnel entrance. Their fate now depended on how well they remembered their lessons in stealth and how distracted the enemy was by the noise their friends were creating throughout Minsk. Industrial Zone, 6:40 a.m. Partisans. The narrow alley between workshops 4 and 5 had become a living hell. 4 three-legged aliens, driven here by the partisans, fired back furiously, green bolts of energy melting brick and metal. "Swift! They're like cockroaches! They keep coming!" shouted one of the fighters, jumping around the corner. "We're poisoning them like cockroaches," Swift snapped. "Second squad, grenades from the upper floors! Fire on them!" Molotov cocktails tumbled from the roof, shattering at the creature's feet. Flames hissed as they ran across the asphalt. One of the aliens, engulfed in flames, let out a piercing screech and collapsed. "Here's one, ready," Swift shouted contentedly. "The same goes for the rest." He didn't finish. A patrol robot on tracks crawled out from around the corner of the distant workshop. Its turret swiveled. Its barrels began to rotate. "Fuck," Swift breathed out. "Cars! Who invited them to this party?" "It seems we've become a threat to them, too," someone shouted back. "Retreat," Swift commanded. "Change position. Let these bastards sort each other out." The partisans began to retreat as planned, and, as they had hoped, the robot, upon seeing the aliens, immediately opened fire. A furious firefight between the two apocalypses erupted in the stone cell. Well then, Swift watched the spectacle with satisfaction. The plan worked. Now they have their own personal hell here, and we're going to continue severing communications. The vicinity of the anti-complex, 6:45 a.m. The Dutchman's group. The emergency exit hatch was blocked by debris, but not obstructed. The ghost, moving silently as a shadow, cleared the passage in minutes. "The passage is clear." His voice was just louder than a whisper. "Well done," nodded the Dutchman. "One at a time, 5 seconds apart. I'm first." One after another, they slid into the dark hatch. Inside, it smelled of damp, mold, and ozone. The tunnel walls were covered in the same biomechanical growths as the outside. "They've been at it here, too," Raccoon noted, poking the barrel into the pulsating green slime. "Like a damned fungus." "Quiet," the Dutchman ordered. "We're going forward without light. Ghost, go ahead. The rest of you follow me, holding onto the shoulder of the one in front." They moved in complete darkness, guided only by the gentle nudge of the man in front. Jester, bringing up the rear, clutched his PB so tightly his bones gleamed white. "Commander," he whispered, "what if there's someone here?" "Then," the Raccoon replied just as quietly from his position in front of him, "he's about to step on my knife." Calm down, kid. Everyone's scared. The difference between professionals and amateurs is that they do their job even when they're scared shitless. And we're all professionals here. The jester swallowed and nodded in the darkness. Old Factory Area, 6:50 a.m. Team R6 and Bears. The situation was escalating. The surviving robots were joined by a squad of citizens, about 20 men, moving in unnatural silence and formation. "What the fuck?" Emilia grumbled. "Meat and iron in one bottle. Cook, contact with Rasviet?" "No!" Cox slammed his fist on the radio. "They're jamming us completely. We're the only ones on the air." "Then we'll act on our own." Emilia looked at Jan and Batya. "Bears, can you cut a corridor for us? We need to retreat before we're surrounded." "It's a piece of cake for us," said Jan, already loading the grenade launcher. "Dad, come on, show them our Pukovici Express."
Without a word, Batya stepped forward, unslung his light machine gun, and opened fire on the citizens. The bullets mowed down entire ranks, but they simply moved on, silently stepping over the bodies of the fallen. "Now it's me!" Yan shouted and fired the grenade launcher. The shell exploded in the center of the formation, scattering the citizens and damaging 2 robots. "The corridor is breached! Run!" The group rushed through the breach, firing back as they went. Operation Thunder had reached its peak. They'd made enough noise. Now they had to get away. Underground tunnel, anti-complex, 6:55 a.m., the Dutchman's group. A light appeared ahead. Not green, but dim white, emergency lighting. "Exit," whispered the ghost, stopping. "The door to the basement." Ajar. The Dutchman gestured for them to take up positions. The ghost crept silently to the door and peered through the crack. "The room is empty. The stairs go up. But," he paused, "do you hear?" Everyone froze. From above, through the ceiling, came the same low-frequency hum, but now it was much louder. And a new note was discerned within it, not just pressure, but anticipation. "They know we're here," the Dutchman stated without emotion. "Their network is detecting the jammer. We have very little time. Let's go." They entered the basement. The way up was clear, but each of them knew they were already awaited up there. Their final and most terrifying battle was no longer for survival, but for the future. And it began right now. Day, ha. Text game, Day of Ha. Loading, loading. Location, abandoned reinforced concrete plant, Minsk Industrial Zone. Time, 06:15. Objective, create maximum noise by simulating an assault attempt in order to draw away Xenos mobile reserves. Biometrics, Alexander Dope. You're standing by a broken window on the second floor of the administrative building. Below, beyond the fence, lies the deserted factory grounds. A familiar hum hangs in the air. Their beacon is somewhere nearby. The radio crackles in your ear. Owl on the radio. "Dope speaking. I see 3 targets at the gate. 2 tripods, 1 organizer. They're acting idiotic, like they're on parade. Shall we begin?" Your actions? 1. Come on. First, let's talk about the organizer. Without him, they're like blind kittens. 2. Wait. Let me go down to the workshop and organize a louder surprise. Shoot when you hear the explosion. 3. Change of plan. Don't shoot. You distract them from the roof. I'll get closer and do a silent knife cleanup. 4. I see a truck in the yard. I'll try to set it on fire. There will be those noise and a light show. Choose an option number or suggest your own. Go down to the workshop and organize a louder surprise. Excellent. Plan surprise accepted. You on the radio. Wait, let me go down to the workshop and organize a louder surprise. Shoot when you hear the explosion. Owl on the radio. Got it. I'm waiting for the signal. Don't blow yourself up or I'll get bored. You move away from the window and silently descend the loading stairs into a huge production hall. The air smells of rusty metal and dust. Concrete slab forms and pieces of rebar are scattered everywhere. Your inventory. Pump-action shotgun Saiga 12. 6 rounds in the magazine plus 12 in the unloading. PB pistol, 2 magazines. 2 F1 grenades, lemons. Survival knife, a roll of strong packing tape. In the workshop, you see several potentially useful things. 1. A barrel of an unknown liquid, possibly old motor oil or solvent. It stands in the corner, rusty. 2. Gas cutting.
An old metal cutting machine with several cylinders, oxygen, propane, lying around nearby. 3. A pile of sawdust and wood shavings in a huge wooden pallet. 4. An old overhead crane with a magnetic grip hanging above the workshop. What will you do? 1. Make napalm. Wrap one of the grenades in rags, dip it in the liquid from the barrel, set it on fire, and throw it into a pile of sawdust. 2. Create a Buchenwald. Roll gas cylinders up to the window and shoot at one of them. Risky. 3. Use the crane. Try turning on the crane beam and using the magnetic grabber to drop something heavy, like slab molds, onto the enemies. 4. A simple and reliable option. Place both grenades in the ventilation shaft so that the explosion reverberates throughout the entire plant. Organize a Buchenwald. The Buchenwald plan was accepted for implementation. You, on the radio, in a whisper, "Owl, get away from the windows. It's going to get hot now. I'm setting up Buchenwald." Owl, on the radio. "Got it. Good luck. I'm heading upstairs." You carefully roll 2 tanks, propane and oxygen, toward a huge broken window opening that looks directly onto the area in front of the checkpoint where the targets are stationed. It gets a little hot, the adrenaline rush. You realize it's risky. You don't know how much gas is left in the tanks and what the force of the explosion will be. You could simply shoot the tanks, or you could make them more secure. Your actions? 1. Fire a shotgun at the propane tank and quickly move deeper into the workshop. 2. Wrap the cylinders with tape, attach one grenade to them, and pull the pin to make it more secure. 3. Changing your mind is too risky. It's better to make napalm from sawdust and a second grenade. 4. Your option. Describe. Wrap the cylinder with tape and attach one grenade to it. The parser processes the command. Accepted. Let's make the gift truly reliable. You rip a roll of tape from your belt. The adhesive tape unwinds with a loud crack in the deafening silence of the workshop. Quickly, almost automatically, you wrap the lemon grenade around the propane tank, threading the tape under the grenade handle. Your finger rests on the pin. Owl, on the radio, voice tense. "Dope. They've got reinforcements. 2 more tripods are coming from the east. How many more do you have there?" There is no time to think. Your actions? 1. Pull the pin, throw the cylinder out the window, and run deeper into the workshop to find cover. 2. Pull the pin, roll the cylinder to the window, and give it a control shot from the shotgun to be sure. 3. Shout, "Get away!" Pull the pin and throw the grenade with the cylinder directly into the group of aliens at the checkpoint. Risk not having time to run away. 4. Changing your mind is too dangerous. It's better to retreat and act differently. Pull the pin and roll the cylinder to the window. Tear the pin. Roll the can to the window. Time slows down. You pull the pin, a dry metallic click. The mainspring is released. You have 3.5 to 4 seconds. "It's hot," you shout into the radio, rolling the hissing canister to the very edge of the window opening. Owl, on the radio. "I see you." You jump back a few meters, press yourself against a concrete column, lift the Saiga. To shoot or not to shoot? 1. Shoot at the cylinder. More reliable, but there is a risk of shrapnel. 2. Do not fire. Let it work like a powerful fragmentation grenade. That will be enough. 3. Throw a second grenade afterward to be 200% sure. Throw the second grenade. Throw a second grenade. Adrenaline makes time slow down even more. You understand that half measures won't work here. The shot might not work, and a simple grenade explosion might not be enough. "Take that, you bastards,"
Second hello.
You pull the pin on the second lemon and send it in a long arc straight to the foot of the cylinder, which is already hissing loudly, leaking gas. Owl, on the radio, almost screaming, "Moron! Lie down!" You lunge forward and fall behind a massive steel workbench, clutching your ears and opening your mouth. Boom! First, the second grenade explodes, and almost instantly, a deafening, ear-splashing roar, the propane tank has detonated. The workshop shakes, plaster and dust rain down from the ceiling, a wave of hot air rolls over your head, and you hear a sickening, clanking sound, the fragments of the tank and the grenade hitting the walls and the workbench. A few seconds later, you look out. The window opening is essentially gone. Now there's a huge gaping hole in the wall, edged in black. A fire is raging outside, black smoke billowing across the grounds. Not a single one of the three-legged figures is visible. Owl, over the radio, with approval in his voice, "You're such a psycho." Not a single one of those creatures was left whole. Their asses were ripped off right up to the crown. Congratulations, the performance was a success. Let's move on to the rally point. The mission is complete. The noise fills the entire area. Now we need to get out. Your actions? 1. Immediately exit through the opposite exit, while the enemy is in shock. 2. Examine the site of the explosion. Maybe there are trophies or useful information there. 3. Check if you are injured. Catch your breath and get yourself in order. 4. Wait for the owl. He should come down from the roof and you will move together. Check for injuries. Wait for owl. The parser processes the solution. Check for wounds. Wait for an owl. You remain at the workbench, taking a few deep breaths. The adrenaline begins to subside and your body begins to signal. Inspection. Left shoulder. A through-and-through laceration from a shrapnel fragment. Bleeding, but the bone is intact. Plus wound, bleeding. Right cheek. A scratch, nothing special. Ringing in the ears is temporary and will pass. General condition. Combat ready, but losing blood. You take out the first aid kit and quickly bandage your shoulder, trying to stop the bleeding. A couple of minutes later, you hear quick but cautious footsteps. Owl appears in the opening of the ruined wall. His face is covered in dust, but his eyes are still vigilantly scanning the space. Owl. Dope, report. Looks like a slaughterhouse in the butcher shop. Are you okay? He comes closer, seeing the bandage. Owl, with a slight grin. Beautifully done. Now the whole neighborhood knows about us. The task has been exceeded. Hold on now. He didn't finish. From behind the black hole's clouds, a patrol robot on tracks crawled out onto the factory grounds. Its sensors slowly rotated, scanning the destruction. It hasn't seen you yet, but it's here. And it clearly came because of that roar. Owl, quietly, without panic. Here come the guests for our fireworks display. What's the counting plan? Your actions? 1. Leave quietly. The task is completed. No need to get involved. 2. Let's finish what we started. We need to destroy this one too so that the noise doesn't stop. 3. Use the fire. Retreat using smoke as cover. 4. Your version. Describe briefly. Let's finish what we started. The parser processes the command. Let's finish what we started. You, quietly, aiming. Let's finish what we started. Will you cover? Owl nods, raises his MP443. Go ahead. I'll take the sensors. You take the chassis. On the count of 3. You lift the Saiga, overcoming the pain in your shoulder. The robot slowly crawls along the fence, its turret turning in your direction. 1, 2, 3. The owl blinds the robot's optics with 2 precise shots.
Meanwhile, you pump 2 rounds of buckshot into its tread. The metal tears and sparks. The robot turns and stumbles helplessly into the wall. But its turret continues to rotate, firing randomly. A burst of bullets pierces the wall above your heads. Finish him off! Your actions? 1. Get closer and shoot at the service hatch. Risky, but sure. 2. Throwing the last grenade is certain death for the robot, but you will be left without the last argument. 3. Retreat. The robot is immobilized and blinded. The task is completed. You can leave. 4. Distract and finish off with a pistol. Save ammo for the shotgun. Distract and finish off with a pistol. The parser processes the final action. Distract and finish off with a pistol. You, to Owl. Distract me! The owl suddenly leaps out from behind cover, firing several shots at the robot, and then immediately jumps back. The robot's blind turret turns toward the noise and fires a burst in its direction, distracted from you. Taking advantage of this second, you make a dash, pressing yourself against the side of the robot within its turret's dead zone. You draw your silenced PB. You look for a weak spot, service hatches, wires, gaps in the armor. And you find it. A bundle of thick cables in a gap in the armor where the hull and turret meet. You insert the barrel into the gap and fire the entire clip at point-blank range. There are several muffled pops, sparks, the smell of burning. The turret freezes. The robot twitches and goes silent. Owl, done. Clean job. Now it's definitely time to get going. The smoke will attract anyone else. You quickly retreat from the burning factory, leaving 2 fires and a pile of scrap metal behind you. The mission is accomplished. The enemy is distracted, and you're alive. Mission accomplished. Result. Primary objective, diversion of enemy forces, completed. Side effect, destroyed 3 units of 3-legged, 1 organizer, 1 patrol robot. Condition, Alexander Dope. Wounded in the shoulder, light bleeding. Requires medical attention. Ammunition is almost completely expended. Verdict. Operation Thunder in your sector was more than successful. Location. Underground tunnel leading to the Dawn bunker. Time, 8:45. You and Sova covered the last kilometers to the bunker in silence, listening to the unusual silence. The hum that had been pressing on your temples all these weeks had disappeared. Its absence was deafening. You walked, pressing your palm to the makeshift bandage on your shoulder. Every step was a dull ache, but you gritted your teeth. This was no time to show weakness. Sova walked slightly ahead, his back tense, his gaze constantly scanning the darkness of the tunnel. He carried your saiga. You could barely drag your feet. Owl, without turning around. Hang in there, bro. We're almost there. Finally, light appeared ahead and the familiar outline of the main entrance to Dawn. But something was wrong. The gates were wide open, and a crowd of people stood before them. When you emerged from the darkness of the tunnel onto the illuminated platform, you were met with a deafening silence that seemed to last an eternity. And then it was broken. Screams, applause, sobs. You were surrounded. They were slapping your backs, shaking your hands, pointing at the glow on the horizon, where the precast concrete plant was burning, and asking what had happened. Irina made her way through the crowd to you. Her face was wet with tears, but she was smiling. Irina. Sasha. Max. You. She looked at your bandaged hand, and her smile faltered. Let's go quickly to the first aid station. What about the others? You asked a worrying question. Irina, frowning slightly. We're still waiting for them to return. They should have returned by now. Butil emerged from the crowd. He approached silently, looked at you, at Sova, at the glow of the fire behind him, and simply nodded. That was enough. Day. Ha. Chapter 2. Basement of the Anti-Complex. 7 a.m. The Dutchman's Band. The basement staircase led them into a long corridor, a former utility room. Now it was woven with pulsating green veins. The air hummed so loudly it made their teeth ache. "What acoustics," Raccoon grimaced, clicking the shutter softly. "Just like a philharmonic, only the conductor here is a space asshole." "Quiet," Lampus muttered, pressing himself against the wall. "Now's no time for your jokes." "I think it's about time," Raccoon pointed at another growth. "Look how beautifully it's pulsating. It's practically begging for a grenade to be thrown at it." Suddenly, the ghost, who was walking in the vanguard, raised his hand. Everyone froze. "There's traffic ahead, not cars." Something crawled around the bend. Not a tripod soldier or a devourer. It was a man, or rather, something like one. Its body was distorted and fused with alien mechanical components. One arm was an energy emitter, its face a frozen mask of terror, and its eyes glowed green.
What a hybrid dummy they've got, the Dutchman breathed out silently. The Xenos have modified the Prometheus. The creature made a hoarse, mechanical sound and raised its emitter arm. The shot rang out first. The ghost, without hesitation, put a bullet into his head. The hybrid collapsed, the green light in his eyes fading. "Fuck," the jester whispered. This was once a person. Maybe he worked in an office." "He was," Raccoon said shortly. "Now he's trash. Don't forget, kid, what we're here for. To make sure people like him don't show up again." They moved on, circling the body. With each passing minute, the hum grew louder, and the green veins on the walls grew thicker and pulsed more rapidly. They were approaching the epicenter. Outskirts of Minsk, 7:05 a.m. Rasichi. "We're low on ammo," Liker yelled, changing the magazine. "They're surrounding us." "The fire's running out too," the cook added, throwing the last Molotov cocktail. "It's time to get going before they pin us down completely." "Where should we go?" one of the fighters shouted. "They're everywhere." Liker surveyed the position. They'd done their job. They'd drawn significant forces away. Now it was time to leave. "Plan B," he commanded. "Retreat to the drainage collector. Everyone who can, follow me. Cook, cover the retreat." The cook nodded and, drawing his last rounds, opened fire on the advancing tripods. The lynxes began to retreat, covering each other. Operation Thunder was coming to an end for them. They hoped their sacrifice had not been in vain. Industrial Zone, 7:10. Partisans. Swift and his men had already retreated to a new position, watching as the robots and aliens finished each other off in the stone bag. "Well, Swift," one of the partisans patted him on the shoulder. "Consider that half the job is done." "Only half the battle," Swift replied gloomily, looking at the remaining beacons. "As long as these things are working, humanity is in danger. Our work isn't done until the last green light goes out. Everyone with explosives is with me. The rest are cover." They vanished back into the ruins, leaving behind a silence broken only by explosions and the hiss of plasma. Their war was that of a sapper and saboteur, quiet, methodical, and merciless. Main Research Hall, Anti-Complex, 7:15 a.m., Dutchman's Group. The door to the main hall was locked, but not secured. It was held in place by something resembling a giant tentacle made of the same biomechanical tissue. "Well," the raccoon examined the obstacle. "I think we can't do this without brute force. Dutchman?" The Dutchman nodded. "Detonate. Minimum charge. Raccoon, do it." The raccoon quickly assembled a small bomb and placed it at the base of the tentacle. "Everyone take cover!"
Refreshing fireworks! There was a dull thud. The tentacle twitched and weakened. The door gave way. They burst into the hall. And froze. The hall was enormous. In the center, where the old supercomputer had been, stood a gigantic crystalline sphere, the very core of the network. Energy channels radiated from it throughout the hall, extending into the walls and ceiling. And around the sphere, in capsules of sorts, hung dozens of people, connected by wires to the central structure. Their eyes were closed, blissful smiles on their faces. "Oh, God," whispered the jester. "What is this?" "A neural network," the writer replied grimly. "The Xenos used their brains as processors. That's the perfection they were offering." And then, from the shadows behind the crystal, a figure emerged. Tall, dressed in black, with a pale face and glowing green eyes. The organizer. But not the one they'd seen before. This one was larger and emanated an almost physical aura of power. "It's useless." His voice rang out in their heads, clear and emotionless. "You're too late. The system is active. Assimilation is irreversible. Join. Become part of the whole." The Dutchman raised his carbine. "We prefer to remain ourselves. Luca, how is our gift?" Luca, who had already connected his device to the nearest energy channel, shouted, "Just 1 more minute! We need to stabilize the frequency!" "You don't have a minute." The organizer raised his hand. "You have nothing." Hybrids poured into the hall from all sides, dozens, hundreds. They filled the room, cutting off the group's escape route. The Raccoon grinned sinisterly as he pulled out the last grenade. "Well, guys, looks like we're dancing." The hall turned into an inferno. Dozens of hybrids, driven by the single will of the organizer, rushed to attack. The gunfire merged into a continuous roar. "Crystal!" the Dutchman shouted, firing back. "Everyone, fire on the crystal!" "Luca, how many are there?" 40 seconds. Luca, crouched behind the console, worked furiously with the wires. "But if they destroy my unit—" "They won't blow it up," Raccoon barked, hurling a grenade into the thick of the advancing hybrids. The explosion stopped them for a second, but more were pressing in from behind. "Ghost, take care of that glowing bastard. The rest of us, cover the tech guy." The Ghost, wasting no time in responding, took up position and began methodically firing at the organizer. The bullets bounced off the invisible barrier, but forced him back behind the crystal. "Lampus, left flank," the Dutchman commanded, changing the magazine. "Monk, right. Oak, behind. Jester, ammo." "The last magazines," shouted the Jester, handing out cartridges. "Excellent." The Raccoon fired a burst at the nearest hybrid. "Then we'll shoot sparingly. 1 bullet, 1 corpse." Well, or almost one. The Dutchman seized the moment and fired a long burst at the base of the crystal. Shards flew in all directions, the structure twitched, and the light dimmed for a moment. 30 seconds, shouted Luca. The organizer, realizing the primary threat, ordered the hybrids to concentrate on Luca. A wave of bodies poured into their position. "You won't get through, bastards!" Lampus roared, rising to his full height and raining bullets down on the advancing men. A bullet struck him in the shoulder, and he merely grunted and continued firing. "Hang in there, old man!" The Raccoon tossed him his last magazine. "If we live to be 100, I'll make you a gold prosthesis in that shoulder." "Monk!" The Dutchman saw several hybrids coming from the flank. "I see." The monk, throwing aside his empty machine gun, pulled out a knife and, with a short cry, rushed into hand-to-hand combat. "For dawn!" 15 seconds! Luca's voice broke from the tension. The ghost, seeing that the bullets weren't penetrating the organizer's barrier,
changed tactics. He fired at the ceiling above him. Debris rained down, forcing him to jump back. 10! Dutchman, Raccoon, and Lampus stood shoulder to shoulder, firing back with their last weapons. Jester, wounded in the leg, crawled toward them, dragging a crate of grenades behind him. 5! Luke pressed the last button hard. Now! Nothing happened. A ringing silence fell. The hybrids froze. The organizer emerged from behind cover again. "I told you so," sounded in their heads. "It's useless." And then the crystal shuddered. At first faintly, then more violently. The green light within it flickered, turned into chaotic flashes, and finally faded, replaced by a dim red glow. A wave of collapse swept through the entire complex, throughout the entire Xenos network. The hybrids, deprived of control, collapsed to the floor like puppets with their strings cut. The organizer made a sound like a dying battery and slowly sank to his knees. "We didn't..." His voice in their heads became fragmentary. "Miscalculated. Your irrationality." The raccoon, leaning on the machine gun, approached him. "Greetings from humanity, asshole." He put the barrel to the organizer's head and pulled the trigger. A shot. The organizer fell silently onto his back without making a sound. "There was just one last bullet left," said the raccoon. Silence reigned in the hall, broken only by the heavy breathing of the survivors and the crackling of damaged systems. The Dutchman, bleeding from a wound in his side, leaned against the wall. "Report. Who's alive?" "Everything, more or less," Lampus answered hoarsely, bandaging his shoulder. "The jester is wounded, but alive. The monk got off with scratches." Luke, pale as death, looked at his smoking device. "It worked. We did it." "We've done it." The writer closed his eyes. "Now, we need to get out of here." They stood among a pile of bodies, at the epicenter of the collapsed network, crippled but alive. The silence in the hall was deafening after the recent cacophony of battle. Only now did they realize that the low-frequency hum that had been weighing on their minds all these weeks had ceased. "Damn it," Raccoon rubbed his temples. "My ears are still ringing, but my head is finally quiet. Just like after a hangover, only much clearer." "We need to move." The Dutchman tried to stand and almost collapsed. Lampus and Monk managed to catch him. "I'm wounded, but I'll get through." "Luca, is there any contact?" Luca, his hands still shaking, tried to turn on the radio. "The airwaves, clear. The interference is gone." "Dawn, this is Luca, over." Irina's hissing but already audible voice came from the speaker. "Luca, we read you. Report the situation. What happened? All the green lights here have gone out." The raccoon grabbed the microphone, wincing in pain. "Ira, tell Butil that we've cleaned up a bit here. We've done a thorough cleaning using explosives, just like you taught us. We're alive, guys. Damn, we're alive." A growing roar came from outside. Not the ominous one, but a familiar one. The roar of the Chance's engine. "It's the mechanic," the jester breathed a sigh of relief, trying to bandage his leg. "He waited for us." Andre, mechanic, flew into the hall, his face shining. "I saw it. All their things went out. I know you succeeded." Seeing the number of wounded, his face fell. "Okay, everyone in the car, quickly." Gathering their remaining strength, they trudged toward the exit, supporting each other. The raccoon, passing by the fallen organizer, kicked him. "Lie down, you bastard.
You don't know anything about miners. What are you getting at? Oak asked. Oh, I just remembered the phrase. It came in handy. The vicinity of the anti-complex, 805, Shans. They emerged onto the surface. The scene was surreal. The gigantic biomechanical structures, once pulsing with ominous energy, were now dark and dead, like rotted trees. Not a single green light shone on the horizon. Wow, the monk whispered, looking out the window. Did we do this? It wasn't just us, corrected the writer, sitting in the passenger seat with a wound clenched. Everyone did it. The Rasici, the partisans, the R6s, the bears, they diverted the attack. We were just the spearhead. It's a fucking point, Raccoon wheezed from the back seat, where he'd been shoved in with the other wounded. I'm going to puke from all this pretentious bullshit. Where did you read all these books? Better yet, tell me, who has at least a drop of water? The mechanic drove the car, avoiding the ruins, and continuously talked on the radio with Rosvet, reporting the situation. Bunker Dawn, 8:15. The cafeteria, where a few hours earlier there had been a gloomy silence, was now filled with an incredible buzz. People were hugging, laughing, and crying all at once. The signal from the boys and messages from other groups that the threat had receded spread faster than rumors. Butil, without hiding his smile, patted the colonel on the back so hard that he coughed. It worked, old man! It worked! Irina, wiping away tears, handed out mugs of warm tea to people, no longer as a last resort, but as a sign of celebration. Lena sat in her seat, clutching the crookedly carved figurine of the writer. She knew he would return. Shans, approaching. Rasvet, 9:10. A car with holes, dents, and dried blood on its doors slowly approached the familiar entrance to the bunker. The gates were already open, and everyone who could stand stood before them. When the SHANS stopped and exhausted, bandaged, but alive fighters began to climb out of it, they were met with a deafening silence, which exploded into shouts, applause, and sobs. The Raccoon, leaning on the monk, looked around the crowd and found Irina with his eyes. Well, little sister, he said hoarsely, did you remember to organize the reception? We're getting a little tired here. The Dutchman, who was being carried out on a stretcher, raised his hand, calling for silence. Everyone fell silent. The mission is complete. The threat is neutralized. There are no casualties. He turned his gaze to his men. These words were enough. While the wounded were carried to the medical center and the others embraced the returning heroes, the writer, standing to the side, gazed at the dim horizon. He took the bottle cap with the kitten from his pocket and looked at it. They had won this battle. But he understood. The war for humanity's survival had only just begun. But now they had more than just a bunker. They had hope and a chance.